Marta Harnecker. Part I. The Left and the New World 5. 1. Profound changes in the world 7a unit in real time on a planetary scale 8/ The internationalization of the production process 8/ The nature of the state changes but its role is not reduced 12/ The communications revolution in the service of capital 19/ Fragmenting strategy 22/ The military danger 23/ The phenomenon of imperialism has not disappeared, but has taken on new forms 25/ 2. Profound discontent among much of humankind 27. Decline in the standard of living 28/ The new international cycle 29/ 332. The need to rebuild the left so that it can become the glue that sticks the social opposition together 32/ Building a broad anti-neoliberal social and political bloc 34/ Capitalist sectors in direct contradiction to the transnationals 35/ Part 2. The crises of party and why we need a new left political culture 37. 439. Threefold origin 39/ A crisis of Marxism doesn't mean we have to deny Marx's contributions 41/ 542. No plan for an alternative to capitalism 42/ Crisis of the credibility of politics and politicians 43/ 6. The organic crisis 45. There is no political subject equal to the new challenges 45/ How copying the Bolshevik model led to deviations 46/ Other mistakes and deviations 50/ Contents. 7. The theory underlying this concept of party 56. Some explanation for these errors. Koskai's thesis 56/ How this is rooted in the conception of the Revolutionary Party 63/ 8. Politics as the art of making the impossible possible 66. Is it possible to come up with an alternative? 66/ Politics cannot be deemed as the art of the possible 67/ Utopian goals, a source of inspiration 70/ Changing the traditional vision of politics 70/ Overcoming the narrow definition of power 71/ Politics as the art of building a social force in opposition to the system 71/ 9. Why we need a political organization 73. The effects of the ruling ideology 74/ Manufacturing consent 74/ Direct knowledge and indirect knowledge 76/ Drawing up a social project that is an alternative to capitalism 77/ The need to give millions of people a single will 78/ Part 3. The new political instrument 81. 10. The characteristics of the new political instrument 83. Understanding the importance of social practice for creating consciousness 83/ An organization immersed in society 84/ Overcoming hegemonism 86/ Creating a new relationship with the popular movement 87/ No more workerism 90/ A body to coordinate all the different emancipatory social practices 91/ Democracy. The cause to champion 91/ An organization which is the harbinger of the new society 97/ 11. A new paradigm for internal organization 100. Unite your members around a community of values and a concrete program 100/ Contemplating different kinds of membership 101/ Giving up authoritarian methods 104/ There is no political effectiveness without unit leadership 105/ A political organization for those exploited and excluded by capitalism 112/ A political organization which is not naive but is preparing itself for any eventuality 112/ New internationalist practice for the globalist world 114/ 6/ Part 4. From reforms to revolution. The Bolivarian revolutionary process 115. 12 local governments, signposts to an alternative path 117. The problem of knowing how to govern 119/ The party's weakness vis-a-vis the government 120/ The bureaucratic apparatus and how to contend with it 122/ Popular participation in the government 125/ The participatory budget. The key to participation and politicization 126/ 13. The left and reform 130. Has the left become reformist? 130/ Varieties of reformism 132/ Specific challenges in the election arena 136/ A creative approach to the illegal 138/ 14. The Bolivarian Revolution, is it a revolution? 139 The state takes the initiative in changing the rules of the game and creating spaces for participation. 139/Participation and human development in the Bolivarian Constitution. 140/ The communal councils, local spaces ideal for allowing everyone to participate. 140/Encouraging worker participation. 145/ The state from a revolutionary perspective. 149/ On the political instrument that could move these ideas forward. 149/ To Michael Lebowitz, my partner, with whom I share so many hopes and dreams, and to President Chavez for having renewed hope in our America and the world. We live in a world that is nothing like the world of 50 years ago. Ours is a world characterized by the defeat of socialism in Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union and the transformation of the United States into the world's biggest military power with no countervailing force at all, a situation that has dealt a heavy blow to the left and progressive forces. Ours is a world marked by the advances made by the scientific-technical revolution and their effect on the productive process and on nature, the globalization of the economy and culture and the increasing power of the mass media. We live in a world where capitalism in its most brutal guise, neoliberalism, uses technological advances for its own benefit and is wreaking havoc on much of the world's population and ruthlessly destroying nature as it creates not only rubbish that the environment cannot recycle but also human cast-offs who are difficult to recycle socially, pushing social groups and whole nations into collective neglect. A growing discontent, nevertheless, has begun to make itself felt among extended social sectors. This discomfort has begun to transform itself, into passive resistance and then into active resistance. In the last few years, and in spite of the social fragmentation strategy applied by neoliberalism to try and neutralize this resistance, it has begun to manifest itself openly in demonstrations and actions against the existing global system, thus giving rise to a new international cycle of struggles. New horizons are opening up, but the challenges we face are enormous. And we are not in the best shape to take them on. We need to rebuild the left, and urgently. To do this we must take a harsh look at the weaknesses, mistakes, and deviations that hang heavily over our past, and we must make sure 1. Introduction. That we know what caused them, because that is the only way we will be able to overcome them. This book wants to make a contribution to that effort. One of my central points is the criticism of the concept of politics as the art of the possible, for this leads us to adapt ourselves opportunistically to what exists. I argue that for revolutionaries politics is the art of making the impossible possible, not from some voluntarist urge to change things but because our efforts should be realistically focused on changing the current balance of power so that what appears to be impossible today becomes possible tomorrow. Another very important point is the reaction on what kind of political instrument we need if we are to respond to the new challenges that the 21st century places before us, a tool that will allow us to build a social and political force that makes possible the profound social changes we are arguing for. If we are to achieve this objective, we must overcome the organic forms of the past, which were the result of an acritical copying of the Bolshevik model of the party, and get rid of the theoretical underpinnings of this model. These underpinnings do not take any account of one of Marx's central ideas, social practice as the action that allows men and women to transform themselves at the same time as they transform the circumstances that surround them, and in doing so achieve a higher level of human development. In my opinion, however, criticizing the organic form of party or organization used in the past does not mean denying the need for a political instrument, as it does for some other theorists. I think such an instrument is essential because history has shown us that the construction of a popular anti-capitalist social force is not something that happens spontaneously. It needs a builder subject that is able to use an analysis of the whole social and political dynamic to guide its actions, a subject capable of developing the political strategy that makes it possible to glue together the most diverse social and political sectors in opposition to existing neoliberal globalization, on an international as well as a national level, a political instrument that coordinates the action of the multiple, plural subject while respecting differences and determining what are the most appropriate tactics for breaking the power of the ruling classes and beginning to move towards building a society that turns its back on the perverse individualistic logic of capital to begin to develop an increasingly humanistic and solidarity-based logic, a political instrument that allows us to begin to build a socialism for the 21st century whose null goal is fuller human development. 2. After dealing with all of these questions, I end by analyzing the subject of reform and revolution, and I show how these concepts apply to the Bolivarian revolutionary process, a sui generis revolutionary process that has forced the Latin American left to rethink many things. This book, which brings together many reactions and whole sections from work I published between 1999 and May 2006 too, has been to a large extent inspired by the practice of the Latin American revolutionary movement itself. 3. I should warn the reader that I have not made an exhaustive study of the available bibliography. I have used mostly those books which I had at hand. However, the English-speaking reader may nd that I refer to the work of several Latin American writers to whom they have not had previous access. If an important author's book is not among those that I have consulted, this is not because I deliberately left it out, but simply that, at the time of writing, I had not been able to study it with the attention it deserves. I would have liked to have gone into many of the topics in greater depth, and there are many others I haven't even touched on. I hope that my readers will understand the limitations of this book and will feel encouraged to go more widely and deeply into the subjects dealt with, many of which are, I know, polemical, and bring new points of view to bear on them. If I manage to achieve this, I will have met one of the goals I set myself, for I consider this to be an open book, and part of a collective effort. I wish to thank Michael Lebowitz, my partner with whom I share so many hopes and dreams, for his valuable suggestions. I thank him for his patience in putting up with me in the midst of all the tension that arises when one tries to combine time for reaction with the myriad tasks that are set by concrete political practice. I most especially wish to thank President Chavez for having renewed hope in our America and the world. I hope that this book does its little bit towards by contributing ideas which help to stimulate a new political culture in our ranks, a culture, as I have said on other occasions, that is pluralist and tolerant. A culture that leaves everything that divides us on the back burner and puts everything that unites us that unites us around values such as solidarity, humanism, respect for difference and the defense of nature. That turns its back on the desire for gain and the laws of the market as the chief motivators. 3. Of human activity. That begins to awaken to the fact that being radical is not a matter of advancing the most radical slogans, or of carrying out the most radical actions, which only a few join in because they scare off most people. Being radical lies rather in creating spaces where broad sectors can come together and struggle. For as human beings we grow and transform ourselves in the struggle. Understanding that we are many and acting for the same objectives is what makes us strong and radicalizes us. Revolutionary politics can only be conceived of as the art of making the impossible possible. 4. Part 1. The Left and the New World. 1. We live in a world very different from the one that existed half a century ago at the beginning of the Cuban Revolution, not only because of the defeat of Soviet socialism in the East, which was an extremely hard blow for the left, but also because of the effect of other events. We will mention only the discoveries made by a new scientific technological revolution and their effects on the productive process and nature, the mass media's increasingly important role, neoliberalism's installation as the hegemonic system, and the role played by foreign debt in subjugating third-world economies to the interests of the great powers. 2. The machine tools that accelerated the development of industrial civilization are being replaced rapidly by digitally controlled machine tools, 4. And robots and computers, which allow data and knowledge to be automatically compiled, processed, and produced, are becoming essential in the workplace. 3. But it's not just computers. The electronic information revolution has caused fundamental changes in telecommunications, microbiology and other areas. Daily life in developed countries is swamped with information technology gadgets, credit cards, the electronic cards used as hotel keys, smart traffic lights, doors which open and close automatically and thousands of other things. 4. The new technologies make it easier to disseminate ever greater quantities of data and enormously increase the power of calculation while reducing its cost. This in turn means that scientific knowledge evolves at an extremely rapid rate. 7. Chapter 1. 5. An example of the growth of knowledge is the spectacular development in biotechnology and genetic engineering. 6. The power to use genetic information to create new organisms and to put the forces that guide life's metabolism at the service of the production of wealth is a technological leap that has unimaginable consequences. 5. 7. According to Jeremy Rifkin, these technological scientific developments hold up a mirror to a world where crops grown in laboratories could be harvested on a large scale. Nevertheless, some thought should to be given to the consequences this could have for the hundreds of millions of people who depend on agricultural work for their survival. 6. Moreover, trade, finance, recreation, and research have been profoundly shaken by these new technologies. A unit in real time on a planetary scale. 8. Capital today not only moves into the most remote parts of the world, as it has been doing since the 16th century, but is capable of functioning, in real time and on a planetary scale, as a single unit. Vast quantities of money, billions of dollars, are transferred in seconds by electronic circuits which link the natural world. This is a phenomenon which only became possible in the last few decades of the 20th century thanks to the new infrastructure brought into being by information and communication technology. 7. And by the new institutional order which made these huge capital movements possible, once the barriers imposed after the Second World War were removed. 8. This phenomenon developed even more rapidly with the disintegration of the Soviet bloc and the economic changes carried out by its former members. The world now increasingly functions as a single operational unit, as a global capital market. The internationalization of the production process. 9. But over and above what is happening in the natural sphere, there is something qualitatively new happening in the field of production, the internationalization of the production process itself, with different parts of the null product being manufactured in different geographical 8 locations. 9. And the same thing has occurred with many services. This displacement or relocation of the productive process and of services has meant that much production and many services have moved to the countries that offer more advantages, the most labor-intensive industries relocating to those countries in the south where labor is cheaper for many reasons, including state repression. And this, in its turn, has caused capitalist relations of production to propagate and to displace pre-capitalist relations in those places where transnational capital sets up shop. 10. The transnational companies or global networks. 10. The most powerful companies in the information age organize their operations on a world scale, and create what Robert Reich called the global web or net. 11. Finished products include components produced in many different parts of the world, which are then assembled using a new, more flexible and personalized form of production and marketing to meet the needs of specific markets. 11. Nations now trade not so much in niched products as in specialized forms of problem solving, specialized forms of problem identifying and specialized forms of consulting services such as financial, research, legal and routine production services. All of these are combined to create value. That makes it very difficult these days to say which part of the product was made where. 12. As Robert Reich 13 has argued, it is impossible to have vertical management structures and centralized ownership in today's highly profitable companies organized in networks. This, however, used to be the structure of U.S. multinational companies. They had their head offices in the United States, their subsidiaries, located in other countries, really were subsidiaries, answerable to the interests of their head offices, and control and ownership were indisputably American. Power and wealth, rather than being concentrated in one country, have been dispersed into the hands of those groups that have obtained the now valuable skills of problem solving and problem identifying, and those groups can be found all over the world. 13. With large-scale production you knew where a given product originated because it was made in a given place. The informational economy, /9. However, can produce efficiently in many different places. A computer may be designed in California, financed in the United States and Germany, and use memory cards made in South Korea. A jet plane designed in Washington and Japan may be assembled in Seattle from tail parts made in Canada, other parts from China and Italy, and an engine from the United Kingdom. 15. These are the reasons that lead Reich to talk of transnational companies. 16. International trade, trade within large transnational firms. 14. One result is that much of what we call international trade is actually trade within large transnational RMS. For example, Stephen Polas points out that a large percentage of U.S. international trade takes place within multinational companies that are dealing abroad with themselves. 15. Almost one-half of all American imports come from all-in-the-family foreign affiliates, and almost one-third of all American exports go to them. The share of U.S. imports coming from intra-RM transactions, Mexico and Germany, 67%, Japan, 77%, Singapore, 74%, South Korea, 56%, or a doubling in the past 10 years, China, 21%, or another doubling, Eastern Europe, 32%, or this is 3 times the previous GUR. 1716. It is important to understand, however, that we cannot identify multinational RMS with the U.S. Peter Drucker notes that American-based multinationals are only a fraction, and a diminishing one, of all multinationals. Only 185 of the world's 500 largest multinationals, fewer than 40%, are headquartered in the United States. And multinationals are growing much faster outside the United States, especially in Japan, Mexico and, lately, Brazil. The world economy of multinationals has become a truly global one rather than one dominated by America and by U.S. companies. 18. Change in the international balance of power. 17. Drucker also points to the change in the international balance of forces. The New World economy is fundamentally different from that of the FTY years following World War II. The United States may well remain the political and military leader for decades to come. It is likely also to remain the world's richest and most productive national economy for a long time. But the U.S. economy is no longer the single dominant economy. 18. The emerging world economy is a pluralist one, with a substantial number of economic blocs. Eventually there may be 6 or 7 blocs, of which the US-dominated NAFTA is likely to be only one, coexisting and competing with the European Union, Mercosur in Latin America, ASEAN in the Far East, and nation-states that are blocs by themselves, China and India. These blocs are neither free trade nor protectionist but both at the same time. 19. In particular we see the rapid growth of China and India at this time, both as recipients of investment by multinational RMS and, increasingly, through the development of their own multinationals. 19. Finally, it should not be forgotten that what is being globalized today is nothing other than the capitalist form of exploitation. This takes on different forms according to a country's level of development. Whereas in the most developed countries the forward march of the technological revolution is obvious and has led some authors to think that we have already arrived at a post-industrial and even post-capitalist age. 20. In those countries where there is scant development, huge numbers of workers have only recently joined the capitalist system of production. 21. Of the tasks we still have to undertake is to study the unequal way in which this process of exploitation takes place. 21. These technological changes revolutionize not only the production process but also all aspects of people's lives. For that reason some authors talk of a civilizational transformation. 21. They say this is not just another technological revolution. 22. But something much deeper. Alvin Tofer, for example, claims that this is something as far-reaching as that RST wave of changes unleashed 10,000 years ago by the appearance of agriculture or the Second Industrial Revolution. In his opinion, humanity is facing the biggest social upheaval and creative restructuring of all times. 23. 22. Other authors, nevertheless, argue that no matter how important the current technological changes are, they cannot in any way be compared to the Industrial Revolution at the end of the 18th and beginning of the 19th century because the machines introduced into the production process at that time are still the technological foundation of contemporary production. 24/11. The nature of the state changes but its role is not reduced. 23. These transnational companies try to free themselves from the clutches of the state in order to be able to operate without restrictions. They do, however, look to the governments of these countries to smooth the way for their business operations. Converting ministries of foreign affairs and other government departments into veritable business offices serving their interests. 25. 24. It is fairly well known that active intervention by many governments has been decisive in stimulating their companies' competitiveness. 25. Besides, Chomsky says that one of the best studies on the 100 biggest transnational companies on Fortune's list found that all of them had benefited from express intervention by their home governments. We would not have many big corporations if it were not for public financing, and public financing comes from the taxpayer. 26. 26. The blockade on Cuba is a good example of just how little independence transnational companies have from U.S. government policy. 27. But nation-states, even as they intervene to help transnational capital, are increasingly losing control over a series of matters, either because the countries in a given region integrate to form a larger regional unit, such as the European Union, or because of the subordinate character of the less developed countries vis-a-vis the developed world. In the latter case, economic policies tend to be decided outside their borders. As the international monetary market, the world media and the big multinational companies grow stronger, so national unions, parties, and communication systems become weakened. 27. 28. Too often in contemporary discussions about globalization, authors assume that this is an exclusive alternative. Either nation-states are still important or there has been a globalization of the gears of authority. We must understand instead, Hart and Negri say, that both are true. Nation-states remain important, but they have nonetheless been changed radically in the global context. 28-29. Far from witnessing a global capitalism where the state is unrecognized, what we are seeing is a great level of differentiation between very active states, like the Group of Seven, and a group of highly politicist capitalist 12/ classes which make a great effort to establish what Stephen Gill correctly called a new constitutionalism for a disciplinary neoliberalism. 29. While the least developed countries go on getting weaker and weaker. More limited democratic regimes. 30. If we look at Latin America in particular, we can see that the democratic regimes existing today differ greatly from those existing before the era of the dictatorships. In those years, according to Carlos Ruiz, the level of social and economic development created an allegiance among the masses that was sufficiently broad-based to provide stability for bourgeois democratic representative regimes by incorporating certain popular sectors into political struggles. It was the era of the alliance between sectors of the working class, those fringes of the middle layers that had arisen under the aegis of the state and industrialists, under a pattern of capitalist development in which industry became the driving force not only behind economic growth and capital accumulation but also behind the social and cultural organization of society and the organization of political struggle within the system's framework. 30-31. It was probably both the end of the long period of post-war expansion, the beginning of the new profound crisis which was gestating at this time, and also the rise of the class struggles which jeopardized the existing system of domination and led to dictatorships being installed in several countries in Latin America. It was only possible to create the political conditions for the capitalist restructuring that was needed through force-based regimes which dismembered the popular classes and their social and political representatives. 32. And then, when the soldiers went back to their barracks and negotiated a democratic way out, it could only be a limited democratic way out that prevented any repetition of the situations of ungovernability which had given rise to the dictatorial governments. 33. As Franz Hinkelammert says, the result was an aggressive kind of democracy, lacking consensus, where the media is almost completely controlled by concentrated economic interests, where sovereignty lies not with civil governments but with the armies, and over and above them, with international financial organizations which represent the governments of countries. These are controlled democracies where the controllers are not themselves subject to any democratic mechanism. 31/13. 34. These tutelage, limited, restricted, controlled or low-intensity democratic regimes, as they are called by various authors, concentrate power in bodies of a permanent, non-elected nature. The latter are not affected by changes resulting from elections and include the Council for National Security, the Central Bank, economic advisory institutions, the Supreme Court, the Auditor General, the Constitutional Court, and other similar institutions which drastically limit democratically elected authorities' ability to act. 35. Today groups of professionals, not politicians, take the decisions or exert a decisive influence over them. In fact, in some essential areas such as the economy and the military, institutions arise that are more like national subsidiaries of a supranational body. 32. The IMF, NATO, the World Bank, the European Parliament, which, domestically, inside countries, are able to condition or impose important actions, paying no heed to the electorate's opinion. 33. 36. The apparent neutrality and non-political nature of these bodies conceal the new way the ruling class does politics. Their decisions are adopted outside the political parties. This, according to Martín Hernández, makes it possible, to a certain extent, to cover up the class nature of the state apparatus by portraying decisions as the affair of foreign experts who apply scientific criteria and have no interest in demagogy. Above all, as the real importance of elected institutions decreases, it becomes possible to create mechanisms for interbourgeois conflict resolution in which the masses are not called on to participate. 34. 37. In fact, bourgeois democracies have always sought to protect themselves from the decisions of the dominated. But, in previous democratic regimes, these protection mechanisms were portrayed as failures of democracy, that is, as anti-democratic procedures, for example restrictions on the right to vote or election frauds. However, these procedures were necessary to ensure the election of people trusted by the ruling classes, precisely because state authorities elected by universal suffrage actually had the ability to influence the way the state apparatus functioned. 35. 38. According to Hernández, this provided arguments in support of a reformist strategy because, if progressive forces were elected, they actually could carry out important social and political transformations, given the real influence elected authorities had over the way the state apparatus functioned. Where did the illusory nature of reformist strategy? 14. Lie. In the belief that the behavior of the ruling classes would be consistent with their democratic discourse. But that is not what happened. Once the ruling classes lost control of the government, they wasted no time in having recourse to the backbone of the state apparatus, the armed forces, backed directly or indirectly by the Pentagon, to cancel out democracy and establish a dictatorship, as happened with Arbenz in Guatemala, Bosch in the Dominican Republic, Goulart in Brazil and Allende in Chile. 39. The current situation is different. Democracy has been improved. 36. Since it has now become more difficult to distort the will of the electorate at the polls thanks to more sophisticated control procedures which use new information technology. However, this improvement goes hand in hand with drastic restrictions. On the one hand, the mechanisms for manufacturing consent which greatly affect the will of the electorate and are monopolized by the ruling classes have been vastly improved and, on the other hand, democratically elected authorities' ability to get things done has been greatly restricted as a way of establishing some kind of protection against the will of the citizenry. At the same time as everything is done to make sure the people's will is respected at the ballot box, the sphere of action of that will is restricted by setting limits on what the people's elected representatives can do. 40. The way modern state apparatuses function greatly restricts a left government's ability to act. Little is achieved by electing rulers who embody the people's will if their field of action is so restricted that they can only operate in the realm of the insubstantial. 37-41. To the foregoing we should add that, although in some countries, notably Chile, limited spaces for political democratization at the top were created when the military returned to barracks, there is no concomitant democratization of the institutions at the base of society, and new services depend on the fusion of information sciences, television, telephones and satellites through the ascendancy of digital technologies. 54. 61. One of the areas where scientific technical discoveries have had the greatest impact is the development of the mass media. Satellites, Bre/19. Optics and cable TV systems have revolutionized communications and make it possible to break time and space barriers. For the RST time, history will unfold in a single time world time. 5562 These technological inventions mean that people separated by oceans and continents can speak to each other just by pushing a few buttons. They help to eliminate the city's cultural advantages over rural areas. 5663 Television has become a machine for communicating. 57 That has a tremendous impact because most of what it broadcasts is experienced by viewers as real. Critical distancing is very difficult. However, the reality shown by the media does not exist for the vast majority of viewers. 64 The small screen invades homes, taking up more and more of people's free time and subliminally inculcating a neoliberal, individualist, conformist ideology. One of its most effective weapons is most soap operas, which put the people's consciousness to sleep and turn them into addicts. They are the opiate of the people in today's world. 58. Cultural homogenization. 65 According to Eduardo Galeano, the world has never been so unequal from an economic standpoint, and yet, on the other hand, there has never been such a leveling off of things connected to ideas and morality. There is an obligatory uniformity hostile to the planet's cultural diversity. And there is not even any way to measure this cultural leveling. The electronic age's media, which serve a lack of human communication, are forcing unanimous worship of neoliberal society's values down our throats. 5966 A sterile uniformity is spreading over everything. From one end of the earth to the other, the same lifestyle, advocated by the mass media, is being imposed on everyone. People everywhere watch the same films, the same television serials, the same news, listen to the same songs, the same advertising jingles, wear the same clothes, drive the same cars, are surrounded by the same urbanism, the same architecture, the same kind of apartments, often furnished and decorated in an identical style. In the wealthy districts of the world's big cities, the charm of diversity yields to the devastating offensive of standardization, homogenization, and uniformity. Everywhere global culture reigns triumphant. 6067 Many authors think that what has been called cultural globalization is 20-nothing other than the Americanization of culture all over the world. 61 Universal American culture, which some call McWorld, seems irresistible. In Japan, for example, hamburgers and chips have replaced noodles and sushi. To seem cool, young people use half-understood English expressions when they quarrel. In France, where less than 10 years ago cultural purists waged war on that abomination franglais, economic health is measured by the success of Disneyland Paris. The sudden appearance of Halloween as a new French holiday simply to give a boost to business in the slow period before Christmas is merely the most disturbing example of this tendency to Americanize. 6268 The $200,000 million the United States spends on advertising is money well spent. In order to create a worldwide demand for U.S. goods, the need to consume them worldwide must also be manufactured, and to do that the big companies like Coca-Cola cannot limit themselves to adverts about their product. They also have to extol the American way at the same time. 6369 Marcuse's old reactions about the distinction between true and false needs have lost none of their relevance. 6470 And since this culture creates the same need to consume both in those who have the means to satisfy that need and in those who don't, we must remember that 1,000 million people on this earth live in extreme poverty. Why should we be amazed when crime increases in step with consumerism, given that the same media which advertise all these products also broadcast detailed information on how to acquire them illicitly via the LMS they broadcast to millions? 71 What really molds the way people think, with all the danger that implies, are the powerful audiovisual instruments. Their ownership is increasingly concentrated in fewer hands, dominated by big transnationals who manipulate information to serve the interests of the ruling classes. 65. The need for intellectual self-defense. 72 The media's power of thought control and manipulation is so great that, in Noam Chomsky's opinion, people need to take a course in intellectual self-defense to protect themselves from their effects. 6673 I think it is tragic to see how indifferent the Latin American left and /21. Many of the continent's intellectuals are towards this cultural colonization. It is symptomatic that people seem to think it natural and even try to justify the fact that more and more English words appear on billboards, in notices and in books in our countries. 74 I think it is strategically necessary for those gting for a different kind of society to know when and how to build a restraining wall against this type of penetration. And in that sense, it seems obvious to me that in this era of globalization and the internet, this wall cannot be outside our consciousness. I think that to talk of censorship is not only politically incorrect but also, and above all, inefficient. What must be done is to arm people's consciousness, to give them the ability to distance themselves critically. And to that effect I think that the most effective dam a country can have is its cultural heritage and the role that education, both in the school and at home, plays in inculcating values. I don't mean that we should close ourselves off from the world but that we should assimilate all the good things the world has to offer from the standpoint of our own reality. Jose Marti said it a long time ago, let the world be grafted onto our republics but the trunk must grow in our republics. 6775 The best antidote to Rambo, Forrest Gump, Disneyland, and the whole Yankee hoax, and to the political, economic, and social model represented by these symbols, is Cuban national culture, which anticipates the Bolivarian homeland and the authentically universal homeland, argues Abel Prieto, Minister of Culture of Cuba, who consequently thinks that the most serious ideological problem related to culture is precisely the lack of culture. 6876 It is interesting to know that even in the United States itself a dissident culture has arisen which, according to Chomsky, has grown enormously since the 1960s, 69, and which has gained even more strength of late because of the huge mobilization against the war in Iraq. Fragmenting strategy. 77 And then on top of all this there is the fragmenting strategy of neoliberalism, which knows that a divided society, where diverse minority groups are unable to form themselves into a majority which questions the existing hegemony, is the most appropriate formula for reproducing the system. 22/78 This strategy is used not only on the workers, in an attempt to deconstruct the labor force into an aggregate of differentiated actors or subjects separated the one from the other. 70, but on society as a whole. 79 The Argentinian researcher Alberto Binder presents a detailed discussion of this strategy in his article on the fragmented society. 71. 80 According to Binder, what this strategy sets out to do is build or manufacture isolated social groups or minorities which war amongst themselves, thus allowing the hegemonic groups to maintain horizontal social control. 81 The basis for keeping these groups isolated amongst themselves or subject to contradictory relations is a conscious effort to disorient them about their possible common interests, thus making it impossible for these minorities to enter into collective struggles. A fragmented society implies a minority, and sometimes an entire society, that has lost the way towards its own national goal. 82 This policy of social disorientation acts, basically, on three levels: the atomization of society into groups with little power, the orientation of these groups towards exclusive and partial ends, which don't encourage combination, the elimination of their ability to negotiate and make pacts. 83 In order to achieve these aims, people must be prevented from creating spaces where they can set goals which look beyond each particular group, that is, aims which other groups might share, which could lead to potential agreements and alliances. Hence, the prediction about the death of ideologies becomes a fundamental part of this strategy. Society is no longer understood and analyzed as a whole, therefore social utopias which create meeting spaces for different groups disappear. This also encourages a shipwreck culture, a culture of "I'm all right, Jack," which discounts any kind of collective solution. 84 This is an overall power strategy whose aim is to smash society to pieces and make it absolutely impossible to build the concept of a majority. It sets the scene for the limited or restricted democracy we have analyzed earlier. The military danger. 85 On the other hand, in spite of the end of the Cold War and the absence of any military powers that can endanger the capitalist system, The arms race/23. And the accumulation of more and more sophisticated arsenals of extermination are still going on. 7286. In this context, the September 11, 2001 terrorist attack on the Twin Towers in New York, which cost thousands of innocent lives including those of hundreds of Latin Americans who were working there, was like manna from heaven for the U.S. government. It allowed it to exploit this crime and silence those both inside and outside the United States who opposed its imperialist ambitions. 7387. A very clever media campaign was used to create a veritable collective psychosis which was to prepare the ground for a great worldwide crusade against terrorism. 88. As Samir Emin says, a new McCarthyism was born. Its aim was to satanize any opposition to the dictates of ruling capital in the name of homeland security and the war on terrorism. 74. What they are doing, as Ches Nice says, is creating a new global counter-revolutionary holy alliance. 7589. In the name of security they place restrictions on the constitutional freedoms and guarantees which are so important to U.S. citizens. Correspondence and telephone calls are subject to government surveillance. One should not be surprised when people are placed under surveillance as if they were suspects, especially if they look in the least bit Asian or have spoken publicly against the current policy of the U.S. government. The authorities have gone to the extreme of recommending that everyone become police informants and denounce any suspicious individual. There is strict censorship which selects what the public should or should not know about the war. Only authorized pictures are published or broadcast. 7690. Afghanistan was the RST step, then followed Iraq, and now they are announcing that Iran is the next target in this all-out war against terrorism, that is, against those the United States considers to be a potential enemy. The same 7-ton bombs which destroyed Afghan cities could explode tomorrow in the Colombian jungles. 77. Were not the Colombian guerrilla groups on the list of terrorist groups that appeared when the campaign RST began? 91. Terrorism will not be eliminated by creating a united front against terrorism such as the United States is trying to impose across the board. The only thing that will get rid of terrorism forever will be the 24. Elimination of its causes. Therefore what Samir Emin proposes makes much more sense: a single front against international social injustice. This front, when it becomes a reality, could render the desperate acts of the system's victims useless and, by the same token, impossible. 7892. This international front against injustice and against war could unite activists from the South and North around denied aims, those of trying to prevent wars that are being prepared, of supporting the resistance in countries that have been invaded by the United States and its allies, and of exposing the campaigns that use the label terrorist to try to satanize both national liberation groups, those that GHT against exploitation and injustice in the Third World, and the anti-globalization movements in the North. 7993. Such a great front built at the grassroots level would be capable of gluing together growing sectors of the population using simple concrete language. Capable of uniting the anti-war struggle with the day-to-day concerns of people, which are of course different in different places, and of fusing the enthusiasm of the young with the experience of previous generations. 80. The phenomenon of imperialism has not disappeared, but has taken on new forms. 94. Taking action in the bipolar world which existed when the Cuban Revolution triumphed, when the socialist bloc gave rearguard support to revolutionary movements and generally served to keep capitalist abuse of Western workers in check, is not the same as to take action in today's unipolar world, where there is no opponent to the developed capitalist bloc. 95. Acting in a world where workers wielded much greater negotiating power, because strikes could inflict serious damage on employer interests, is not the same as acting in the world of the information revolution, when industries are mobile and wage or tax increases in the country where they operate may lead capital to emigrate to a more user-friendly country. 96. According to Noam Chomsky, there is a type of virtual Senate of financial speculators. If a country decides to put greater emphasis on its social development programs, the virtual Senate can vote /25 instantaneously by withdrawing enormous sums of capital from the country. 81. This can have disastrous consequences for a small country. 97. The phenomenon of imperialism has not disappeared but has taken on a new shape. 26/98. No matter how one interprets the magnitude of the changes the world is going through today, there is no doubt that the impact of the most recent scientific-technical revolution on the political, social, economic, and cultural spheres has been enormous. 99. However, these new horizons that seem to be opening up for humankind are paradoxically accompanied by a great feeling of discontent among many people. We live in troubled times, full of confusion and uncertainty. 100. Not only has Soviet-style socialism failed, but capitalism has also demonstrated a surprising capacity to adapt to new circumstances and to avail itself of the new technological and scientific advances. Socialist nations, on the other hand, after having achieved a significant level of economic development, began slipping towards stagnation and the disaster we all know about. In addition, social democratic governments and their welfare states in Europe began to experience difficulties, stalled economic growth, innovation, and inefficient production. 101. Meanwhile, Latin America, after the painful structural adjustments of the 1980s, has begun to join the new global economy, though as we've seen at a very high price, a large segment of its population has been excluded from the dynamic sectors of the economy as producers and consumers. In some cases, peoples, countries, and regions have turned to the informal local economy, illegal exports and smuggling as a means of compensating for this exclusion. 82. 27. Chapter 2. Profound discontent among much of humankind. Decline in the standard of living. 102. The decline in the standard of living of the majority of the planet's population, including increasingly broad sectors of the middle class, is alarming. The threat of unemployment is a constant concern in both poor and developed countries. Social and organizational fragmentation has reached its highest level. 84. The deterioration of the environment is a threat to future generations. Galloping corruption has produced a widespread demoralizing effect. 85. The threat of war, including nuclear war, continues and will continue to exist, in spite of the progress of the march toward peace, détente, and disarmament, until the causes that spring from the capitalist nature of the ruling international and socio-economic order are eradicated. 103. Neoliberal policies carried out by big transnational capital backed up by huge military might and media power, whose hegemonic center is the United States, have not only failed to solve these problems but have also exacerbated misery and social exclusion to a frightening degree, while wealth is becoming concentrated in fewer and fewer hands. 104. Those suffering from the economic consequences of neoliberalism include, in addition to the traditional sectors of the urban and rural working classes, the poor and marginalized, the impoverished middle strata, a constellation of owners of small and medium-sized businesses, the informal sector, medium and small rural producers, most professionals, the legions of unemployed, workers in cooperatives, pensioners, the police, and the lower ranks of the army. 86. However, we should also include not only those who are affected economically, but also all those who are discriminated against and oppressed by the system: women, young people, children, the elderly, indigenous peoples, people of African descent, certain religious groups, homosexuals, etc., in other words, most people in our countries. 105. However, although it is true that our enemies are very powerful, we can also see that the majority of people are manifesting an increasingly forceful rejection of the neoliberal model imposed on the world because this model is incapable of solving our people's most pressing problems. 28/106. Some of the sectors that oppose neoliberal globalization have transformed themselves into powerful movements. These include the women's, the indigenous, the environmental, the consumer and the human rights movements. These differ in many ways from the classic labor movement because of the nature of their platforms. They place strong emphasis on the particular interest represented, on appealing to a broad spectrum of classes and generations, on concrete forms of action, and on organizational structures that are less hierarchical and more network-based than in the past. 87/107. On other occasions, 1. Off actions are initiated by new social actors. For example, young people's ability to mobilize is amazing. They organize for the most part via electronic networking, their aim being to repudiate neoliberalism in its present form and to GHT back against typical neoliberal constraints. The new international cycle. Seattle, a network way of organizing 108. This generalist suffering and discontent has caused more and more generalist reactions. I agree with Hart and Negri that a new international cycle nally emerged around the issues of globalization in the late 1990s. 88. The protests at the WTO summit in Seattle in 1999 were the coming out party of the new cycle of struggles. 109. The pinnacle of the cycle of struggles thus far, at least in quantitative terms, were the coordinated protests against the US-led war in Iraq on February 15, 2003, in which millions of people marched in cities throughout the world. The war represented the ultimate instance of the global power against which the cycle of struggles had formed. The organizational structures and communication that the struggles had established made possible a massive coordinated mobilization of common expressions against the war. 89. 110. According to Hart and Negri, this new global cycle of struggles is a mobilization of the common that takes the form of an open, distributed network, in which no center exerts control and all nodes express themselves freely. 90. Profound discontent among much of humankind. 29. 111. Unfortunately, once the mobilizing episode or event is over, these militant outbursts in favor of a different world usually fade away, because there is no organization capable of leading them, keeping them united and able to overcome their heterogeneity. Perhaps this lack of permanence is because they are very new, or because their militancy is less committed or different to previous kinds, or because they have less physical space for their meetings and organization. Since these are very young movements, it could be that the potential contribution the different actors could make is not yet well deemed. 91. Upsurge of struggles in Latin America. 112. Nevertheless, in addition to the cycle of world struggles, a new cycle of national struggles has also arisen simultaneously in Latin America. When President Hugo Chavez won the elections in 1998, he stood practically alone. He was the only leader putting forward a project that was an alternative to neoliberalism. Today, what the enemy has called the red tide is advancing across almost all Latin American countries. It has not only taken over the government in countries such as Brazil, Argentina, Uruguay, Bolivia, Chile, but progress is being made in the people's struggles of resistance to neoliberalism in Ecuador, Colombia, and Costa Rica. Local leaders and a central leadership have indeed played an important role in this Latin American phenomenon. Without diminishing the huge role played by popular movements and especially indigenous movements, one may assert that Evo Morales would have found it difficult to become president of Bolivia if Movimiento al Socialismo had not existed. Concepts of multitude and social people. 113. The concept of multitude used by Hart and Negri encompasses all those sectors included in Helio Gallardo's concept of the social people. These form themselves into a multitude when that internally distinct and multiple social subject is capable of acting in common. 92. 114 years earlier, Helio Gallardo had used the term social people. 93. To refer to all those sectors which suffer the consequences of today's 30/savage capitalism. This term includes not only those who could be called impoverished from a socio-economic point of view, but also those who are impoverished in their subjectivity. Profound discontent among much of humankind. 31. 115. The profundity of the crisis and the breadth and variety of the affected sectors make for a scenario highly conducive to the construction of an extremely broad-based alternative social bloc with an enormous force, given that its potential members, they include most of the population, are legion. 94. 116. In view of the situation of growing discontent and neoliberalism's fragmenting strategy described above, there can be no doubt that the left's strategic task is to unite the growing but scattered social opposition into one vast column, one torrent, and to transform it into a force able to deal a decisive blow to the ruling system. The need to rebuild the left so that it can become the glue that sticks the social opposition together. 117 For this broad convergence of sectors and forces we are proposing to become a real possibility, it is crucial that we are able to rebuild the left, which is not exactly equal to the task just now. 118 But what does left mean? 119 By the left, I mean the array of forces that oppose the capitalist system and its prot motive and which arguing for an alternative humanist, solidarity-led society, a socialist society, the building blocks of which are the interests of the working classes. This society would be free from material poverty and the spiritual wretchedness engendered by capitalism. 95. 32. Chapter 3. 120 The left, therefore, is not only the left that is organized in left parties or organizations, it also includes social actors and movements who are trying to create autonomous spaces. These are very often more dynamic and combative, they identify with the above ideals, but are not members of any political party or organization. The RST group includes some who prefer to build their strength by using institutions to bring about change and some who opt for revolutionary guerrilla warfare. The second group includes those who want to create autonomous social movements and various types of networks. 121 To simplify, I have decided to call the RST group the party left, and the second group the social left. I am convinced that only by uniting the militant efforts of the whole gamut of left groups will we be able to build a huge anti-neoliberal social bloc, a bloc in which all those suffering the consequences of today's brutal capitalism will converge. The first strategic task, coordinating the political and social left. 122 The RST task, then, will be to coordinate the party left and the social left, and, based on that, to arrive at that greater congruence which unites all social discontent into a single torrent. 123 Although it is really important that the different sectors of the left converge, I do not believe this aim can be achieved in a voluntarist way, creating coalitions from above which might be doomed to end up as simply a pile of acronyms. The vertical vanguard, masses relationship must also be overcome. A new strategy for the anti-capitalist struggle would make coordination easier. 124 I think that if, instead, we apply a new strategy of anti-capitalist struggle, we could create conditions more favorable to coordination. 125 But, what would this strategy be? 126 It would be a strategy which is aware of the important social, political, economic and cultural transformations that have taken place in the world recently, which understands that the new forms of capitalism's domination go far beyond the economic and state arenas to infiltrate all the nooks and crannies of society, changing the conditions of struggle. 33. 127 Today more than ever we have to go up against not only the ruling class's political coercion apparatuses but also its hegemony over important popular sectors, its cultural control over society and the ideological subordination of the dominated classes. We have to be able to identify not only the coercive power exercised by the state, its legislative and repressive activities, but also the mechanisms and institutions which are present in civil society and which lead to the people accepting the capitalist social order. 96 Propaganda is to bourgeois democracy what the bludgeon is to the totalitarian state. 97. 128 As Carlos Ruiz says, 98 We must begin by understanding that our challenge is to formulate revolutionary strategy while living in a bourgeois democracy that enjoys sufficient mass loyalty to sustain itself without having to resort to repression. What's more, broad sectors of the people are quite happy with the way the capitalists run things. 129 Merely talking up alternative society is not enough. Today domination assumes more complex forms. There are powerful extra-state factors which produce and reproduce the current dismemberment of popular sectors and which attempt to discredit left thought and the left's project in the eyes of the public. All of these factors demand that the left practice what it preaches. This is only possible if it develops alternatives to capitalism created by the people that shatter the logic of prot and the relationships which this imposes, tries to install a logic of humanism and solidarity in the localities and spaces that are in the hands of the left, backs struggles that go beyond simple economistic demands, even though these are necessarily a part of such struggles, and advances an alternative social project, fosters authentic degrees of popular power and democracy that are tangibly superior to bourgeois democracy. 99 We have to GHT for a new type of democracy from below, for those below. 130 Only a strategy of this type generates a permanent and growing struggle that can overcome the deceptive dynamics of episodic victories. Building a broad anti-neoliberal social and political bloc. 131 This bloc should provide space, as stated earlier, for all those who suffer the consequences of the system and are willing to commit themselves to the struggle to hold those consequences in check and then to try to reverse them. 132 In order to coordinate the interests of such diverse actors, we must be able to formulate concrete, limited demands that give priority to points of convergence. 133 We need to design a program which unites all the losers and all those harmed by neoliberalism. 101 Its aims would include halting the development of neoliberalism and offering concrete alternatives to today's serious problems. Capitalist sectors in direct contradiction to the transnationals. 134 It could also include capitalist sectors whose business activity has entered into an objective contradiction with transnational capital. We are not referring here to bourgeois sectors capable of carrying through their own national development project, but to sectors that have no alternative but to insert themselves into a popular, national project if they are to survive, being motivated to do so by a popular government's offer of credit and by the thought of the large internal market resulting from the social policies of such a government. 135 When this problem is analyzed, the matter of the balance of power must not be forgotten. As long as the bourgeoisie feels powerful and thinks it can control things either through the ballot box or with arms, it will certainly not be willing to collaborate with a revolutionary project that runs counter to the logic of capital. 136 One example of how some sectors of the bourgeoisie join a project to create a country that is an alternative to neoliberalism is that of Venezuela. What could the Venezuelan bourgeoisie do after it had been thrice defeated? Its attempted coup in April 2002 failed, its employers' strike at the end of that year and beginning of 2003 didn't achieve its purpose, nor was it able to get rid of Chavez through the August 2004 referendum. 137 The control of political power, exchange controls, a correct credit policy which gives capitalists loans provided they accept certain conditions set by the government are the formulas the Bolivarian government uses to get the owners of medium and small /35 Venezuelan businesses to commit themselves to working with the government's program whose central focus is the elimination of poverty. The sectors who collaborate are precisely those which have been most affected by neoliberal globalization. 138 These agreements naturally entail a risk. The logic of capital will also try to assert itself. There will be a constant struggle to see who will defeat whom. We are at the beginning of a long process. 139 And, mindful of the fact that we are looking at two antagonistic economic models, it is of vital importance that a very large share of state resources is allocated to enhancing and developing the public sector. This is because control of strategic industries is the best way to ensure that the new humanist, solidarity-based logic triumphs and that the national development plan aimed at eliminating poverty is carried out. 36 Part 2. The Crisis of Party and Why We Need a New Left Political Culture. 140 The Latin American left is not really in any state to undertake this task of coordination because of its state of crisis and because its forces are scattered. 141 This crisis encompasses, basically, three areas: theory, program, which is related to the crisis of credibility of politics and politicians, and the organic crisis, which we shall explain in more detail in this book. Threefold origin. 142 As I understand it, the Latin American left has a threefold origin. The RST is its historical incapacity to construct its own system of thought, one that would start out with an analysis of the real situation in each Latin American country, identifying a tradition of struggle and the potential for change. With the exception of a handful of efforts to do so, 102 The tendency was rather to extrapolate from analytical models that refer to other parts of the world. Previous analyses were made using European parameters. For example, Latin America was considered to be a feudal system, when in reality it was a dependent capitalist one, or a European class analysis was applied to countries whose populations were mostly indigenous, which caused people to overlook the importance of ethno-cultural factors. 103. 143. In the second place, the left hasn't been capable of carrying out a rigorous study of various socialist experiences, their successes as well as failures, and that is in part owing to the fact that few comprehensive. 39. Chapter 4. Systematic studies on these experiences have been widely publicized. 104. Nor has a serious analysis been made of the reasons for the defeat of these experiences. 144. However, the most important explanation for the is the lack of a critical study of late 20th century capitalism, the capitalism of the electronic information revolution, of globalization and financial wars. I'm not talking about partial studies of given aspects of contemporary capitalist society, 105, but of a rigorous, comprehensive study such as Marx made of capitalism at the time of the Industrial Revolution. 145. For example, how is the concept of surplus value, a central concept in Marx's critical analysis of capitalism, molded with the introduction of digital machines and robotics, on the one hand, and the current globalization process, on the other? How does the introduction of new technologies into the labor process and into the whole economic process affect the technical and social relations of production and those of distribution and consumption? What changes have both the working class and the bourgeoisie undergone in an era where knowledge has come to represent a key element in the productive forces? How can Marxism be used to think about environmental and gender problems? How can we measure the human development that takes place through people's protagonistic participation in their social and cultural interactions? Where is globalization headed and what will the consequences be? What are the elements that might make up a potential objective basis for transforming this mode of production? 146. An analysis of this type is essential, because an alternative society can only arise from the potentialities inherent in the society in which we live. And I cannot see a way to make such an analysis other than by using the scientific instrument Marx bequeathed us. 147. On the other hand, if we want to transform the world, we must be capable of detecting the struggle potential of various social sectors who will become the subject of social change. What is that potential today? Where should we be working? How should we organize them? What are the contradictions of the system? What is its weakest link? 148. We will only be able to give a serious answer to these questions if we make a scientific analysis of the society in which we live. 40. A crisis of Marxism doesn't mean we have to deny Marx's contributions. 149. Marxism has much to contribute to all these questions. 150. The crisis of Soviet socialism doesn't mean, as many bourgeois ideologues have triumphantly concluded, that we should necessarily question Marx's scientific contributions. Unfortunately, some sectors of the left have been excessively susceptible to neoliberalism's anti-Marxist propaganda, which unfairly blames Marx's theory for what happened in the Soviet socialist countries. Nobody, however, would blame a cookbook because someone turned the oven up too high and burnt the cake. 41. No plan for an alternative to capitalism. 151. But this is not enough to explain the current situation. The Latin American left is experiencing a profound programmatic crisis stemming from the previously described. Political action is bereft of models capable of providing it with understanding and direction, because most of the old models have collapsed and the new ones haven't yet set. It has had enormous difficulty in designing a program for change which is able to absorb the data about the new global reality 106 and which enables all the sectors affected by the existing system to owe together, creating the single torrent I have mentioned already in this analysis. We have more than enough diagnosis but no treatment is prescribed. We have been attempting to set sail without a compass. 107. 152. Nevertheless, we cannot say that the left comes up empty-handed with regard to programmatic questions. There are alternative proposals and practices, but they haven't yet taken shape as a fully worked out, convincing project. 153 Prior to 1998, the left won control of important local governments in several countries in Latin America, especially in Brazil and Uruguay. In those places, it began to carry out interesting social experiments from which we could learn a lot. 154 In addition, from 1998 on it has managed to form the governments in Venezuela, Chile, Brazil, Argentina, Uruguay, and most recently, Bolivia and, again, Chile. Throughout the region, left forces and parties have 42. Chapter 5. Begun to win more representation in the parliaments of various countries. 155 The major reason for all this is nothing other than the growing popular discontent caused by neoliberal measures, which affect more and more of the population. 156 But there is a danger that, once it has become the government, the left limits itself to managing the crisis while continuing to implement the essential elements of neoliberal economic policies. This is what some left governments seem to be doing. This kind of behavior is detrimental not only in as far as it fails to alleviate the suffering caused by the neoliberal model as quickly as and to the degree needed, but also, and this is even more dangerous, in that it could annihilate the left option for years to come. 157 There clearly is a lack of any theoretical work to systematize all these diverse experiences into something coherent that can be applied in other circumstances. 158 It is equally important to bear in mind that alternatives can't be worked out overnight, at a conference or in a working group, because any alternative in today's world must include increasingly complex technical considerations that require specialized knowledge. Moreover, right now the Latin American left has few spaces to do this job. It wasn't like that at the end of the 1960s and the beginning of the 1970s. At that time, spaces were created in the universities in several countries and many alternative projects and programs were drawn up there. Crisis of the credibility of politics and politicians. 159 Along with this crisis of programs and partly caused by it there is a crisis which, even if it is not a crisis of the left per se, nevertheless has a huge impact on it. We could label it a crisis of the credibility of politics and politicians, including political parties. We live at a time when specifically political participation has decreased, a worldwide phenomenon, reorienting itself towards other directions and other forms of action. 108 There is growing popular skepticism about politics and politicians in general. 160 There are several reasons for this, which include the great constraints placed on democratic regimes today, those we have discussed above. 161 Two further elements must be added to those discussed above and these affect the left directly. 43 The right has appropriated the left's language. 162 First is the fact that the right has appropriated the left's language. The most flagrant examples occur in the right's programs. Words like reform, structural change, concern over poverty, and transition today form part of their anti-people, oppressive discourse. As Franz Hinkelammert says, the key words used by the popular opposition movements of the 1950s and 1960s have become key words for those who destroyed those movements with sword and re. 109 He adds night falls and all cats are grey. Everyone is against privilege, all want reforms and structural change. Everyone is also in favor of helping the poor. 110 Left parties have shifted to the right. 163 Second, the left has lost credibility because its political practice fails to stand out from the usual practice of traditional parties, right, left or center. Often it isn't just a case of their political practice or style not being very different. Many of the remaining major parties of the left have drifted so far past the center that they tend to become indistinguishable from the right, cutting welfare, attacking unions, supporting and conducting foreign wars. 164 There is a climate of heightened indifference, and for a good reason. Ordinary people are fed up with the traditional political system and want something new, want changes, want new ways of doing politics. They want healthy politics, transparency and participation. they want to regain trust. 112-165 Indifference is ferocious. According to Vivian Forrester, it is the most active, and without a doubt, the most powerful political party of all, and the worst thing is that from the point of view of the ruling class, this general indifference is a bigger victory for the system than any partial support they manage to win. 113-166 This indifference and disappointment with politics and politicians, which is increasing daily, is not a serious problem for the right, but it certainly is. For the left. The right can perfectly easily do without political parties, as it demonstrated during the dictatorships, but the left can't, as we shall prove a little later on. 44. There is no political subject equal to the new challenges. 167 If there is anything seriously affecting the left in the current world state of affairs, it is not having a political subject able to tackle the new challenges. Past structures, habits, traditions, and ways of doing politics are not responding to the demands engendered by the changes the world has undergone. 168 I completely agree with the assessment made by Chilean socialist leader Clodomiro Almeida that the parties of the left find themselves today in an obvious crisis, not only because their projects and programs were deficient or lacking, but also, and in no small way, because of things to do with their organic nature, their relations with civil society, with identifying their present functions and how to carry them out. 169 This crisis of the existing institutions of left political parties manifests itself both in the loss of their ability to attract and mobilize a people, especially young people, and in the dysfunctionality of their present structures, customs, traditions, and ways of doing politics vis-a-vis the demands that social reality makes on a popular, socialist political actor in a process of substantive renewal. 114. 170 Moreover, not only are existing institutions in crisis, but also, as Hart and Negri say, the social base in labor unions and the industrial working class is no longer powerful enough to support the left political parties. 115. 45. Chapter 6. The Organic Crisis. 171 This crisis also affects work with social movements and new social actors. How copying the Bolshevik model led to deviations. 172 I think that this crisis, which I call an organic crisis, has a lot to do with an uncritical copying of the Bolshevik model of the party. 173 But why was this model so attractive to Latin American Marxist political cadres and those in other parts of the world? We should remember that it had been an effective instrument for making the world's successful revolution of the oppressed against the power of the ruling classes. It was thanks to it that heaven seemed to have been taken by storm. 174 According to the English historian Eric Hobsbawm, Lenin's party of a new type of formidable innovation of 20th-century social engineering, comparable to the invention of Christian monastic and other orders in the Middle Ages. It gave even small organizations disproportionate effectiveness, because the party could command extraordinary devotion and self-sacrifice from its members, more than military discipline and cohesiveness, and a total concentration on carrying out party decisions at all costs. 116. 175 But, unfortunately, this great feat of social engineering, which was so effective in Russia, a backward society with an autocratic political regime, was transferred mechanically to Latin America, a very different society. Moreover, it was transferred in a simplified, dogmatic form. What the majority of the Latin American left learned was not Lenin's thought in all its complexity, but the simplistic version offered by Stalin. 176 For Lenin, it was absolutely clear that there is no universal formula. He always saw the party as the political subject par excellence of social transformation, as the instrument which would provide political direction to the class struggle, a struggle that always takes place under specific historical, political, and social conditions. He therefore believed that the party's organic structure should be adapted to the reality of each country, and molded according to the concrete demands of struggle. 177 These early ideas of Lenin were radiated at the Third Congress of the Communist International in 1921. In one of his works he argues that there is no absolute form of organization which is correct for 46 communist parties at all times. The conditions of the proletarian class struggle are constantly changing, and so the proletarian vanguard has always to be looking for effective forms of organization. Equally, each party must develop its own special forms of organization to meet the particular historically determined conditions within the country. 178 Nevertheless, in spite of the International's instructions, communist parties in practice followed a single model, in spite of the differences between the countries where they were founded. 179 Besides, it seems to me that some of Lenin's basic ideas, which he thought were universally applicable, could, if applied uncritically, lead to mistakes and deviations. 181 of these errors was to conceive the party as a working-class party because that is the only revolutionary class. Another error was to insist that every party had to call itself the Communist Party of, if it wanted to belong to the Communist International. Such assumptions were applied dogmatically by the Latin American section of the International, whose ignorance was extremely damaging. Its leaders devotedly copied formulas invented for an undifferentiated Third World and ignored the specificities of Latin American countries. We don't have to go too far back to be reminded of the problems José Carlos Mariátegui faced when he did not respect the International's decision about the name of the working class party he founded in Peru. He called it the Socialist Party and not the Communist Party, a prerequisite for joining the International. 181 The acritical emphasis placed on the working class led to Latin American parties ignoring the specific characteristics of that continent's revolutionary social subject and failing to understand the role that indigenous people and Christians can play in revolutions in Latin America. Viewing religion as the opiate of the people. 182 Until the 1960s, the Latin American and Caribbean left mechanically applied Marx's remark that religion in his time was the opium of the people. This was because they identified Christianity with the hierarchy of the Catholic Church, owing to its support for the ruling class, and didn't consider Christianity's revolutionary potential in this region. 183 The left paid no attention to the changes that began taking place in the Catholic Church. With the Second Vatican Council and culminated in the Medellin Conference in 1968. It paid attention neither to the appearance of liberation theology and Christian base COM 47 unities nor to the deeds of Camilo Torres, a priest guerrilla who died with the National Liberation Army in Colombia. These factors taken together began to change the unjustified negative view of the role that Christians can play in a revolutionary movement. 118. Christians in the Sandinista Revolution. 184 It was the Sandinistas who began to correct this situation. For their struggle against Somoza, the FSLN recruited young Christians who were working in the poor areas of the cities. The idea wasn't to take them away from the work they were doing but to introduce revolutionary Indians into the ecclesiastical base organizations. The recruits were left in their base communities so that this higher commitment would result in political action in this milieu. When asked to join the FSLN, they were never asked to make a choice between their Christian faith and their membership in the front. If the Sandinistas had not posed the question of FSLN membership in these terms, they would have remained a very small group of people. 185 It was always the Sandinistas' official, principled position that there should be complete respect for religious beliefs. They fought against any signs of sectarianism and discrimination against believers that appeared. 186 Many Christians have been and are members of the FSLN, and some of them are even priests, as well as being rank and li members. Priests have been members of the Sandinista Assembly and held top-level political responsibilities. 187 The FSLN officially recognized the support of Christians in a public statement in October 1980, the RST. Such recognition from a revolutionary party in power, we the Sandinistas confirm that our experience shows that when Christians, bolstered by their faith, are capable of responding to the people and history's needs, it is their very beliefs which push them into revolutionary militancy. Our experience has shown us that it is possible to be both a believer and a revolutionary, and that there is not an irresolvable contradiction between the two things. 120. Neglect of ethno-cultural factors 188. Similarly, the situation of indigenous people was neglected by the Latin American left for decades. The application of a strict class analysis to the indigenous peasantry meant they were considered to be an exploited social class and should gt for their land like any other peasants, thus ignoring the importance of the ethno-cultural factor with ancestral traditions of resistance to oppression. Today, the Latin American revolutionary movement has come to understand two things: 1, that it must respect the language, customs, religious beliefs, and cultural norms of indigenous peoples if it doesn't want to be identified as an ally of the oppressor, and 2, that there is immense revolutionary potential, stemming from their ancestral traditions of resistance to oppression, pent up in these economically exploited and culturally oppressed peoples. 121-189 The recent presidential elections in Bolivia, which gave a clear majority to Evo Morales, an indigenous peasant union leader from Cochabamba in a predominantly indigenous country, are the best proof of the increasingly important role that this social sector is playing. A conception of revolution as storming the bastions of state power 190. Another of the left's theoretical assumptions was the conception of revolution as storming the bastions of state power. This stemmed from a conception that located power only in the state. Parties inspired by the Bolshevik Party concentrated all their efforts on preparing to storm these bastions and ignored other aspects of the struggle, such as the task of culturally transforming the people's consciousness. This was relegated to something to be done after power was seized. Not setting enough store by democracy 191. Moreover, for many years left organizations, incensed by the importance Lenin attributed to the dictatorship of the proletariat, dismissed another of his premises, that socialism should be conceived of as the most democratic society possible, as opposed to bourgeois society, which is democratic for a minority only. 192. Comparing socialism and capitalism, Lenin said that under the latter democracy only exists for the rich and for a tiny layer of the proletariat, whereas in the transition phase or under socialism, democracy is almost complete, limited only by the need to crush bourgeois resistance. Under communism, where the ruling principle is from each according to his 49 ability, to each according to his need, democracy will be, to all intents and purposes, complete. 122-193 These parties did not understand that the importance attributed by Lenin to the subject of the dictatorship could be explained by the need to defeat a counter-revolution which did not accept the revolution's rules of the game for the new society and which, in order to recover the power it had lost, turned to the world counter-revolution for help. The opposition's terse and bloody reaction obliged the Soviet government to use arm hand. Other mistakes and deviations. 194 But there are other mistakes, deviations, and absences 123 which cannot be attributed to the theories mentioned above and which have led to movements and social actors roundly rejecting left parties. Vanguardism 195 One of the Latin American left's most negative attitudes was to proclaim itself to be either the vanguard of the revolutionary process or the vanguard of the working class, even though this class was virtually non-existent in some Latin American countries. For a long time, it was virtually unthinkable that other organizations could be equally or more revolutionary than they were, or potential allies with whom power could be shared. 196 In addition, they didn't understand that being the vanguard is not something a party bestows upon itself but something that is earned through struggle, and that there can't be a vanguard without a rearguard. 197 They certainly failed to understand the distinction Lenin established between the moment in which the party and the revolutionary organization is formed, during which the leadership cadres are trained, and the moment when it manages to acquire the authentic ability to lead the class struggle. Most Latin American left organizations never managed to acquire this authentic ability to lead. 198 Each organization fought over the right to be called the most revolutionary, the most just, and all the other accolades. What mattered most was the sect, the t-shirt, and not the revolution. That's how sectarianism arose, and most parties fell prey to it. 50/199 The political military organizations thought all parties which were not engaged in the armed struggle were reformist. and some of these non-armed struggle parties claimed that, by definition, there could be no one further to the left than they were, disparagingly branding those who were to their left as ultra-leftists. Verticalism and authoritarianism. 200 The vertical style of leadership, which translated into an attempt to lead from above, handing down to the rank and lines of action drawn up by the political leadership, was common practice. The leadership cadres were the people who knew where to go, and therefore decisions about everything that was done were handed down ready-made from above. It was assumed that anything the leadership thought was right, and therefore that the members simply had to carry out the instructions handed down. Such leaders took no trouble to convince people of the correctness of their proposals. 201 Those who determined the line were the leadership cadres, and the tendency was to create mechanisms which allowed them to keep control in their hands by, in practice, denying access to new blood. Social movements as mere transmission belts. 202 There is a close connection between the above and the existence of a tendency to consider grassroots movements as there to be manipulated, mere channels through which to hand down the party line. Leadership of the movement, jobs in the leadership bodies, the platform for struggle, everything in fact, was decided on by the top ranks of the party, and then the line to be followed by the social movement in question was handed down. The movement was not able to take part in making decisions about the matters which most concerned them. 203 To support this position, the leaderships have used Lenin's thesis about unions at the beginning of the Russian Revolution, when a very close relationship seemed to exist between the working class, the vanguard party and the state. 204 However, few know, as a result of the ahistorical and incomplete way in which Lenin has been read, that this notion was abandoned by the Russian leader towards the end of his life when, in the midst of the new economic policy and its consequences in the labor sphere, he 51. Foresaw the possible contradictions which could arise between workers in state companies and the managers of those companies. He argued that unions should defend the interests of the working class against the employers, using, if necessary, the strike, which would not, in a proletarian state, be aimed at destroying that state but only at correcting its bureaucratic deviations. 124 205 This change went unnoticed by Marxist-Leninist parties which, until very recently, understood the metaphor of the transmission belt to describe accurately Lenin's thesis on the relationship between the party and the social organization. An over-reliance on theory, dogma, and strategy. 206 Another problem was that theory was excessively overvalued. This translated into an over-reliance on theory and a tendency to be dogmatic. There was a tendency to make general theoretical analyses or to copy foreign models, and an inability to explain how concrete processes worked. 207 For decades, generally speaking, the left imported prefabricated models from other revolutionary experiences, and, most of the time, parties developed their strategies not by trying to end their own road, tailored to the country's own conditions, but by patching something together with bits copied from strategies developed in all kinds of revolutionary experiences all over the world. 208 It is important to remember that both the 26th of July movement in Cuba and the Sandinista front in Nicaragua were able to win their struggles because, among other things, they were able to take further an existing tradition of national liberation struggle. They made the revolution. As someone said, in Spanish and not in Russian. Their spiritual fathers were Marta and Sandino. This has also happened in the recent revolutionary process in Venezuela. Its leader, Hugo Chavez, has known how to resuscitate the thinking of Simon Bolivar, Simon Rodriguez, and Ezequiel Zamora. 209 What a difference between this and the prole many Latin American leftist organizations had. What does the sickle on the red egg of many communist parties mean to our people? What do Ho Chi Minh or even Che Guevara, names that were adopted by some guerrilla movements, mean to Guatemalan indigenous peoples? 210 One result of this was the strategist deviation. Grand strategic goals 52 were formulated, the struggle for national liberation and socialism, but no concrete analysis was made of the existing situation, the starting point. Among other things, This was the result of the erroneous belief that revolutionary conditions existed throughout Latin America. All that was needed was to light the spark and the whole prairie would burst into aim. This led to slogan-based political agitation which was of no help in building a popular social force. 211 debates were therefore sterile. It was difficult to make progress if only general, very theoretical questions were discussed and concrete circumstances were never analyzed. In fact, many of these theoretical debates resulted in splits because they divided the various forces even more. 212 This led to two errors which were often interrelated. On the one hand, it was believed that the path toward unity should avoid theoretical debates. On the other, there was an exclusive emphasis on practice which rejected any attempt to theorize about reality. 213 Over-reliance on theory and dogmatism both existed in the most widely disparate branches of the left, in traditional leftist parties as well as in the self-proclaimed revolutionary left, though this relationship was not symmetrical. The latter was inspired by the genuinely Latin American process of the Cuban Revolution and tried to end its own path. 214 I do not think it is particularly bold to make this claim. That the absence of a well-argued theoretical historical analysis of conditions in individual countries and on the subcontinent as a whole is one of the reasons why, when hegemonism and sectarianism have been overcome and there is a genuine desire for unity, it has still been difficult for Latin American revolutionary forces to move towards unity. Subjectivism 215 Unfortunately, this lack of concrete analysis also meant that these parties made extremely subjective assessments of the correlation of forces in a given situation. There was a tendency for leadership cadres led with revolutionary passion to confuse their desires with reality. No objective analysis of the situation was made, so they tended to underestimate the enemies and overestimate the party's own strength. 216 In addition, leaders tended to confuse the mood of the most radical party members with that of the rank and lee. Many political leaders were in the habit of making generalizations about the mood of the people based 53. Upon their own experiences garnered in the region or sector where they operated, on their guerrilla front or, more generally, from those around them, who were usually the most radicalized elements. 217 The view of Chile held by people who worked with the more radicalized sectors of the population in that country was different from that of those who did their political work with the less politicist sectors. The revolutionary cadres who worked in a combative poor neighborhood in Chile didn't see things the same way as those who worked among the middle classes. The same thing occurred in countries where there were war zones and political spaces. The guerrilla leaders who engaged in confrontations with the enemy and who, thanks to their military victories, gained control over certain zones tended to believe that the revolutionary process was more advanced than did those activists who operated in legal spheres in the major urban centers, where the ruling regime's ideological power and military control were much greater. 218 The only guarantee against committing these errors is to ensure that leaders themselves are capable of making an evaluation of the situation that does not depend on their mood but on their ability to take the pulse of the masses, the enemy, and the international situation. Once they have done this, it is essential to decide on the lines of action that enable them to capitalize on the situation. 219 It is important that the top leaders learn to listen and that they avoid projecting their preconceived notions when meeting with intermediate and rank and lee leaders. If they don't know how to listen, which requires a healthy dose of revolutionary modesty, and if they are given false information, what then happens is that the lines of action handed down do not correspond to the real potential for mobilization. 220 Moreover, there has been a tendency for the left to deceive itself, to falsify the figures about demonstrations, meetings, strikes, or the forces that each organization has, all of which later results in lines of action that are not correct because they are based upon false information. 221 The left deceived itself not only about numbers but also about the assessment of actions it proposed taking. If the objective to have a given number of representatives elected to parliament was not attained, this was not admitted. Instead, the leadership would always try to present the outcome as a victory, saying, for example, that more votes had been registered than in the previous election. Or, if a general strike was called 54 And there were only partial strikes, no setback was acknowledged. Instead there was talk about how successful the strike had been compared to previous actions of this kind because there had been an increase in the number of workers who didn't go to work. 222 In the 1970s, the awful blows the left received and the upsurge in the Central American revolutionary process meant that left-wing leaders matured quickly. They began to become aware of all of these errors and deviations. I realize, however, that becoming aware of something doesn't mean it is always immediately incorporated into political practice. There's nothing unusual about that, because a certain amount of time is required to overcome the habits of decades, and for changes to be assimilated by mid-level and rank and leaders. 55. 223 In the previous chapter we have referred to several errors and deviations which plagued the Latin American left because its organizational approach was inspired by the Bolshevik model of the party. We ought to ask why these shortcomings have been repeated by so many left organizations and why they continue to exist, even though they are now acknowledged to be negative attitudes. 224 Althusser liked to say it is not enough to acknowledge errors, their causes must be understood if they are to be overcome. And my search for these causes has led me to conclude that the roots of most of the deviations I have mentioned lie in the famous thesis about the need to introduce socialist theory into the labor movement from without because the spontaneous development of this movement can never produce socialism. Some explanation for these errors. Koskai's thesis, the almighty role of the ruling ideology. 225 This thesis, taken by Lenin from Koskai, was given a theoretical basis by Louis Althusser in his writings on the Marxist conception of ideology and was repeated by me in the Elementary Concepts of Historical Materialism 125 and in Popular Education Notebook No. 8, The Party Vanguard of the Proletariat. 126 226 In his pre-1979 writings on the subject, Althusser argued that all ideology was necessarily a deformed view of reality and served the ruling class, and, although he accepted the existence of different ideological 56. Chapter 7. Tendencies, bourgeois, petty bourgeois, proletarian. He argued that the latter were subordinate to ruling class ideology. These arguments led him to conclude that the working class could only be liberated from the domination of bourgeois ideology and manage to acquire class consciousness with the help of the science of history. The labor movement could not attain class consciousness on its own, so it must be introduced from outside. 127 227 Looking at the problem this way, the distinction made by Marx between a class in itself and a class for itself was assimilated into the distinction between ideological consciousness and scientific consciousness, and science was what allowed passage from the RST to the second. Premises of Koskai's thesis 228 Before continuing, let us look at exactly what Koskai says in the text referred to by Lenin. In the Austrian Social Democrat Party's new draft program, Koskai argued thus. First, economic development and the class struggle don't, on their own, raise consciousness about the necessity for socialism. Proof of that is that England, the country most highly developed capitalistically, is more remote than any other from this consciousness. Second, socialism and the class struggle arise side by side and not one out of the other, and they arise under different conditions. Third, modern socialist consciousness can arise only on the basis of profound scientific knowledge. Fourth, the vehicle of science is not the proletariat but the bourgeois intelligentsia. Fifth, sectors of the bourgeois intelligentsia communicate this to the more intellectually advanced proletarians, who introduce it into the proletarian class struggle wherever the conditions allow that to be done. 229 Conclusion. Socialist consciousness is something imported into the proletarian class struggle from without and not something that arises spontaneously within it. 230 It difficult to argue against these statements that history has confirmed. I think the problem arises when we identify socialist consciousness with class consciousness. Interpreting Lenin 231 There are texts by Lenin that lend themselves to this reading. There is one that argues that the spontaneous development of the working class /57 movement leads to subordination to bourgeois ideology, that it is out of the question to think that workers can develop an independent ideology, in other words, class consciousness, as their movement progresses. There is only bourgeois ideology or socialist ideology. There is no third ideology. 128 And this socialist ideology can only be arrived at when somebody else imports socialism, in other words, Marxist theory, into the labor movement. 232 In other writings, however, Lenin recognizes that practical experience plays a fundamental role in creating class consciousness. According to him, the self-knowledge of the working class is indissolubly bound up, not solely with a fully clear theoretical understanding, or rather, not so much with the theoretical as with the practical understanding, of the relationships between all the various classes of modern society, acquired through the experience of political life. 129 This formation of consciousness advances enormously in revolutionary periods through the march of revolutionary events, since revolutions expose the true interests of the various classes, whereas demagoguery can deceive the people in peaceful times. 130-233 During a revolution, Lenin wrote, in the midst of the Russian revolutionary process of February 1902, millions and tens of millions of people learn in a week more than they do in a year of ordinary, somnolent life. For at the time of a sharp turn in the life of an entire people it becomes particularly clear what aims the various classes of the people are pursuing, what strength they possess, and what methods they use. 131-234 Yet in spite of Lenin's writings, and his demonstration of the importance of revolutionary practice in creating consciousness, the thesis that was popularized among the masses, and I was one of those who popularized it, was the one that put the emphasis on the need to import Marxist theory into the labor movement, because the spontaneous development of this movement cannot help but lead to subordination to bourgeois ideology. 132. Deformation of Koskai's thesis. 235 The simplified, incorrect interpretation of Koskai's thesis that was popularized on the Marxist left can be summarized in the following premises. First, proletarian consciousness is subordinate to the dominant ideology because the proletariat occupies a subordinate position in capitalist society. 236 Second, there are emancipators of the proletariat, certain intellectuals. 58 who possess Marxist theory. Third, it will be this imported theory and not the action of the proletariat itself that will allow it to break with bourgeois unions and acquire class consciousness. 237 What this way of presenting things undervalues, not to say ignores, is the role played by political practice in developing consciousness. Do workers set themselves free, or must they be set free by others? 238 Koskai's thesis, thus popularized, directly contradicts Marx's concept of the role played by social practice in the development of consciousness, and one of his central theses that the emancipation of the working class should be the work of the working class itself. 239 Marx saw that economic struggle united the class. 133 He stressed that it is only through the process of experimentation undertaken by the masses that the move is made from the economic to the political, through circumstances and people themselves being changed simultaneously. It is in revolutionary practice that this process of the development of consciousness becomes entrenched. And it is through this that the class in itself becomes the class for itself. 134-240 Engels confirms this idea, in a reference to the American working class, when he says that what is important is not so much to import theory into the class, as some German socialists living in the USA wanted to do, but to help the working class to begin to move as a class, because once that happened they will soon end the right direction. First, it is important to unite the masses on a national scale. Anything that might delay or prevent that national consolidation of the working men's party, no matter what platform, would be a mistake. 135-241 In this sense criticism by Marx and Engels of those of their contemporaries who set more store by possessing scientific knowledge than by the practical experience of the masses extremely interesting. They are criticizing those who, because of this belief, claim that parliamentary seats should be in the hands of people who have the time to familiarize themselves with the issues, something workers don't have the opportunity to do. As Marx and Engels say, elect the bourgeoisie then. And later on they say, hence we cannot cooperate with men who say openly that the workers are too uneducated to emancipate themselves. 59. And must RST be emancipated from above by philanthropic members of the upper and lower middle classes. 136. Experience of struggle enables people to free themselves from the influence of the ruling ideology. 242. It is their situation as an exploited class and the boss's interest in maintaining the situation that sets the working class, as it GHTS for its immediate needs, on a collision course with those interests. This establishes RSTLY a difference and then an opposition between working class interests and ruling class interests. Their GHT is no longer a simple economic GHT to improve their working conditions or to sell their labor power, it acquires an increasingly political character. They begin questioning isolated features of the capitalist regime, but then become convinced their problems cannot be resolved inside the system and they must GHT to build a society governed by a different logic. From this increasingly complex practical experience, there emerges a growing consciousness, an ideology of its own which is no longer inscribed on the ideology of the ruling class. 137. 243. All of this agrees with Marx's conception of the transformation of the class in itself into the class for itself, a transformation that leads to the emergence of a worldview distinct from that of the bourgeoisie, to the consciousness of being a different class. 244. To say that the working class can acquire class consciousness through its participation in class struggle doesn't mean, however, to ignore that its spontaneous consciousness is very much influenced by the ideas and values of the ruling classes as transmitted through the various facets of the state ideological apparatus. Today, these ideas and values are transmitted mainly by the mass media monopolized by transnational consortia. 245. In normal times, calm times, it would seem that workers could not escape this negative influence and the manipulation of consciousness that is carried out through all these instruments. It is as if invisible nets hold them in a trap from which they cannot escape unless there is a storm. 246. This explains why it is precisely at the beginning of periods of struggle that this confrontation allows workers to discover that laws work in favor of the factory owners and that the police are there to protect not the common good but the interests of the bosses. All of that enables them to become increasingly aware of the antagonism between their interests. 60. As workers and those of the company owners. Their understanding grows, the understanding that the whole institutional system works to the benefit of the aforementioned gentlemen. 247. This is the living political school, the school in the struggle and for the struggle that Rosa Luxemburg speaks about. 138. She doesn't deny that the proletariat needs a high level of political education, class consciousness and organization, but maintains that it learns all this not merely from leaflets or pamphlets but in the struggle. 248. Besides, this practical experience doesn't only help to clarify the workers' minds, their way of seeing the world, but also transforms them inwardly, creating in them the feeling that united with other workers they can become a force that can gain victories over the bosses, that they can conquer things. In the struggle, they acquire self-esteem, they feel increasingly capable of achieving their objectives, transforming themselves more and more into the subjects of the process they are a part of. 249. As Michael Lebowitz says, Marx understood very well that people are not static, that the struggle for material needs can produce new people with new, radical needs. That is where his thesis about the self-development of the working class through its struggles comes from. And even though the needs that they attempt to satisfy do not in themselves go beyond capital, the very process of struggle is one of producing new people, of transforming them into people with a new conception of themselves, as subjects capable of altering their world. 139. 250. Experience itself is a dimension that cannot be replaced because only through it are the subjects of the transformation process created. For these subjects to be created, the masses must educate themselves during their experience of struggle. 140. 251. And this practical experience makes the workers ask more and more questions, feel a greater desire to understand and to know, creates the necessity to acquire an increasingly profound knowledge of the reality in which they are immersed and of possible solutions to their problems. For that reason it is very different teaching Marxism academically in the universities from teaching it to workers immersed in struggle. For university students it is usually just more knowledge, for workers, a weapon for the struggle. 252 From all that has been said, we can conclude that class consciousness doesn't, therefore, begin just like that when Science/61 is imported, that class consciousness arises in the struggle, and that it is the transformation produced by that struggle and not necessarily the assimilation of a science of history that changes bourgeois consciousness into proletarian consciousness. What Marxist theory does is to enable working class consciousness to move up to a higher level, as demanded by the class struggle itself. We must not identify class consciousness with the scientific theory of socialism. 253 Marxist theory helps workers to move from the understanding that capital is unfair to the recognition that it is the worker's own product. This, Marx stressed, is an enormous advance in awareness and as much the knell to its doom, as the slave's awareness that he cannot be the property of another. Marxist theory only helps to empower that consciousness. 141-254 And that is how Marx explains things when he argues that the strength of the working class is in its numbers, but numbers weigh in the balance only if united by combination and led by knowledge. Being many is not enough, nor is scientific knowledge enough. If the workers are not able to engage in a unitary practice, they will not succeed in throwing off capital's yoke. 255 And capital understands this better than anyone, for one of its strategies is to divide workers in as many ways as possible. 3 levels of consciousness. 256 It necessary, therefore, to distinguish 3 levels of consciousness in the working class. 257 Spontaneous or naive consciousness is consciousness necessarily deformed by the effects of the ruling ideology, and most of Althusser's reactions on ideology as deformed knowledge of reality are applicable to this type of consciousness. It is typical, as Sanchez Vázquez says, of a class society in the past, when the working class knew only of economic class practice. 142-258 Class consciousness, the very existence of which implies a distancing from bourgeois ideology, is no longer a factor of cohesion for the dominant system but one of antagonism and is not necessarily deformed. 143 This is the consciousness acquired when the class struggle takes on a political dimension, but this consciousness is still not socialist, in as far as it represents resistance to the situation of exploitation rather than a proposal for an alternative to do away with it. 259 Enlightened class consciousness or socialist consciousness is that class. 62 Consciousness enlightened by Marxist science. All the work Marx put into writing Capital was intended to provide workers with the theoretical instruments for their liberation, with the knowledge that enables them not only to react as an exploited class, but also to understand the deep-seated mechanisms of capitalist exploitation and to put forward a new project for an alternative society. 260 Even Rosa Luxemburg, who put so much emphasis on the fact that class consciousness is acquired through struggle, still recognizes the importance of Marxist theory or socialist theory, as she calls it, for the labor movement. Writing about the superiority of German social democratic unions compared to bourgeois and denominational unions, she argues that the material successes and power of the former are the result of union practice illuminated by the theory of scientific socialism. Without the latter, the movement would fall from its height to the level of unsteady groping and mere dull empiricism. The strength of the political practice of the German unions lies in their insight into the deeper social and economic connections of the capitalist system, but they owe this insight entirely to the theory of scientific socialism upon which their practice is based. 144-261 To conclude, I think that it is correct to say that socialism, as scientific theory, cannot arise solely from the practice of the labor movement but needs to be imported from without. 145 On the other hand, I think that the acquisition of class consciousness is indeed linked to social practice, to the class struggle. And, of course, the more RMLY based it is on socialism as science, the stronger and more coherent it will be. How this is reflected in the conception of the Revolutionary Party. 262 There is no doubt that the idea that the proletariat must be given Marxist theory from without if it is to liberate itself from spontaneous bourgeois consciousness and acquire proletarian class consciousness has political consequences, consequences that affect both the party as a political instrument and its political practice. Most parties with Leninist roots have suffered from these consequences, although there are always some honorable exceptions. 63. The leadership, the owners of knowledge. 263 It often happens that these parties and, more often, their leading echelons consider themselves to be the bearers of knowledge or of socialist consciousness. They think that the top leadership are the only people capable of formulating the strategy and tactics that must be applied in a disciplined way by the party. This gives rise to a series of deviations, some of which we have mentioned earlier: authoritarianism, verticalism, manipulation of members and the separation of the party from the masses. 264 If theory is considered to be the property of one group, concrete analyses go by the board. They become redundant, since they are only the application of a higher truth. Besides, since ideas come down from above in their denative form, rank and members can only discuss these ideas in a limited fashion and are not encouraged to come up with any of their own. This is especially the case in a party organized in what Althusser has referred to as columns, that is, vertical structures which go from the nuclei or cells up to the political bureau, passing through intermediate bodies. In such an organization, any relation between members who belong to different branches, sections, or columns is labeled as factional behavior. 146 265 Analyzing what happened in the French Communist Party in 1978, Althusser wrote, freedom of discussion at the base had already been won before the 22nd Congress, but that in no way changed what the leadership did. This was because the apparatus made the discovery, as old as the bourgeois world, that it could allow itself the luxury of letting members discuss things freely in their cells, with no exceptions nor sanctions, because this would have no results whatsoever. In fact, the real discussions and secret decisions always take place outside of the federations, in the political bureau and the secretariat, or rather, in a small group which doesn't appear in the bylaws. It includes the secretariat, some of the political bureau and some experts or collaborators from the Central Committee. This is where real decision-making takes place. 147. The main task, introducing theory into the workers' movement. 266 If the most important thing is to get Marxist theory to the workers' movement so that it can acquire class consciousness and liberate itself from bourgeois ideology, then the most important political task for the party will be to bring this fusion about. The party has a tendency to think that it alone possesses the truth, that the masses are backward and must be 64 liberated from the onions of ruling bourgeois ideology by having socialist theory, which they don't possess, bestowed upon them from outside. Giving priority to education over action. 267 The party will give priority to political education over action. It will go to the social movements to identify the most advanced cadres to capture them for the party and educate them there. Care will be taken in the cadre schools to produce educational materials. 148 It is highly improbable that real contact will be made with people, because the top cadres will spend all their time wanting to control people and will always try to replace them. Uncritical militants. 268 The result of an organization like this is a totally docile, personality-less party member. Since the party, that is to say, the leadership, is always right, members will tend to voice their complete and uncritical loyalty to the leadership who, for them, embody the party's unity and will. 149/65. Is it possible to come up with an alternative? 269 Does accepting that there is a theoretical, organic, programmatic crisis mean we must sit back and do nothing? Can the left come up with an alternative in spite of being in this situation and the immensely unfavorable correlation of forces in the world? 270 Naturally, the ruling ideology takes it upon itself to say that there is no alternative, 150. But hegemonic groups don't stop at words, they do everything possible to eliminate any alternative that crosses their path. This is what happened to the Popular Unity Front in Chile and the Sandinista Revolution in Nicaragua, and it's what they've spent over 40 years trying to do to the Cuban Revolution 151 and are now doing against the Bolivarian Revolution in Venezuela and the revolutionary process that is beginning in Bolivia. 271. Unfortunately, some sectors of the Latin American left use the argument that politics is the art of the possible. When they realize that it is not possible to change things immediately because of the unfavorable correlation of forces that exists today, they think that they have no option but to be realists and accept this impossibility by opportunistically adapting themselves to the existing situation. Looking at politics this way, in fact, excludes any effort to come up with an alternative to capitalism in its present form, because limiting oneself to realpolitik's guidelines means being resigned to doing nothing about the existing situation, renouncing one's own politics and submitting oneself to the politics of the ruling classes. 66. Chapter 8. Politics as the art of making the impossible possible. Politics cannot be defined as the art of the possible. 272. The left, if that's what it wants to be, cannot deem politics as the art of the possible. Realpolitik must be opposed by a notion of politics which is realistic, doesn't deny what is happening but does set about preparing the way to transform existing reality. 273. Gramsci criticized excessive political realism, because this leads to the position that politicians should operate only in the sphere of effective reality, and should not concern themselves with what should be but only with what is. This implies that politicians are not capable of seeing beyond their noses. In his opinion, diplomats, not politicians, are those who must move solely in effective reality because their particular activity is not to create new equilibria, 152, but, within certain legal limits, to preserve the existing equilibrium. He thought that a true politician was like Machiavelli, a party man, a man with strong passions, a politician of action who wants to create new balances of power, and for that reason can't stop being concerned about what should be, not, by the way, to be understood in a moral sense. 274. But this politician doesn't create from nothing, he starts from effective reality. He dedicates his efforts to the creation of a new correlation of forces using whatever is progressive in that reality and strengthening it. He always moves in the plane of effective reality, but so he can control and overcome it. 153. 275. For the left, politics must therefore be the art of discovering the potential that exists in the present concrete situation in order to make possible tomorrow that which appears impossible today. A correlation of forces favorable to a popular movement must be built, using that which, its weaknesses notwithstanding, constitutes its strengths. 276. Let's think, for example, about the workers in Marx's time, subjected to the immense power of their capitalist bosses who could, at the drop of a hat, throw them out into the street without any means of survival. Struggle under these conditions was suicide. What then was to be done? Accept exploitation, submitting meekly to it, because it was, at that point, impossible to win the battle? Or to change the situation, using the possibilities inherent in their condition as exploited workers, the existence of large concentrations of workers, their ability to organize, and 67. Their identity as an oppressed class. The workers' greatest strength, they were much more numerous than their class enemy, lay in their organization and unity. However, that strength had to be built, and it was only because they followed this path that what initially seemed impossible became possible. 277. Let's use a contemporary example. There's no doubt that today in Latin America the working class's negotiating power has diminished greatly. This is due both to the specter of layoffs, those who have a stable wage-paying job are a privileged few, and to the fragmentation that this class has suffered under neoliberalism. Looking at these objective facts, some claim it is impossible to get back under these conditions. It is obvious that the classic tactic of union struggle, the strike, which is based on the unity of the industrial working class and its ability to bring production to a halt, is not effective most of the time nowadays. Opportunists, therefore, take advantage of this to try to immobilize the workers' movement and convince it that it should passively accept its existing conditions of overexploitation. But the art of politics, in contrast, consists in discovering how the present weaknesses, and they really are weaknesses, of the industrial working class can be overcome in order to build a trade union as a social force adapted to the new world's situation. A new union strategy must be built. 19th century class solidarity is no longer enough. If industrial working class unity was essential back then, today the unity of all of those exploited by capital is essential. Permanent and temporary employees, contract workers, and those doing outsourced work, and all other social sectors that have been harmed by the neoliberal system. 154-278 I agree with Isabel Robert that we must formulate a proposal that puts the emphasis back on the central, organizing role of the working class, yet recognizes its present weakness and aims to rebuild its strength by encouraging all those who have jobs and the underemployed, unemployed, or marginalized to work together with all those who are oppressed and excluded to build a social force able to go up against the ruling powers with its own power, GHT them for power and win. 155-279 This is the only way to recover the negotiating power which the working class on its own no longer has, and the rest of the population even more conspicuously lacks. 280 The solution has already been tested in practice. Argentinian unions were successful precisely when they managed to integrate broad sectors. 68% of the population into their movement, as unions in Rio Turbio, Santa Cruz province did. 156-281 The only reserves, the only guarantee that unions today can withstand a struggle is by seeking the backing of the rest of the people, says Alfonso Harnecker, from Rio Turbio Miners Union. Today no union can win a battle alone, because neoliberalism attacks from all sides. 157-282 Argentinian labor leader Néstor Picón, a member of the Congreso de los Trabajadores de Argentina, CTA believes that representing workers today means recognizing their atomization and the need for coordination. We need a union movement that serves the new class composition. Each stage of history has yielded, from the appropriation of the means of production on, different forms of organization and representation. Organizations arise out of the demands of certain social sectors, and the new union movement must be an expression of those sectors. 158-283 This has also been the experience of the landless workers' movement in Brazil. When the movement worked only with peasants, it was isolated and weak. However, its support began to increase when it understood clearly that it had to change its approach, that it had to concern itself with the problems of other oppressed sectors too, and that it was necessary to make urban dwellers understand that the GHT for land was not just the battle of a few peasants but also meant a solution for many urgent problems in the city itself. Today it has become the most important point of reference for all social struggles in Brazil and the vanguard of the GHT against neoliberalism. 284 Let's go back to the concept of politics we mentioned earlier. Let us assume that politics is the art of building a national and international social and political force which allows us to change the existing correlation of forces so we can make possible tomorrow what appears impossible at the present. How would this affect the future of those Latin American governments that are involved in a dispute between forces which really want to change society and forces which believe there is no alternative but to submit to the demands of international finance capital? Will that future not depend to a large degree on the capacity of the popular movement to organize, grow, and transform itself into a decisive pressure group which will tip the balance towards progressive forces? 69. Only thus can the programmatic commitment acquired by the presidents in these countries go forward. 285 Left-wing or progressive Latin American leaders should understand, as I believe President Chavez has indeed understood, that they need an organized, politicist people capable of exerting pressure to move the process forward and of being against the errors and deviations that arise along the way. They have to understand that our peoples have to be leading, not supporting, actors. Utopian goals, a source of inspiration. 286. A question comes to mind: are there not impossible things which no human action can make possible? Of course there are. Hinckelamert has called them transcendental impossibilities 159, or utopian goals. These are goals which cannot be achieved, even if all humanity were in agreement. They are desirable goals that contain human values in their pure, denitive form, but which, because of their very perfection, are beyond the reach of human beings, although they do serve to light the way. We are thinking, for example, of Marx's kingdom of equality. 287. The art of politics is also knowing how to discern which of the impossible things are transcendental impossibilities, and which can be made possible if the necessary conditions are created. In this sense, utopia becomes a source of inspiration for political realism, a reference for judgment, a reaction on meaning. 160. Changing the traditional vision of politics. 288. To think about building strength and about the correlation of forces is to change the traditional view of politics, which tends to reduce politics to the struggle related to legal and political institutions and exaggerates the role of the state. One immediately thinks of political parties and of the battle to direct and control formal instruments of power. 161. According to this notion of politics, the most radical sectors focus all their political action on seizing political power and destroying the state, and the most reformist sectors focus on administering the political and executive power of government as the most important form of political practice. The people and their struggles are the great ignored. This is what Helio 70 / Gallardo calls the politicism of the Latin American left. 162. 289. Some have argued, and rightly so, that the cult of the institution has been the Trojan horse that the ruling system introduced into the heart of the transforming left's fortress. 163. Thus managing to undermine the left from inside. 290. The work of activists has been progressively delegated to people who hold public and administrative positions. The high-priority effort stopped being collective action and became parliamentary action or obtaining a presence in the media. The activity of members tended to be reduced to election day, to putting up posters and participating only in isolated and occasional public actions. 291. Worse still, party-nancing comes increasingly from the participation of party codders in state institutions, parliament, local government, election boards, and the rest, with all that this entails in terms of dependence and vulnerability to pressure. Overcoming the narrow definition of power. 292. To think about building strength is also to look beyond the narrow view which sees power only in the repressive aspects of the state. The enemy's power is not only repressive, says Carlos Ruiz, it also builds, molds, disciplines. If the power of the ruling classes acted only to censor, to exclude, to impose obstacles and repressive measures, it would be more fragile. If it is stronger, it is because, as well as avoiding what it doesn't like, it is capable of creating what it does like, of molding behavior, of producing knowledge, rationalities, and consciousness, of forging a way of seeing both the world and itself. 164. 293. To think about building is also to overcome the old, deeply rooted mistake of trying to build a political force, whether through arms or the ballot box, without building a social force. 165. Politics as the art of building a social force in opposition to the system. 294. The birth of a social force in opposition to the system, in other words, an anti-capitalist force, is what the ruling classes fear most, and their narrow conception of politics as a struggle to conquer spaces of power in /71. The institutional legal political apparatus stems from that fear. 295. For the left, on the other hand, politics must be the art of constructing a social force in opposition to the system. But this is only possible if it succeeds in dismembering the barriers that the enemy puts up to prevent this force being built. This is why it is so important to have a broad understanding of all these barriers and not just to observe them and go up against only some of them. These barriers are precisely the way the ruling classes are wont to organize the dominated, politically and socially. 166-296 The left must not, therefore, see the people or popular social forces as something given that can be manipulated and only needs to be stirred up, but as something that has to be built. 167 It must also see that the ruling classes have a strategy to prevent this from happening. This implies not getting carried away by the situation, but acting on it, choosing in which of the existing spaces and conics efforts must be concentrated in order to achieve the principal objective, building the popular force. This building process doesn't happen spontaneously, it needs a subject who builds, a political subject able to direct his or her actions according to an analysis of the overall political dynamic. Obviously this political subject will need RST to overcome the errors and deviations described above. 72/297 Because of the 20th century left's errors and deviations, the crisis of politics and politicians we analyzed earlier, and the original and combative action of some new social movements and actors, there has been a tendency, which is on the rise, to dismiss political parties and even the slightest move towards centralizing the leadership of any struggle. Some suggest that at the current stage in the GHT, we can do without parties and the left's task should be to coordinating these groups and minority interests, race, gender, sexual or cultural preferences of any kind, around a common purpose. 298 To back up their arguments they point to the practices of the world movement against globalization. At the 1999 Seattle protests, for example, what most surprised and puzzled observers was that groups previously thought to be in opposition to each other, trade unionists and environmentalists, church groups and anarchists, and so forth, acted together without any central, unifying structure that subordinates or sets aside their differences. 168. 299 However, it is one thing to manage to hold successful one-off demonstrations against globalization or the war in Iraq, but something else entirely to succeed in overthrowing a government and using the power gained to build a model of a society that is an alternative to capitalism. 300 I am not against a proposal to coordinate all these social actors, and I do not believe anyone sees it as a negative thing. However, I fully share the British historian Eric Hobsbawm's concern that the sum of these minorities does not a majority make, that if these groups unite only. 73. Chapter 9. Because their immediate interests are the same, that unity looks very much like that of states temporarily allied in a war against a common enemy which then disintegrates once their common goal disappears. 169 301 The countless individual and collective members of the non-party left do not have the means to coordinate their many different demands, or to channel and express their discontent in an organized fashion, or to generate spaces of social opposition which progress from being myriad expressions of resistance to constituting a real danger to the system's self-reproduction. 302 And why does this possibility not exist? 303 First, because transformation doesn't just happen spontaneously, the ruling ideas and values in capitalist society, that rationalize and justify the existing order, permeate the whole of society and exert their greatest influence on the popular sectors. Second, because it is necessary to formulate a social project that is an alternative to capitalism, a project for a different country. Third, we have to be able to defeat vastly more powerful forces that oppose such a transformation. And defeating them isn't possible without a political body that formulates proposals and is capable of giving millions of people a single will. 170 While at the same time unifying and coordinating various emancipatory practices. The effects of the ruling ideology. 304 With regard to the RST point, we must remember that the view that people have of the world is historically constructed. 171 And that this worldview, also known as common sense, is to a lesser or greater degree shaped by the ideological influences of the ruling class. Under capitalism this is bourgeois ideology. This is particularly true among those sectors of the population which lack the theoretical weapons to distance themselves critically from this ideology. Manufacturing consent. 305 No one any longer disputes the ability of modern mass media to influence public opinion. The media, which are increasingly concentrated in fewer hands, take it on themselves to channel thought and attitudes within parameters acceptable to the ruling classes and thus dictate any potential 74 challenge to established privilege and authority before it can take form and gather strength. 172 According to Chomsky, bourgeois liberals set only one condition for accepting the democratic game, that, by controlling the media, they can manufacture consent and tame the bewildered herd. 173 306 By converting politics into a marketplace for ideas, the ruling classes, who have a monopoly on manufacturing consent, have the weapons needed to lead the man or woman in the street into parties charged with safeguarding their interests. The free market does not lead to free opinions, although they would have us believe it does. As Benjamin Ginsberg says, the hidden hand of the market can be almost as potent an instrument for control as the iron st of the state. 174 This echoes Chomsky's verdict, quoted earlier, that propaganda is to democracy as the bludgeon is to the totalitarian state. 175 307 This alone explains why it is the most conservative parties, which defend the interests of an infinitesimal minority of the population, that have transformed themselves, quantitatively speaking, into mass parties. 176 and explains why the social base of their support, in Latin America at least, is the poorest sectors of the urban periphery and rural areas. 308 These mechanisms for manufacturing consent are not only used during election campaigns, they begin much earlier, influencing people's daily lives through the family, education, culture, and recreation. It has been shown that the most effective and long-lasting political indoctrination is that which takes place outside the political sphere and does not use political language. 177 309 This is why these people should be exposed to other experiences and sources of knowledge that help them to change their worldview, discover the underlying causes of their exploitation, and, as a result, end their path to liberation. 310 This is not to say that in certain situations the people cannot waken from its slumber and discover the real interests that motivate various social sectors. This is what happens during periods of great social upheaval and revolution. The ruling classes remove their masks and expose their methods of struggle. Peoples become politicized and learn at an astounding rate. 178 311 The April 11, 2002 military coup in Venezuela against the democratically elected president, Hugo Chavez, allowed the population to see who was who. The pro-coup senior officers in the armed forces were /75. Unmasked, the fascist intentions of many opposition politicians, self-proclaimed Democrats, were clearly exposed. The level of political consciousness in the popular sectors increased enormously. The people learned in a few days far more than it could have learned from books in years. Direct knowledge and indirect knowledge. 312 This problem invites us to look at the difference between the direct knowledge and the indirect knowledge that a social actor may possess. There is a type of knowledge to which workers and the poorer social sectors in general may have access as a result of the confrontations they have been through. That's why it is so important that revolutionaries build upon the historical and social knowledge that has been accumulated by the people, ideas, values, beliefs, forms of organization and struggle, and styles of work. But there is another type of knowledge to which it is not possible for them to gain direct access. It is very difficult for the poorer sectors on their own to acquire a global understanding of the class struggle in their country and in the rest of the world. 313 Marxist organizations have often tended to overvalue this indirect knowledge, a large part of which is derived from academic research, and to undervalue other ways of producing knowledge, such as those based on direct experience, on collective and social practice. There is a tendency to deny the importance of any knowledge the oppressed sectors manage to acquire through direct experience. The importance of direct experience for producing knowledge is negated, especially when it's a question of the social experiences of ordinary men and women. 179 As Carlos Ruiz points out, this leaves the analysis of reality in the hands of intellectuals. 314 It is also true that some have gone to the opposite extreme of greatly overestimating the value of direct experience as the only source of knowledge, scorning the need for an overall, critical view of both the national and international situation. 315 We need to reject two extreme theses, that of the enlightened vanguard, and rank-and-lism. The RST considers that only the political organization is capable of knowing the truth, the party is the conscience, the repository of wisdom, the masses a backward sector. The opposite. 76/ Extreme is rank-and-lism. This greatly overestimates the potential of social movements. It believes that these movements are self-sufficient. It indiscriminately rejects the intervention of any type of political body and, by doing so, often encourages divisions in the mass movement. 316 In order to give impetus to profound social transformation, an organization is needed in which political analysis is undertaken as a synthesis of a collective knowledge-building process which integrates both direct experience and an assessment of global reality from a theoretical perspective. This can only be orchestrated by a political organization which is conceived of as an authentic collective intellectual. 180. Drawing up a social project that is an alternative to capitalism. 317 A political organization is necessary, in the second place, because there is a need for a body to design a project that is an alternative to capitalism. We have already seen that this undertaking needs time, research, and knowledge of the national and international situation. It is not something that can be improvised overnight, and far less so in the complex world in which we live. And this project must be encapsulated in a program that is to the organization what navigation charts are to sailors. 318 The program allows us to orientate ourselves and not to lose our way, to move forward contently, not to confuse what has to be done now and what has to be done later, to know what steps to take and how to take them. 319 Many programs that are very revolutionary on paper can become a brake on the process if people try to use them as a banner for the immediate struggle. Instead of bringing forces together, they scare them away. 321 Of the left's most common mistakes in certain Latin American revolutionary sectors has been the inability to draw up a minimum program that, following an exhaustive analysis of the concrete reality of the country in question, of the region and of the world, indicates the immediate tasks that enable the party to mobilize the broadest spectrum of the masses against the main obstacle facing the revolutionary movement at that moment. 77. The need to give millions of people a single will. 321 A political organization is necessary, in the third place, because we must be capable of overcoming the vastly more powerful forces opposing the transformation for which we're acting. This will not be possible, as I argued earlier, without a body that formulates proposals and is capable of giving millions of people a single will. 181 That is to say, a body that unites and coordinates the various emancipatory practices around goals common to all actors. When we talk of unifying, we are thinking of grouping together, uniting the various actors around these goals which are of common interest. Unify by no means implies to make uniform, to homogeneous, nor does it mean to suppress differences, but rather to act in common, building on the different characteristics of each group. 322 The anti-globalization or anti-war movement is multicolored. 182 And must continue to be so, but I don't think that is anything new. As Hart and Negri argue, all victorious revolutions were multicolored and were victorious precisely because they were able to unite various actors around a single cause. All we have to do is analyze the slogans that led to their victories: peace, bread, and freedom in Russia, the battle against the tyrant of the day in Cuba and Nicaragua. Whether the differences between the actors who took part in the struggle were or were not respected afterwards is another thing altogether. 323 The history of the many popular uprisings in the 20th century has demonstrated overwhelmingly that the creative initiative of the masses is no longer enough to overthrow the ruling regime. What happened in May 1968 in France is one of the many examples that corroborate this assertion. Other cases closer both in time and in space are the various popular uprisings that took place in Haiti in 1987 and 1988, The social explosions that shook Venezuela and Argentina in the 1990s when the impoverished urban masses, with no deemed leadership, rose up, seized highways and towns and looted food shops. In spite of their size and combativeness, these movements did not succeed in destroying the ruling system. 324 The history of triumphant revolutions, on the other hand, demonstrates over and over again what can be achieved when there is a political body which is capable, RST, of advancing a national alternative program. 78/ which acts as a glue for the most disparate popular sectors and, second, is capable of concentrating their strength on the decisive link, in other words, the weakest link in the enemy's chain. 325 This political body is, as Trotsky said, the piston that compresses the steam at the crucial moment, making sure it doesn't dissipate but is converted into the locomotive's driving force. 326 If political action is to be effective, and the popular movement's acts of protest, resistance, and struggle are to achieve their anti-system goals, there needs to be an organizing subject capable of directing and unifying the multiple initiatives that arise spontaneously and capable of encouraging more initiatives. 327 Solid organizational cohesion doesn't only produce the objective capacity to act. It also creates an internal climate that enables the organization to make an energetic intervention in important events and to make good use of the opportunities arising therefrom. It is important to remember that in politics it's necessary not only to be right, but also to be right at the right time, and to have the forces needed to put one's ideas into practice. 328 If this is not the case, a feeling of not having a solid organization and the insecurity caused by not being able to implement decisions because of a lack of discipline have a negative influence that can be paralyzing. 329 I have no doubt that many of those who are unwilling to discuss the need for political instruments identify these instruments with the anti-democratic, authoritarian, bureaucratic, homogenizing single party, which they rightly reject. I believe that it is very important to overcome this subjective block because I am convinced, as I wrote earlier, that there can be no effective struggle against the current system of domination, nor can an alternative socialist society be built, without the existence of a body capable of bringing all the actors together and of unifying their will for action around the goals they set. 330 It is paradoxical that Hart and Negri, who admit that we live in a global state of war, 183 while the full democracy we want has yet to be built, who justify the use of violence as self-defense against imperial power, who say that the multitude is a project of political organization and thus can be achieved only through political practices 184 and that the multitude must be able to make decisions and act in common 185, do not accept the idea that there should be a central point of command and /79. Intelligence 186 and have no suggestions whatsoever on how to implement the decisions taken by common action. 331 Since I agree with these authors that if the left is to be resurrected and reformed it will only be done on the basis of new practices, new forms of organization, and new concepts, 187 I shall now explain my vision of the new political instrument that the new times need. 332 I have absolutely no doubt that to be able to put these ideas into practice we must end new forms of political expression, either by rejuvenating existing parties, wherever possible, or by creating new political instruments. 333 Since to politicize does not mean to partyize but means transforming those who are suffering from injustice and oppression into subjects who are resolved to do their part to change the situation, we do not necessarily have to think about the traditional formula for a left party when we think about the need to build a political instrument. 80/ Part 3. The new political instrument. Understanding the importance of social practice for creating consciousness. 334 If we start out from the thesis that the working class and the popular movement can only liberate themselves through the struggles they engage in, then the new or renewed political organization must be compatible with this thesis. This implies a profound change in the way of thinking about politics and the organization. 335 Politics cannot be reduced to political institutions, and the role of the state must not be exaggerated. The narrow view of power, as we have said before, which thinks power resides only in the repressive state apparatus, must be discarded. We have to understand that a political force cannot be built without building a social force. 336 Instead of placing so much importance on importing theory into the workers' movement, the new political organization should pay close attention to the various ways social discontent with the oppressive ruling system is manifested and to the initiatives and kinds of struggle that arise from these forms of discontent. It should also create spaces where those social sectors and grassroots initiatives which feel themselves to be affected by the existing situation can meet. Working in conjunction with the social movement, it should try to discover the spaces and ways of confrontation that allow this movement to become increasingly aware that it will only overcome its ills when all unite and build a social force capable of going up against the existing system of class domination. 83. Chapter 10. The characteristics of the new political instrument. An organization immersed in society. 337 The new political organization must be deeply involved in society, immersed in the popular sectors. The strength of the organization should be assessed not so much by the number of members it has or by the internal activities that the party puts on, but by the unions that it has in society. 338 As Enrique Rubio says, it's not about putting people in the party organization or society into the party's project, but rather about putting politics into people's lives and the party organization into society. 188 Member identity ought to be legitimized by what is done outside, not inside the party. This means that members of the new organization should occupy most of their time in forging links between the party and society. 2 Intra-party activities should be reduced to what is strictly necessary, and a culture of excessive meetings should be avoided. Intra-party activities that I think are of great importance are those to do with the political education of members, activities that many left organizations today have put on the back burner with results damaging to their future. They end up with no trained codders, who can take over from older codders, who did indeed receive a systematic political education. Overcoming the tendency to homogeneous. 339 The party left still finds it difficult to work with difference. The tendency, especially in class parties, was always to homogeneous the social base where they did their work. If this could be justified in the past because of the identity and homogeneity of the working class among whom these parties did most of their work, it is an anachronism now because there is such a wide range of social actors. Today it's more a question of unity in diversity, of respect for ethnic, cultural, and gender differences, and of a sense of belonging to specific collectives. This makes it necessary to attempt to channel members' commitments according to the potential of each sector or person, without trying to homogeneize the actors. This is where the idea comes from that groups that are already working together because they have similar interests and activities can develop their activism using those same groups as a base. It is important to have a special sensitivity to be able to perceive all points of contact that 84 could enable the organization, mindful of the differences, to advance a platform of common struggle. New times, new language. 340 This respect for difference must also be wreaked in the language used. It is essential to break with the old style of trying to send the same message to people who may have very different interests. One cannot go around imagining amorphous masses. What exist are individuals, men and women who are in different places, doing different things and subject to different ideological influences. The message must become exible if it is to reach this concrete individual. We must be capable of tailoring the message to the individual. 341 The left's messages in the television age cannot be the same as they were in the 1960s or in Gutenberg's time either. 190 We are living in the era of the image, of the soap opera. The culture of the book, of the written word, as Attilio Boron says, is an elite culture today. It is no longer a mass culture. 191 People today read very little or not at all. To communicate with them we have to master audiovisual language. And the left faces a big challenge. How to do this when the major audiovisual media are completely controlled by huge national and transnational monopolies. 342 There is often a desire to compete with the major television channels, but this is clearly impossible. Not only are the financial resources lacking but, even when an organization has the money, the economic groups that monopolize the media don't let the left enter the market. 343 There are, however, alternative forms of communication in Latin America that the left hasn't yet explored enough. These include community radio, neighborhood newspapers, and municipal television channels. And there is something even more accessible to any group that does community work: the use of VCRs and DVDs to show to small groups of people experiences that might interest them. This allows them to learn and to develop a critical consciousness concerning the messages and information broadcast by huge transnational media corporations. 344 We are therefore faced with the challenge of creating educational videos that enable social movements to share experiences and learn from one another. /85 345 People's radio stations linked into networks and broadcast by satellite have started to play an important role in experience sharing. They allow social actors to communicate amongst themselves and between countries and talk about their experiences. Overcoming hegemonism. 346 The left must give up all vestiges of a hegemonist attitude if it is to be capable of coordinating all the forces opposed to neoliberalism. 347 I should make it clear that hegemonism must not be confused with hegemony. The latter is the opposite of hegemonism. It has nothing to do with the steamroller policy that some revolutionary organizations, availing themselves of the fact that they are the strongest, have tried to use to get others to support their policies. Nor does it have anything to do with the attitude of trying to charge royalties to organizations that dare to GHT for the same causes. 348 If a group is to exercise hegemony, others must accept as their own the proposals that this group, political front, or movement puts forward. 349 It is not a question of manipulating but, on the contrary, of rallying all those who are convinced and attracted by the project to be undertaken. And people will only join an undertaking where there is respect for others, where responsibilities are shared with other forces. 350 Of course this is easier said than done. What tends to happen is that when one organization is strong, it often undervalues the support that other organizations can give. This is something that has to be fought against. 351 Instead of bringing in new support, a hegemonist attitude has the opposite effect. On the one hand, it creates discontent in other left organizations. They feel manipulated and obliged to accept decisions in which they have not taken any part. On the other hand, it reduces the number of potential allies since an organization which assumes this type of position is incapable of representing the real interests of all the popular sectors and makes many of them skeptical and distrustful. 352 Moreover, the concept of hegemony is a dynamic one. Hegemony is not achieved once and for all. A constant process of renewal is necessary to keep it. Life goes on, new problems appear and, with them, new challenges. If the organization is not capable of responding to these, it could lose its influence in society. 86/353 Today, important sectors of the left have come to understand that it will have greater hegemony when it manages to get more people to follow its political line, even if this does not happen under its banner. And the best way to do this is to win as much support for these ideas as possible, support not only from political and grassroots organizations and their natural leaders but also from important figures in national life. 354 The degree of hegemony achieved cannot, therefore, be measured by the number of office holders a party has. What is crucial is that those who are in office adopt the line of the political organization as their own and implement it, even if they are not members of that organization. Moreover, if a party does have many of its members holding office in a given organization, great care must be taken not to fall into hegemonist deviations. It is easier for those holding such a position to impose their ideas on others than to risk the challenge that winning people over implies. Creating a new relationship with the popular movement respecting its autonomous development. 355 If we think that practical struggle is of the utmost importance if the people's consciousness is to develop, our political instrument must show great respect for popular movements. It must contribute to their autonomous development, leaving all attempts at manipulation behind. Its basic premise must be that political cadres aren't the only people who have ideas and suggestions. On the contrary, popular movements have a lot to offer because through their daily struggles they learn, discover new ways and answers, and invent methods which can be very useful. 356 If there is anything sabotaging the relationship of the party left with popular movements, and with the new social actors in general, it is the authoritarian style of most of their cadres, who are used to leading the masses by giving them orders. Yet social movements, and especially the new actors, don't take kindly to being led. They need to be convinced, to give their support freely and consciously to proposals that arise from outside their own movements. 357 New actors are particularly sensitive about the subject of democracy. Their struggles have generally begun by fighting back against oppression and discrimination. Small wonder, therefore, that they don't want to be /87 manipulated. Instead they demand that their autonomy be respected and that they be allowed to participate democratically in the decision-making process. They promote consensus in their own organizations, and, if that is unattainable, they believe that decisions must be adopted by a very large majority. They avoid using narrow majorities to impose their will on the minority. They believe that if most people are unconvinced, it makes no sense to impose a measure adopted by a narrow majority. In their opinion, it is preferable to wait until people mature and come to see the merits of a given measure by themselves. This approach prevents the damaging internal divisions that often plague left movements and parties and avoids really serious mistakes. 192 358 As Clodomiro Almeida said, creative, new, revolutionary, transforming ideas do not have to originate only within the party, so the party, therefore, need not limit itself to collecting demands that originate within the movement. It should also collect ideas and concepts that enrich its own conceptual arsenal. 193 The relationship with popular movements, then, should be a two-way street. Unfortunately, it still tends to be a one-way street. 359 Moreover, coordinating the party left with the social left would be easier if the traditional narrow conception of politics were discarded. This tends to reduce politics to the struggle that has to do with political legal institutions and to exaggerate the role of the state. 194 This conception permeates both the most radical and the most reformist sectors. We have seen that politics is reduced by the former to taking power and destroying the state, and by the latter to administering political power or running the government. For both, the people and their struggles are the great ignored. The people's motives are the starting point. 360 It must also be understood that it is a huge mistake to try to lead grassroots movements by ordering them around, by coming to them with already worked out plans. The political instrument's role is to facilitate, not to supersede. We have to to eliminate any sign of verticalism, which cancels out people's initiative. Popular participation is not something that can be decreed from above. Only by working with people's motives, only if they are helped to work out for themselves why certain tasks are necessary, and only when we win over their hearts and minds will they be willing to commit themselves fully to the actions they undertake. 88/361 Wherever possible, we must include the rank and li in the decision-making process, and this means creating spaces where people can express their opinions. Learning to listen. 362 This means that we must learn to listen, to speak to people, and then, from all the thoughts that have been collected, we must be able to make the right diagnosis of the people's mood, be able to synthesize anything that can unite them and generate action, be able to GHT against any pessimistic, defeatist thinking that exists. We must listen carefully to all solutions the people themselves come up with for defending themselves or for fighting for their demands. 363 Only then will the instructions given not be seen as orders coming from outside the movement. They will, instead, help to build an organizational process capable of encouraging, if not all, at least many of the people to join the struggle. Then, building on that, it will be possible gradually to win over the more backward and pessimistic sectors. When the latter understand that the aims being fought for are not only necessary but possible, they too, as Che said, will join in the struggle. Make sure the people feel they are the active subjects. 364 Besides, when the people realize that it is their ideas and initiatives that are being put into practice, they will feel that they are the active subjects of what happens. They will grow as human beings and their willingness to struggle will increase exponentially. Moving from military-style leadership to popular education methods. 365 After all that has been said up to this point, we can understand that political cadres for the new era cannot be cadres with a military mentality. Today we are not leading an army, which is not to say that at some critical junctures, there might not be a need for such a shift. Nor can they be populist demagogues, because we are not leading a yoke of sheep. Political cadres should be, basically, popular educators, capable of empowering all the wisdom existing among the people, that derived from their cultural traditions and their tradition of struggle, as well as that acquired in their daily battle for survival, by merging it with the most/89 comprehensive knowledge that the political organization can contribute. Creative initiative and the search for answers must be encouraged. 366 Unfortunately, many leaders were educated in a top-down leadership style, and that is not easy to change overnight. I do not, therefore, want to encourage excessive optimism. We still have a long way to go to end a solution to the problem of the correct relationship with popular movements. 367 I agree with Adolfo Gili that unless the relationship between the political organization and social movements is established on participatory and not subordinate terms, then, the dangers of co-optation, bureaucratization, and conservatism are very great. Elitism in politics is not a deformation but one of the implications, one of the possible consequences when citizen participation decreases or doesn't end the channels and means through which to express itself. 195 368 This reassessment of social movements and the understanding that leadership is something earned and not imposed have prompted some sectors of the left to seek new formulas for forming political fronts which are not simply alliances between political parties, but spaces where social movements can express themselves. No more workerism. 369 If the new political organization's theory is based on a correct assessment of social practice, it must take into account not only the economic exploitation of the workers, but also all the other kinds of oppression, the destruction of humanity and nature that cannot be explained simply by the relationship between capital and labor. 370 It must abandon class reductionism by taking responsibility for defending all social groups that are excluded and discriminated against economically, socially, politically, and culturally. While it should be concerned with class problems, its concern must also extend to ethno-cultural, race, gender, class, sex, and environmental problems. It must bear in mind not only organized workers' struggles but also the struggles of women, First Nations people, people of African descent, young people, children, retired people, the differently abled, gays, etc. 196. 371 It is a question of no longer simply taking responsibility for defending all those exploited and discriminated against, but also of understanding. 90. The radical political and transformative potential that exists in the struggles waged by all these sectors. 197. 372 Since ecological movements tackle a problem that affects all of humanity, the deterioration of the environment, I agree with Helio Gallardo that this movement could act as a catalyst and a coordinating axis along which other struggles can join in shaping an alternative sensibility for change. 198 More recently, the anti-war movement in the more developed countries has brought about a very broad-based convergence. A body to coordinate all the different emancipatory social practices. 373 The new political organization should not try to gather to its bosom all the legitimate representatives of struggles for emancipation but should strive to coordinate their practices into a single political project. 199 By generating, as Helio Gallardo says, meeting spaces so that the assorted social groups and their discontents can recognize each other and grow in consciousness and in the specific struggle that each one has to wage in its own area, the neighborhood, university, school, factory, etc. 200. 374 Gallardo argues that a constructive tension between social movements should arise, they should not lose their autonomy and roots, because those are their source of strength. Let parties or organic structures of a new kind bring these social movements together, let them not try to represent them nor suffocate them, but most importantly, do let them take on the job of creating a national project. 201 It's very difficult for a social movement, whether of young people, ecologists, women, peasants, people of African descent or indigenous peoples, to be able to come up with a national project. Democracy, the cause to champion. 375 The new political organization must take democracy as its cause because it understands that the GHT for democracy is inseparable from the struggle for socialism. 376 But before continuing, I think it's important to define what I understand by democracy. 377 I believe that a democratic regime must take three central aspects into /91. Consideration representativity and civil rights social equality and political participation by the people as active subjects. Political or representative democracy 378 The RST aspect, political or representative democracy, refers basically to the political regime, it focuses on the freedom to elect those who govern and on civil rights for all citizens. This democracy, which proclaims itself to be the people's government, can be, and this is in fact what happens with bourgeois democracy, a democracy that benefits only a minority of the population. This is why it is sometimes referred to as formal or representative democracy since, in the name of the people, it benefits only a minority. It creates RST and second-class citizens. And for that reason it is becoming more and more discredited. 379 Nevertheless, we cannot reject all kinds of representation because of the bad use to which bourgeois democracy has put this concept. Under socialism, there must be a system which allows citizens to be represented. It isn't, as Sanchez Vázquez says, a matter of advocating the abolition of representative democracy or delegated participation in the name of direct participation, which far from excluding delegated participation complements and enriches it. 202 381 Cannot govern without delegating government tasks to representatives of the people. Direct democracy is viable at the local level, in small communities, but it cannot be exercised on the national level, except in exceptional cases. 381 What must be rejected then, are not the representative aspects of democracy but bourgeois democracy which favors privileged sectors of society and which, therefore has no interest whatsoever in creating mechanisms for direct democracy. 382 Therefore, I think all reflections on the technical aspects of representativity, I call them representativity techniques, are valuable. These seek to ensure real representativity and a system of accountability to the electors. I believe that the left should make efforts to ensure that all minority currents are represented and protected at the state level, provided, of course, that their interests don't conflict with national interests. 383 It seems to me that the new society should also have instruments to defend itself against the demagoguery of bourgeois electoral campaigns. 92/ in which everything is promised and little or nothing is delivered. Therefore, it should be a basic principle of this kind of representativity that mechanisms are developed that enable the electorate to recall those representatives who have ceased to carry out their mandate. 384 In addition, the terms in office granted by the people need to be limited. Setting limits on the length of time someone can be in office avoids the trauma entailed when it becomes necessary to remove a leadership cadre from office, the moral, family, and social trauma. This is traumatic because all dismissals, if they are not provided for in any regulation, are seen as punishment. Real or social democracy 385 The second variety is known as real substantial or social democracy. Its fundamental purpose is to end a solution to the problems that affect people the most: food, land, work, education, housing, all those things that make it possible to move towards a more egalitarian society. In practice, this form of democracy can be exercised by a political system that doesn't function in the traditional manner of Western representative democracy. Participatory democracy 386. But socialism's identifying characteristic must be the existence of participatory democracy. The people collectively constitute the real active subject who builds the new society where all forms of popular self-organization are encouraged and respected, with no attempt being made to subject people to the party or the state. 387. As a project, socialism cannot be separated from democracy. It cannot be anything but the highest expression of democracy and must greatly expand democracy in comparison with limited bourgeois democracy. Democracy can't be decreed into existence, it has to be built. 388. After the experience of the recent dictatorships in the southern cone of our America and of various types of authoritarian governments in many other Latin American countries, the Marxist left, which didn't sufficiently value democracy because it associated the word democracy with bourgeois representative democracy, understood that it had to rescue the cause of democracy, which until then had been in the hands of centrist and conservative forces. The challenge was to reappropriate 93 democracy and give it its full meaning, not just its political, but its social and participatory meaning. 389. The defeat suffered by the socialist countries in Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union made the need for this reappropriation even more clear. The alternative, socialist society that we want to build must be completely democratic. What we perhaps do not understand is that democracy cannot be decreed into existence from above, that democracy is not possible if people do not undergo a process of cultural transformation, and that this is achieved not only through political education or ideological propaganda but also through practice. As Marx says, people change their circumstances and change themselves through their practice. 390. It is therefore essential that those of us who GHT for an alternative society, who work with popular movements and with left or progressive governments, understand that we need to create spaces for real participation, both where people work and where they live, and in schools, universities, and elsewhere. If people do not become actors, the active subjects of their own history, we shall be able to solve some of our people's problems, health, food, education, housing, but we shall not be able to ensure that people transform themselves into the subjects of their own destiny. 391. I think that the reason for the fall of the socialist countries in Eastern Europe and of the USSR had quite a lot to do with this lack of participation. The citizens of those countries were not motivated to defend regimes that turned them into observers rather than actors. 392. We have to GHT for a new kind of democracy, built from the bottom up and for those at the bottom, using local governments, rural communities, workers, and citizens' fronts. Eliminating the expression dictatorship of the proletariat. 393. However, when they rightly champion the cause of democracy, some sectors of the left have thought it necessary to call into question one of the cornerstones of Marxism, the dictatorship of the proletariat. 394. I think that Marxists have been on the defensive over this. However, when rightly rejecting the term dictatorship of the proletariat, what they have also done is to cast aspersions on the core of Marxist thinking about the state. 94/395. We have to understand that in Marx's opinion this dictatorship was not incompatible with democracy. According to John Elster, the dictatorship of the proletariat is a phrase that has acquired an ominous sense unknown to Marx and his contemporaries. Dictatorship in his era and his work was not incompatible with democracy. 203/396. I think that things must be made very clear so that we can understand each other. I believe that we should cease to use the phrase dictatorship of the proletariat. Words are tools for communication. When one uses a term and no one understands what is being said, or they understand something entirely different from what is intended, then what is the point of using it? Just to give an example, when one talks to people about that liquid people drink, one says water, not H2. 0. Similarly, it makes no sense to use the term dictatorship of the proletariat in political discourse, particularly since in recent decades in Latin America what was seen, what people knew, were military dictatorships. How are we going to tell people who haven't studied Marxism, or who have no theoretical knowledge, friends, we're here to offer you a new dictatorship, only now it's the dictatorship of the proletariat. 397 Now, political discourse is one thing and theoretical discourse is another. From the theoretical point of view, if a democratic political system is to wreak the interests of the majority of the people, it must necessarily place restrictions on the interests of those who oppose the adoption of measures that benefit the people. 398 Real societies are not castles in the air where everyone has the same interests. It is important to understand that societies are composed of contradictory interests and therefore, in order for a society of popular majorities to function, it will have to employ mechanisms that ensure majority interests are respected. Naturally, this will lead to a conflict with the interests of the minority that has enjoyed all the privileges up until that point. And this minority will only surrender its privileges when pushed. This is the law of history. If the minority would voluntarily submit to the interests of the popular majority in power, then the latter could establish an unlimited democracy. I didn't invent this idea, Lenin himself said it. The limits are not set by the people but by the enemy's behavior. 399 The dictatorship of the proletariat is only the other side of a broader, popular democracy, in other words, of the right to take steps to ensure 95. The rights of the majority are respected. If this right were not exercised against an opposition that opposes the very concept of democracy, the majority would not be respected. 400 The concept of dictatorship was developed by Marx, and especially by Lenin in The State and Revolution, to explain how the state functions. According to them, even the most representative, that is, most democratic, bourgeois democracies are still bourgeois dictatorships because they are expressions of the supremacy or rule of the bourgeois class, as the interests of that class are imposed on the rest of society. No bourgeois politician, of course, is going to run a political campaign by championing the cause of the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. On the contrary, they will try to make people believe that their system represents the interests of all citizens and is the most democratic system in the world. 401 The dictatorship of the proletariat does not mean, therefore, not respecting the laws that the people themselves have made or eliminating the rule of law, but rather using this rule of law against the minority who oppose reforms introduced by a democratic decision. 402 Nevertheless, we must not confuse the rule of law with the rule of the right. 204 The bourgeoisie, which passionately advocates the rule of law when it is their rule of law, places huge obstacles in the path of progressive and revolutionary forces when they try to modify this rule of law in an effort to introduce constitutional reforms which better embody the people's interests, as is happening today in Venezuela with Chavez. 403 This is why the Marxist distinction between type of state and form of government is so important. The type of state responds to the question: whose interests does this state serve? The form of government answers a different question: how are those interests served, through a dictatorial regime or through one of the many varieties of democratic regime? It is important to understand that when the classic texts refer to the dictatorship of the proletariat, they're thinking about a kind of state and not a form of government. Furthermore, they are thinking about the type of state in a developed capitalist society which is moving towards socialism, a society therefore composed mostly of the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. Thus, one talks of a dictatorship of the bourgeoisie or the dictatorship of the proletariat, with no shades of gray in between. 404 Bearing in mind what has been said up to this point, perhaps the best 96 way to avoid confusion without renouncing the Marxist concept of state is to refer to a state where the bourgeoisie has hegemony or one where the people have hegemony. This enables us to avoid the misunderstanding inherent in the term dictatorship, while allowing us to better reach the social actors now present in the Latin American revolutionary process, which includes many other social sectors besides the proletariat. 405 This failure to understand the relationship between socialism and democracy was wreaked in the language used by many leaders of the left. They declared themselves to be revolutionaries and labeled other progressive leftist forces democratic forces, as if a radical revolutionary didn't also have to be a radical democrat. 406 Instead of claiming democracy as their own, their speeches and propaganda emphasized the dictatorship of the proletariat. 407 On the other hand, quite a few parties whose programs and speeches also said the dictatorship of the proletariat was their goal did, in fact, defend the cause of democracy in their concrete political struggles. They were, however, unable to establish the connection between these struggles and revolutionary struggles to transform society, and so remained in the bourgeoisie's shadow. 408 The situation has meant that the Marxist-Leninist left has underrated democracy. When it has legitimately denounced the limits of representative or formal democracy, it has ended up by denying the importance of democracy itself. 205 Forgetting that democratic gains are not a free gift from the bourgeoisie but the fruit of the historical struggles of popular movements, such as the struggle for universal suffrage, votes for women and the right to organize unions. 409 A clear distinction hasn't always been made between formal and real democracy, between their mutual relationship, between what should be rejected and what should be saved. 206 An organization which is the harbinger of the new society. 410 An organization which places its emphasis on the social practices of the different popular sectors rather than on the theory it contributes. has to /97. Be careful that its own practice does not contradict the values of the society it aims to create. In its inner workings, the organization, as harbinger of the emancipated society, must take the lead in embodying the values of democracy, solidarity, cooperation, camaraderie. It must project vitality and joie de vivre. 411 In a world where corruption reigns and, as we saw earlier, political parties and politics in general have become increasingly discredited, it is essential that a left organization presents a distinctly different ethical prole, that, in its day-to-day existence, it is capable of practicing the values it preaches, that its praxis is consistent with its political discourse, as Chase was. That explains why he is so attractive to young people, who are tired of a discourse that has nothing to do with the facts. 412 The people reject those churches which promise democracy for all social classes without discrimination but then deny their own congregation even the slightest freedom of expression when they don't blindly swallow their slogans, general staffs who, consulting no one, make pacts for everybody's welfare, giant organizational machines which steal the individual's initiative, words, and deeds. 207 413 And since the aim of the social revolution is not only to struggle for survival, but to transform one's way of life, as Nicaraguan sociologist Orlando Núñez says, 208 It is necessary for us to venture into the world of morality and of love, searching for the direct, daily transformation of one's way of living, thinking and feeling. 209 By creating a new set of values. To wait for this to happen through a simple change in the relations of production is to bet on the mechanistic evolution we reject. 414 The new morality should tend to make the contradictions between social and individual values disappear by aspiring to build a world of cooperation, solidarity, and love. 415 And the struggle to transform daily life should begin at the same time as a commitment to activism. There is no need to wait for the triumph of a social revolution since, as Chase said, the individual subjects himself to a process of conscious self-education. 210 416 The point is to learn how to struggle every day against all alienating institutions and structures, searching for a way to replace them, inventing new ones, which does not rule out struggling for big social and political transformations. 211 If we struggle for the social liberation of women, we should begin as of now to transform the relationship between 98/ man and woman in the heart of the family. To overcome the household division of labor and male chauvinist culture at home. If we think that young people are the raw material of our work, 212, then we should educate them to think for themselves, to adopt their own positions and be capable of defending them, based upon what they feel and think. If we struggle against racial discrimination, we must carry that through into our own lives. If we struggle against the alienation caused by consumerism, then we should translate that into an austere lifestyle. One of the fundamental values that we must teach ourselves and others is that thought and action should be consistent with each other and double standards must be rejected. Che is one of the greatest examples of this. 213 417 Moreover, it is essential that the organization we build should embody the values of honesty and transparency. Any behavior that tarnishes its image, even slightly, cannot be tolerated. The organization should create a way to exercise strict vigilance over the honesty of its cadres and leaders. 418 Finally, I think a fourth value, moderation, must be added to the watchwords of the French Revolution: freedom, equality, and fraternity, which still apply today. This is not inspired by Christian asceticism, but by the need to oppose the suicidal and alienating consumerism of the late 20th and early 20th centuries. 419 To sum up, in order to respond to the new challenges set by the 20th century, we need a political organization which, as it advances a national program which enables broad sectors of society to rally round the same battle standard, also helps these sectors to transform themselves into the active subjects building the new society for which the battle is being waged. 99. 420 Thus far I have spoken about what are the most important characteristics essential to the organization or political instrument we need to tackle the huge challenges set by the world today. Now we need to examine those things that have to do with this organization's internal workings. Unite your members around a community of values and a concrete program. 421 What unites the members of a political organization should be mainly a cultural communion of values from which they should derive their projects and programs. 214. 422 The political program should be the glue, the unifying element par excellence, that which gives coherence to the organization's political conduct. Whether we are talking about a left political organization or a more broadly based political front, the acceptance or not of the political program should be the dividing line between those who are inside the organization and those who choose to stay outside. There can be divergence over many things, but there must be consensus on questions concerning the program. 423 There's a lot of talk about the unity of the left. Without a doubt, unity is essential in order to move forward, but this is unity to struggle, unity to fight back, unity to transform. It is not just a unity of left acronyms, since hidden among these acronyms there might be those who believe that we can do nothing else but adapt to the existing regime. 100. Chapter 11. And, if there are people like that, they will deplete the organization's strength instead of adding to it. 424 It is important to realize that there are amounts that add to, amounts that take away from, and amounts that multiply. The clearest example of the latter is Uruguay's Frente Amplio, a political coalition which brings together all the parties of the Uruguayan left, and whose membership is markedly greater than the membership of all of the parties that comprise it. This unifying initiative by the left successfully brought together a great number of people who previously did not belong to any of the parties that formed this coalition but who today participate in the Frente Amplio's rank and file committees. 2/3 of the Frente Amplio's members had no party affiliation, the remaining third were members of the constituent parties. Contemplating different kinds of membership. Membership crisis and left sensibility. 425 Everybody knows that during the last few years there has been a generalist membership crisis, not only in left political parties, but also in social movements and Christian-based communities. It is not unrelated to the changes the world has undergone. However, in many of our countries this membership crisis has gone hand in hand with an increase in the left's influence in society, and of left sensibility in the popular sectors. 426 We think it very probable that the demands typically made on people before they can join in organized political activity are one factor that might have caused this crisis, that and the factors discussed above. We need to analyze whether or not the left can create different kinds of membership in order to cultivate this increasing left sensibility in society. Not everybody has the same vocation for activism, or feels inclined to be active on a permanent basis. This fluctuates with the political times one lives in. Ignoring this fact and demanding a uniform kind of membership is self-limiting and weakens the political organization. Membership according to interest group, stable membership, and conjunctural membership. 427 There are, for example, those who are willing to work in a specific area, such as health, education, or culture, rather than in a cell in their /101 workplace or in a local organization. There are others who feel called on to be active only at certain times but who are not prepared to be all year long, though at crucial junctures in the political struggle they can always be counted on, and in their daily lives they promote the left's project and values. Trying to tie membership into a single pigeonhole which is the same for everyone, a 24/7 kind of membership, leaves all these potential activists out in the cold. 428 We must create the kind of organization which makes room for all the different types of membership, which allows varying degrees of commitment. Its structures must become more flexible in order to maximize this differentiated member commitment, without establishing a hierarchy of value among them. This will be in some way a network-type organization. 429 Besides, I agree with Clodomiro Almeida that the value and effectiveness of a person's political commitment should not be measured by their formal affiliation to a group, but by their concrete contribution to the promotion and development of the organization's political projects and line. 215. Adapting rank and file organizations to their environment. 430 In order to make it easier to be a member in this differentiated way, structures and the rank and file organizations will have to be tailored to the kind of environment where they carry out their party work. 216 Clodomiro Almeida considered that one valid criticism of Leninist party organization was that it standardized the various levels of party structure without taking into account that every social environment is different. The cells or nuclei were structured in exactly the same way everywhere, without keeping in mind the specifics of each milieu. A factory isn't the same as a large rural estate or a university or a television channel. 217. Collaborating with those who are not members. 431 The political organization should not confine itself to working with members who make a commitment to the party, but should also aim to work to include non-members in many tasks. One way to do so is by encouraging the creation or use of bodies that are not internal party structures. These can be useful to the political organization, for example, by allowing it to take advantage of existing theoretical or technological skills such as research or advertising and publicity. 102/432 An interesting initiative along these lines is to bring together those persons, particularly experts, willing to contribute to the discussion of certain thematic questions such as agriculture, oil, housing, education, and foreign debt. What used to be La Causa was involved in this kind of experiment in Venezuela during the last presidential electoral campaign. The FMLN in El Salvador has been trying this out since 1993, as has the EZLN in Mexico. Activism as a way of life. 433 The revolutionary struggle has tended to reduce the areas targeted for change to things related to the economy and the state, but little has been done to challenge the alienated culture and civilization we live in. Activists have forgotten that even under socialism the new society has to compete very earnestly against the past because the failings of the past are handed down to the present in individual consciousness and, therefore, a continuous effort has to be made to eradicate them. 218 434 The principal battlefield of this struggle is daily life. 219 For a long time, the political importance of everyday life has been undervalued. Daily life is not considered to be a political space in the broadest sense of the word. 435 The transformation of daily life can only occur when the individual snatches or nds a space and time in his/her life in society for individuality. 220 I think this proposal by Orlando Núñez is very important, because if we cannot do what he suggests, then activists become dehumanist, lose their sensitivity and grow more and more distant from the rest of humanity. The struggle against individualism, a task that we should all devote ourselves to, does not mean denying the individual needs of each human being. Individual interests are not antagonistic to social ones, the one presupposes the other. 221-436 I also think it is necessary to change the mistaken relationship between activism and sacris. In the past, to be an activist one had to have the mentality of a martyr, suffering was revolutionary, enjoying oneself was regarded as something suspicious. 222 In some way this was an echo of the collectivist deviation in real socialism. Party members were just cogs in the party machinery, their individual interests were not taken into consideration. This does not mean that we don't appreciate revolutionary fervor, passion for activism, sense of duty, of rebellion, of responsibility. 103. Or the spirit of self-denial that activists must have, especially the leaders. Nevertheless, as far as is possible, they must strive to combine their duties as activists with developing the fullest possible personal life. And if the political tasks prevent them from having a more human life, they should be aware that this could result, as Che said, in extreme dogmatism, cold scholasticism, and isolation from the masses. 223-437 I agree with Helio Gallardo that the classic leftist practice, fundamentalist, serious, rigid, often heroic, but also not very appealing to the people, and frequently, sterile, must be overcome. 224. Giving up authoritarian methods. From bureaucratic centralism to democratic centralism. 438 Left parties were very authoritarian for a very long time. What they practiced was not democratic centralism, but Soviet-induced bureaucratic centralization. 225 The general line of action they followed was not previously discussed by all members and passed by a majority, but was decided on by the top leadership with no input from the members. The latter were limited to following orders that they had never discussed and often didn't understand. 439 But when combating this bureaucratic centralist deviation, efforts must be made to avoid slipping into ultra-democratic deviations which result in more talk than action, since everything, even trivial matters, are the subject of debate that frequently neuters any concrete action. 440 Because bureaucratic centralism has been criticized, there has been a tendency in recent years to reject all forms of centralism. This is rejected, for example, in the following quote from Emanuel Wallerstein: what the anti-systemic forces should be concentrating on is the expansion of real social groups at community levels of every kind and variety and their grouping, at higher levels in a non-unit form. The fundamental error of anti-systemic forces in the previous era was the belief that the more unified the structure, the more efficacious it was. Democratic centralism is the exact opposite of what is needed. The basis of solidarity has to be subtler, more exible, and more organic. The family of anti-systemic forces must move at many speeds in constant reformulation of the tactical priorities. 441 Such a coherent, non-unit family of forces can only be plausible if 104 each constituent group is itself a complex, internally democratic structure. And this is possible only if, at the collective level, we recognize that there are no strategic priorities in the struggle. The battle for transformation can only be fought on all fronts at once. 226-442 We agree with Wallerstein that the battle must be waged on many fronts. However, we do not agree that there is no need for the partial strategies of each sector to be coordinated into a general, single strategy at the most critical junctures in the struggle. It is this coordination which the enemy is most afraid of because they know that is where the strength of the anti-globalization movement will lie. 443 Personally, I do not see how political action can be successful if it is not unit, and for that reason I do not think that there is any method other than democratic centralism, unless a decision is taken to act by consensus. The consensus method appears to be more democratic because it tries to get everyone's agreement, but in practice it is sometimes much more anti-democratic, because it grants veto power to a minority, so that in extreme cases a single person can block the implementation of an agreement supported by the overwhelming majority. The best known example of this is how the United States uses its veto in the UN Security Council. And anyway, the complexity of problems, the size of the organization and the political time frame, which means that at certain times decisions must be made quickly, often make it almost impossible to use the consensus method, even when it is not being used as blackmail. There is no political effectiveness without unified leadership. 444 There cannot be political effectiveness, then, without a unit leadership which deems the actions to be taken at various points in the struggle. This unit leadership is possible because it wreaks a general line of action which has been discussed by all members of the organization and approved by the majority. Those who are the minority must accept whatever course of action emerges triumphant and work with other members to carry out any tasks that it entails. 445 Nevertheless, if this general line is to be implemented, the concrete actions that the activists have to carry out must be identified. This must be done through a wide-ranging debate in which everyone is allowed to /105 give their opinion and where the agreements now reached are binding on everyone. If there is to be a unit course of action, the lower levels of the organization must keep the higher levels' instructions in mind when taking their own decisions. A political movement that seriously aspires to transform society cannot afford the luxury of harboring undisciplined members who, in matters of strategic importance, disrupt its unity of action, without which no effective action is possible. 446 This combination of single central leadership and democratic debate at the organization's various levels is called democratic centralism. It is a dialectical combination. In complicated political periods of revolutionary upsurge or war, the balance tends to tip in the centralist direction. In periods of calm, when the rhythm of events is slower, the democratic character tends to come to the fore. 447 A correct combination of centrism and democracy should encourage the initiative of the leaders and all the members. Only creative action at every level of the party will assure the triumph of the class struggle. In practice, this initiative is manifested in a sense of responsibility, dedication to work, courage, and aptitude for problem solving, for expressing opinions, for criticizing defects, and for exercising control, with comradely care, over higher level bodies. 448 If this doesn't happen, the party as an organization will cease to make sense because it fails to abide by the principle of internal democracy. An insufficiently democratic existence interferes with the creative initiative of the members and the consequence is their agging participation. Majorities and minorities. 449 Democratic centralism implies both that the minority submit itself to the majority and that the majority respect the minority's position. 450 The minority must not be quashed or marginalized, it must be respected. Nor should the minority be required to completely submit to the majority. 227 The minority should submit itself to the actions proposed by the majority at concrete political junctures, but need not renounce its political, theoretical, and ideological convictions. On the contrary, it is the minority's duty to continue to defend its ideas until they convince the rest or are themselves convinced by others. 451 Why should the minority continue defending its positions and not capitulate to the majority position? Because the minority might be right. 106 Their analysis of reality could be more accurate because they have been able to discover the true motivations of certain social actors. For this reason, those who are in the minority at a given time have not only the right but the duty to stick to their positions and to convert as many other members as possible to their positions through internal debate. 452 And anyway, if the majority is convinced that their position is correct, then they have no reason to fear ideological struggle. On the contrary, they should welcome it, content that they will succeed in convincing the minority group. 453 When the majority fears a confrontation, it is because it feels weak, because it senses that it is only a formal majority, and does not represent the real majority of the organization's members. 454 Is this not the case of some Latin American revolutionary parties? Perhaps the truly divisive are not those who provoke the schism, but those who oblige the minority to take this way out if they want to do their duty of struggling against positions they believe to be wrong. How many schisms could have been avoided if the minority view had been respected? Instead, the whole weight of the bureaucratic apparatus was used to crush the minorities until they were left with no choice but to break away. And yet later those groups were accused of being divisive. 455 Thus far we've analyzed the problem of minorities and majorities within political organizations. Now let's look at what can happen in a grassroots organization. There can be a divergence or non-correspondence between representatives and represented, and, as a result, even if a group is a minority, it might represent the interests of the real majority of people who belong to that organization. 456 This divergence may come about for different reasons, such as the inherent incapacity of those who represent the real majority to achieve better representation in the grassroots organization, the bureaucratic maneuvers of the formal majority to keep itself in a position of power, rapid changes in the masses' consciousness because of the revolutionary process itself. For example, those who only a few days earlier did indeed represent the majority may have become only a formal majority because the revolutionary situation has caused the masses to see that the minority was right. 457 The correct way to resolve this contradiction will depend on the origin of this divergence. 107 458 To sum up, we can conclude that the problem of majorities and minorities goes beyond any quantitative analysis. Each one of these categories is relative. Often, majorities inside organizations are only formal majorities. What really matters is to remember what these majorities and minorities represent with regard to the interests of the real majority. Creating spaces for debate. 459 For the inner workings of an organization to function democratically, it is vital that it create spaces where members can debate, consolidate positions, and become enriched through exchanging opinions. 460 To date, except for rare exceptions, party cells or nuclei have been the preferred space in the organization for exercising internal party democracy. However, it is obvious this is a very limited space in which to examine certain questions in depth, especially those concerned with establishing the general party line and the lines for different sectors. Larger meetings seem much richer, meetings where good speakers can come together to get to the root of their differences, which in turn helps the others present to form their own political beliefs. It is a way to begin to encourage people to think for themselves. 461 How could anyone think, for example, that a debate about the country's economic situation and the line to take on this could be discussed in workplace or local cells or nuclei? Doesn't new thinking emerge through debate? What kind of debate can you have in a group of 10, 20, or 30 people who don't have a thorough understanding of the subject? Wouldn't it make more sense to get the party's main experts together and have them debate the issue so the other members can hear them state their positions, and then make up their own minds? 462 Finding the most appropriate mechanisms for improving democratic debate inside political organizations is one of the challenges facing the left. Currents of opinion. Yes, factions. Number 463 It is entirely normal that different opinions exist within a political organization. These are in fact only a reaction of the different political sensibilities of its members. 228 Besides, I think that the organization's thinking can be enriched if members form groups around given positions. What must be avoided is that these currents of opinion become closed. 108 Groups or factions, in other words, veritable parties within the party. 229 Something else to avoid is letting the theoretical debates become the excuse for a power struggle over something that has nothing to do with the question being debated. The former can be achieved through internal legislation that recognizes the right to have different opinions but which imposes sanctions on factions. 464 On the other hand, if the goal is to democratize debate, then the most logical thing would be not to have permanent groups, and, at least on some questions, to allow people to move between groups. For example, the people who take a given position on the role of the state in the economy will not always be in the same group as those who take a particular position on how the party should encourage women to get politically involved. 465. And while we are on the subject, I think that in the 1990s there was an excellent example of democratic praxis in Porto Alegre, Brazil. In the city government, the mayor's job is rotated through the various ideological tendencies of the PT, and each mayor forms his or her staff by selecting representatives of the various tendencies. 466. The new praxis is only possible if one assumes that the positions taken by the current one belongs to will have to be complemented by the dialectic of dialogue and debate with others. Otherwise, if one takes the old traditional position that one represents the proletariat and everyone else is an enemy, then one's attitude will automatically be different. These others will have to be either neutralized or crushed. 230. 467. This is only possible if one starts out by acknowledging that one does not possess the whole truth, that others might possess some of the truth, and that their positions, therefore, are legitimate. If the dialogue and the debate fail to lead to an understanding, consensus, then differences must be resolved through a vote. But this would only work if all involved are willing to submit themselves to the results of the vote. Tarso Genro says that this is the bedrock on which to build the political culture of a modern socialist party, a revolutionary, non-autocratic party that doesn't propose to bureaucratically impose its program upon society or even on itself. 231. 468. Now, being open, respectful and equable in debate does not in any way mean refusing to GHT for one's own ideas if one is in the minority. If members remain convinced after the process of internal debate that /109 their ideas are correct, then they should continue defending those ideas, as long as they also respect the need to preserve the party's unity when acting upon decisions reached by the majority. 469. And, speaking of debate, it is important to recognize that today it is almost impossible to have an internal debate that is not also a public debate, so the left must learn how to debate keeping this in mind. Building leadership that respects the internal composition of the party. 470. The new left culture should also be wreaked in a different way of constituting the political organization's leadership. For a long time it was believed that if a certain tendency or sector of the party won the internal elections by a majority, then their cadres should occupy all the leadership positions. To a certain extent this was because the generally accepted idea was that a party can only govern when the leadership is as homogeneous as possible. Today different opinions tend to predominate. It is thought that leaders who accurately read the internal correlation of forces within the party are better because this helps members from all tendencies to feel more involved in party work. But this opinion can only become effective if the party has managed to acquire the new democratic culture. If it hasn't, then bedlam will result and render the party ungovernable. 471. Real democratization of the political organization demands that members participate more effectively in electing their leaders, who should be elected according to their ideological and political positions rather than their personal attainments. It is important, therefore, that these different positions are made known to party members through internal publications. It is also very important to end a more democratic way of deciding on candidates and of ensuring elections are held in a way that guarantees the secret vote. Internal plebiscites and polls. 472. On the other hand, I think the direct participation of the party members in the most important decisions is a good idea and can be implemented through a process of internal plebiscites or polls. 232. And I stress the most important decisions, since there is no sense in consulting the membership about decisions regarding day-to-day, routine business which does not necessarily need rank and lee input, and, anyway, it would be 110/unworkable. Direct polling of the party's support base, however, is a very effective way to democratize the organization's decision-making process. The political organization polls the people. 473. Polls of the sort just mentioned can be taken, not only of party members, but also of party sympathizers or of those whom we could call its potential electoral support. This method is especially useful for nominating left-wing candidates for local government, if the point is to actually win the election and not just use it as an opportunity to promote the party's ideas. Polling the electorate about the various candidates proposed by the political organization is the best way to avoid missing the mark. Elections have been lost in the past because candidates were chosen for purely internal party reasons, prestige in the party, representation of a given internal correlation of forces, without taking the public's opinion about the candidate into account. 474 The people have been successfully consulted in Latin America. For example, La Causa in Venezuela held a popular referendum a few months after the military coup led by Lieutenant Colonel Hugo Chavez and his Bolivarian movement. In this poll, taken by placing ballot boxes on the main streets of Caracas, people were asked if they thought the then President of the Republic, Carlos Andrés Pérez, should continue to govern or not. Of the 500,000 people who voted, most of them from the metropolitan region, 90% were against his continuing American Samoa president. This referendum helped to create a political situation in favor of the president's resignation, leading to a new political reality in the country. This was the first time that Parliament had asked a president to leave office and be judged before his term was up. No law provided for this type of consultation, but neither did any law prohibit it. The mass participation of the people, although the results were not formally recognized, was in itself a political event. 475 Another example is provided by the consultations carried out by the EZLN in Mexico. Approximately 1.3 million people participated in the National Consultation for Peace and Democracy carried out by the Zapatista civilian movement in the second half of 1995. This highly original consultation focused on various topics of interest, which included whether or not the Zapatista organization should unite with others and form a political front or remain an independent organization. The most/111. Recent consultation, the International Consultation for the Recognition of the Rights of the Indian Peoples and for an End to the War of Extermination, held on March 21, 1999, saw citizen participation double to close to 3 million voters. 476 examples such as these make me think that the left has a tendency to move through the dichotomy between the legal and the illegal, but often fails to pay attention to countless other spaces that I would denominate illegal, since they don't tie into the above dichotomy. These spaces can be used in a very creative way to raise consciousness, mobilize people, and have them participate in a way that builds the anti-system social force that we've mentioned before. Giving pluralism its due. 477 The political organization that we've been speaking about should be democratic not only internally, but externally as well. It should recognize the importance of super-party initiatives without underestimating the decisive importance of renovating and empowering party organizations. 233. A political organization for those exploited and excluded by capitalism. 478 If, as we mentioned above, the numbers of the traditional industrial working class in Latin America have been declining, as opposed to those of workers who have unstable, insecure jobs and to the marginalized or excluded by the system, whose numbers go up every day, the political body must recognize this fact and cease to be an organization solely for the traditional working class. It must transform itself into an organization for all the oppressed. A political organization which is not naive but is preparing itself for any eventuality. 479 The opportunity that the left now has to compete openly and legally for spaces must not lead it to forget that the right only respects the rules of the game as long as it suits its purposes to do so. To date, there has never been a single example anywhere in the world of a ruling group that has given up its privileges willingly. The fact that its members agree to 112/ withdraw from the political arena when they think their retreat may be in their best interests shouldn't deceive us. They may tolerate and even help bring a left government to power if that government implements the right's policies and limits itself to managing the crisis. What the right will always try to prevent, and we should have no illusions about this, is any attempt to build an alternative society. 234 480 It may be deduced from this that as the left grows and begins to occupy positions of power, it must be prepared to confront Earth's resistance from the sectors closest to Nan's capital, who will use legal or illegal means to block a democratic transformation that will benefit the people. The left must be capable of defending victories achieved democratically. 481. It is essential to remember, as the British Marxist theorist Perry Anderson 235 says in reference to bourgeois democracies, that in the most tranquil democracies today, the army may remain invisible in its barracks. The fundamental resort of bourgeois class power, beneath the preponderant cusp of culture in a parliamentary system, remains coercion. History has shown this to be essential, and therefore, when a revolutionary crisis develops in the heart of the bourgeois power structure, the dominant class of necessity moves from ideology to violence. Coercion becomes both determinant and dominant in the supreme crisis, and the army inevitably occupies the front of the stage in any class struggle against the prospect of a real inauguration of socialism. 236. 482. Being aware of this situation does not necessitate a return to the clandestine methods of the time of the dictatorships. These are no longer valid given the processes of democratic liberalization that Latin America is experiencing today. Yet it seems necessary not to abandon methods of self-defense when circumstances warrant it, and to do good intelligence work so as to ND out what the enemy is planning and to prepare a response ahead of time. 483. If the forces of the right had respected the people's legally achieved victories, and if the left had had the same opportunities as the right to reach the masses through the mass media, I have no doubt that the left would have preferred to travel down the road of institutional struggle. But, historically it is the right, and not the left, that has closed off this road. 484. On the other hand, Gramsci taught us that military effects are not only achieved through armed actions, which, because of the democratic system 113, that exists in some countries, are difficult for the majority of the population to understand. He distinguished between the strictly military or the techno-military and the politico-military. It is necessary to keep in mind that certain political actions can have military effects on the enemy. These include, for example, causing troops to be spread out across the country or weakening their morale. Gramsci called these actions politico-military because, in spite of being entirely political, they could potentially produce military effects. 237. New internationalist practice for the globalist world. 485. In a world in which domination is exercised on a global level, it seems even more necessary than before to coordinate strategies of resistance on a regional and supraregional level. The World Social Fora and other international meetings have made significant advances in this direction possible, but there is still a lot left to do. 486. What Enrique Rubio pointed out in 1994 is still totally relevant today. We should try to coordinate all the excluded, overlooked, dominated, and exploited in the world, including those who live in developed countries, a kind of coordination, cooperation, and alliance between all political and social subjects who take part in the struggle for emancipation in an effort to build world identities. We need to elaborate a strategy that includes coordinating with forces that operate in the three great world power blocks, and to establish multilateral relations with each one of them as a way to disrupt the political sharing of zones of influence among them. 487. It is essential to put capitalism in check from the political sphere, whether the state or non-state, activist or non-activist, party or non-party, from social movements, from scientific technical centers, through cultural and communication centers, where sensibilities are constructed in a decisive manner, and put it in check from self-management organizations, or to put it in a slightly schematic and perhaps even shocking way, the revolution must be international, democratic, multiple, and profound, or there won't be a revolution. 238. 114. Part 4. From Reforms to Revolution. The Bolivarian Revolutionary Process. 488. I have spoken above of the crucial role that local governments can play in left strategy. But not everyone on the left shares my view of the tremendous importance of the work done in local governments. The more radical sectors are very skeptical about the role these governments can play in accumulating forces for social change. They claim that what these governments do is simply manage capitalism, that they only serve as shock absorbers for neoliberal policies, and what is more, they accuse them of attempting to co-opt the leaders of the popular movement, so that instead of the movement being strengthened by the experience, it is in fact weakened. 489 These sectors believe that the conditions for an insurrection could arise and that what we have to do is demolish the bourgeois state. In other words, they believe that the revolution is at hand. Those of us, on the other hand, who believe that we are living in an ultra-conservative era and are at a great disadvantage with regard to the local and global balance of power, also believe that what it boils down to is that we have to begin to act within existing structures with the aim of changing them. We therefore view running a local government as something positive. We look on it, moreover, as a space that could also be used to create the cultural and political conditions needed if we are to advance towards an autonomous organization of society. 490 Next, I would like to spend some time looking at the social experiments that a sector of the Latin American left has been carrying out in various municipal governments there. 117. Chapter 12. Local Governments, Signposts to an Alternative Path. 491 I am referring to 8 experiences of municipal administration, the Montevideo City Council under Uruguay's Frente Amplio, 239 VE municipalities governed by the Brazilian Workers' Party, 240 and 2 by the former La Causa of Venezuela. 241 I chose these particular cases because they were not sniper governments, rather, they represented political party or political front projects that gave them their own look and allowed an outside observer to identify them as expressions of a particular political organization. 242. 492 Here I shall make a RST attempt, which will have to be expanded on later, to systematize these experiences. 493 These opinions stem in large part from the perception that exists about the current political situation and the role attributed to the state in that situation. 494 But in order that left governments embody a truly alternative practice, it is necessary to differentiate them sharply from authoritarian regimes of the right and from populist governments, of the right or left, that have been and continue to be the most common in Latin America. 495 I have been able to study some local governments in Latin America which have set out to arrange things so that the people can play a protagonistic role and thus overcome the traditional and profoundly undemocratic style of government that concentrates power in the hands of the few and ignores the overwhelming majority of the population while making decisions for it. 496 What it entails is implementing a way of exercising power at the local level which will GHT against traditional problems such as abuses of power, clientism, and clinging to political power for long periods of time, a way of governing which, above all, delegates power to the people, which is why I have called these city governments popular participation governments. 497 They are also guided by Artigas's motto, the downtrodden must be the privileged ones. Their priority is to end solutions for those who were always humiliated and needy without abandoning their concern for the city as a whole. They try to reverse the priorities in order to pay the accumulated social debt to the most destitute sectors without abandoning those who were always well served. Their administrative practice is completely transparent and they give an account of their activities to the citizens at regular intervals. 498 These are also governments that believe the state can play a valuable 118 role in providing services to the population. They believe that the state's role need not be reduced, rather, it needs to be deprivatist. In other words, they want to prevent the state apparatus from being used in the interests of a privileged few. What they do, therefore, is to democratize it. 499 It is interesting to note that governments that have been formed by such diverse political associations, the Brazilian Workers' Party is a mass party with deep roots among industrial workers and peasants, the Frente Amplio of Uruguay is a political front made up of different left parties and independents, and the former La Causa of Venezuela was a party/movement of cadres. 243, have all experienced similar problems and have found very similar ways to solve them without having previously shared experiences. Let us now examine some of these initiatives. The problem of knowing how to govern. 501 of the RST problems that these governments face when they assume power is that of knowing how to govern, a problem that was completely unknown to a left used to being the eternal opposition. They have often won elections with the idea of forming a government composed exclusively of workers, but they soon realized that such a move would make things unworkable. Apart from isolating them socially and politically, such a move would have a direct repercussion in Parliament, where legislation on the basic reforms, taxes, the budget, etc., that allow them to govern is passed. 501 In many cases, the right to govern is won by a relative majority. A mayor can be elected with little more than a third of the votes. It is also unlikely that there will be a favorable balance of power in the legislative chamber during the RST term in office. This means that, initially, a majority of the people do not share the left's political project, and a way to govern under those conditions has to be found. The only way to do this is by building alliances, 244, which the more radical sectors of the left have difficulty understanding. 502 This policy of forming alliances revolves around a political proposal for governing the city, one that embodies the interests of the majority and opposes these to the interests of a privileged minority. This minority usually opposes the plan and attempts to sabotage it, but there have been 119 social sectors with which the left was able to negotiate, as well as others that it was only able to neutralize. The natural base of support for these governments is the popular sectors, but they haven't always supported them at the beginning. It is important to remember that in Latin America and the Caribbean, the right manages to get a lot of votes from the most oppressed sectors. However, there tends to be a significant increase in support for the left by these sectors when they see that the new governments really are on the people's side, indeed, and not just in word. 503 Experience has taught local governments that the degree of hegemony achieved is not measured by the number of people that the political organization has in the administration, but by the number of people who feel that this organization's political project understands their needs. And this translates, at the governmental level, into a non-sectarian attitude that gives positions in the government to those who are best qualified for the job, even if they are independents or people from other parties in the coalition that helped to win the election. 504 Anyway, the city governments studied used three methods in order to obtain enough votes to get their projects through the municipal legislature, where the representatives of the leftist coalition were in a minority. The RST consisted of proposing well thought out, attractive draft legislation that was enthusiastically received by the public, and thus could not be rejected by opposition council members if they wanted to keep their electoral support. The second consisted of direct negotiation with the council members from different parties to get them to include the municipal government's proposals in their own projects. The third consisted in mobilizing social sectors that were interested in particular projects so that they themselves pressured the council. 505 Of course, it would be best to have a majority on the town council. Election campaigns now stress that it is not enough to elect just the mayor, a majority in the municipal legislature must be elected too. The problem of alliances moves then to the election arena. A broader electoral alliance ensures a better balance of power in the council. The party's weakness vis-a-vis the government. 506 One of the problems common to all of these political experiences is that when the left wins a local government for the RST time, the grassroots 120 and political organizations' best cadres are immediately drained away into the government. These cadres are called upon to accept management or advisory jobs in the various government departments. Through the new institutional tasks and enormous difficulties they face if they are to implement a program for an alternative government, they gain experience in a previously unknown area. They learn how the state apparatus works, how it is organized. They realize that winning the government is not the same as winning power. At RST hand and for the RST time they see how the much criticized bureaucratic apparatus that they have inherited places tremendous obstacles in the way of a transformative project. This makes them mature. They quickly learn that it is one thing to be the opposition and quite another to be the government. 507 For their part, the political organizations, debilitated by the loss of their cadres, powerless to follow the rhythm of decision-making required by an executive body of this kind and unable to understand the difference between being the opposition and being the government, instead of playing the role of guide to the new government's actions, tend to adopt an attitude of critical opposition, at times even harsher than that of the right. This explains why the relationships between these governments and their respective political groupings have not always been the most harmonious, at least not during the initial period. 245-508 Experience has led us to conclude that they require a party mediating body at the highest level, national or state, to resolve the differences that often arise between municipal political leaders, and a political team that looks beyond day-to-day affairs, that considers the big picture and that, at given intervals, critically evaluates the way the government is going so it can correct its course in time if it has lost its way, or if new situations arise that demand an unplanned change of direction. 509 Although the government should have autonomy from the party, this cannot be complete autonomy. It cannot extend to questions of principle since what the government does reeks on the party. There doesn't have to be consultation over every decision, things need to be workable and the rhythm of a town council is much more dynamic than that of a party, but the general line to be followed should be discussed collectively. 510 Since that margin of autonomy allows the government to implement measures with which the political organization does not agree but for which, in the public's eyes, it is equally responsible, it faces the dilemmas 121 of either being openly critical in order to make it clear who is responsible, knowing that this will be used by the right to discredit the government, or appearing committed to a policy that is not party policy. 511 The political organization must be sufficiently mature to make public criticisms that are not merely destructive. It is important that they indicate how mistakes can be corrected. If this does not happen, public criticism ends up being counterproductive and ultimately weakens popular government. The bureaucratic apparatus and how to contend with it. The legacy 512 One of the biggest challenges facing these inexperienced governments is how to bring the bureaucratic apparatus that they inherit under control. 246 In addition to the legal obstacles, the economic difficulties, and the hostility of central governments which have absolutely no interest in supporting them, there is the problem of too many government employees, the result of political clientism, the unwillingness of senior civil servants 247 to change their habits because they are used to the old style of working, and the lack of will of those who do not agree politically with the administration. It becomes increasingly evident that it is not enough to change the driver yet still drive the same vehicle along the bumpy road of popular participation. The vehicle must be changed too. 248-513 And then, these governments must GHT the neoliberal thesis that the state is per se inefficient and must therefore be downsized by privatizing public services. Left governments must, therefore, show themselves to be efficient, and to that end must rationalize and modernize services without laying off government employees. Rationalization and modernization without layoffs 514 This is, undoubtedly, a complex problem that cannot be solved with good intentions alone. Nevertheless, some of these municipal governments have undertaken interesting experiments. They have been able to modernize without creating unemployment by recycling workers who are retrained and relocated to other jobs. By doing this, municipal governments prove that a humanist concern with defending workers. 122 Living conditions does not mean there is no possibility of modernizing state enterprises and public services. Correcting the poor geographical distribution of public services 515 In some municipalities, the problem has not been too many employees in certain departments or services, but their poor geographical distribution. Often, particularly in big cities, sectors of the population are deprived of municipal services because they live a long way from the center of the city. Many public officials are not willing to provide services in outlying districts. One way this problem was resolved was to hold a public competitive examination for people who did not belong to the municipal system, and to decide on where they would be located geographically according to marks obtained in the exam. Those who obtained the highest marks could choose where they wanted to work, the rest had to go where they were sent or lose their chance of a job. Parallel to this measure, the municipality decided to give an incentive to those who chose to work in the outlying locations by paying a distance allowance which varied according to how far away the workplace was from the center. 249. Wage demands and scarce resources. 516. How to manage personnel has been one of the most difficult things to learn. 517. Typically, left political organizations have learned management skills in the context of union demands, often with a somewhat economistic orientation. Traditionally, the best leaders have been those who have achieved the greatest material gains for the workers. On top of this, the poor conditions in which municipal workers generally found themselves created high expectations when the left gained control of local governments. The result is increasing pressure from local government employees for a wage increase. Left-controlled local governments are very sensitive to this situation. They know that a fair wage is a way for those workers to recover their dignity. How can these governments resolve this situation with the limited material resources at hand and at the same time allocate resources for social projects to meet the needs of the destitute? 518. There have been two interesting initiatives in this area. The RST involves linking wage increases to revenue increases, with the aim of creating awareness among municipal workers that their work is part of a much/123 bigger whole, the city and its needs. At the same time, when pointing out this connection, the aim is to make them into staunch allies for raising taxes and generally improving the municipality's revenues. As services improve, people will be more willing to pay taxes. 519. Another interesting initiative has been the formation of tripartite commissions of management, public employees, and popular movements to hold collective discussions on wage policy for public employees. Popular movements are very well aware of the need for public employees to earn better wages, but this understanding does not mean that they are willing to renounce the public works projects they need. In return for agreeing to this, the movements demand that public employees provide better services. Public servants must understand that the best defense of public services is their quality, because it is the public who, if well served, will join municipal employees in defending those services from privatization. Involving public servants in the decision-making process. 520. Moreover, these administrations have realized that the shortcomings of and lack of discipline among civil servants will not be overcome through top-down authoritarianism and the implementation of repressive controls. What has been done is to discuss the measures to be taken with the civil servants themselves, because if people are involved in taking decisions they feel engaged and committed. The attitude that the administration has toward the workers is of vital importance in making them feel equally responsible for the services they provide and willing to work with greater efficiency. The major challenge these mayors faced was how to gain respect without being authoritarian and how to combine this with respect for the autonomy that social movements should have. They had to learn how to find the right solution to the contradiction between having to facilitate workers' self-organization and mobilization, even when the aim of that mobilization might be to criticize the town council and put pressure on it to concede workers' demands, and, at the same time, to maintain their own authority in the eyes of the public, since it is impossible to govern without authority and respect. This challenge is huge, because if union leaders are from the right, they often try to cause problems for a left government. 521. When concern is shown for public employees' working conditions and living standards, when their contribution to society is appreciated and when they are able to recover their dignity, their self-image changes, their 124 self-esteem improves, and this in turn has a positive effect on their efficiency. Similarly, as civil servants improve the quality of their service, they get more job satisfaction and the public's opinion of them improves. This shows in many ways and is a great incentive for continuing to improve the service. Popular participation in the government. Initial difficulties. 522. As has already been stated, the municipal governments referred to here have set themselves the goal of creating a social project in which civil society, and particularly the popular sectors, are the protagonists. So, to live up to their avowed aims once in power, they have had to end formulas that allow people to participate in the administration, by, for instance, discussing what measures to adopt, setting priorities, and keeping an eye on what the government and its departments do. Along with creating institutional spaces for popular participation, they have also had to encourage the people's autonomous organization, the only guarantee that the strategic project of a socialist society will be viable in the future. 523 This has not been an easy task. 250 When these popular governments triumphed, they were greeted not only by a great deal of apathy and skepticism among the people but also by popular movements that were weak, fragmented and depoliticized. They also found a people not used to thinking politically but accustomed to populism, political clientism and asking for things. In the popular assemblies that were organized, a list of requests would often be drawn up, and these usually greatly exceeded the municipality's ability to satisfy them. 524 That experience led these governments to conclude that not all assemblies are synonymous with democracy, that assemblies are not productive if people don't have adequate information, or are not politicist. So politicization became the main problem. To expand democracy, it was necessary to politicize. 251 The problem was how to reach the people, said the former mayor of Caracas, Aristobulo Isturiz, how to help the most disadvantaged citizens to become politicist and acquire the ability to make decisions. To do so, it was essential to provide the people with information. Democracy can only exist when all people are equally informed. 252/125 Things to keep in mind. 525 A serious problem these governments face is reaching people, not just activists. When they attempt to get in contact with the people, they only meet activists, the worker who is the president of a neighborhood association, or the housewife who is a leader in her community. Often they are activists who are politicist, yes, but badly politicist, since they are still burdened by the worst vices and shortcomings of the traditional political system: populism, caciquism, verticalism, corruption, and manipulation of popular movements. What, then, is to be done to really reach the people and get them involved in state administration? 526 One of the things these governments learned is that it is vital to begin with the immediate needs of the people, and, though it might seem like a truism, it must be emphasized that we are talking about the people's needs, not what we think their needs are. 527 It is also important that those heading the government and all those who are trying to get the communities organized know how to listen and how to be flexible enough to accept people's opinions, even if they are different from their own. There might be valid technical criteria about where, for example, to locate a bus stop, but the population might think otherwise. If the experts are unable to convince people with their arguments, the people will feel that their sovereignty has been trampled on. Besides, expert opinions are not always right. 528 If people are to participate, there must be a minimum level of community organization and a minimum amount of technical and material resources with which to implement the ideas that emerge. This is why the self-management experiences of some of the municipalities are important. 529 Finally, it is essential to have complete confidence in the people's creative initiative, since they might end solutions that have not occurred to the administration. The participatory budget, the key to participation and politicization. 530 In all the administrations that I have studied, the master key to reaching people at the grassroots level, to motivating them to participate in municipal government, has been convening them to discuss and decide. 126/ Which public projects in the municipality, depending on its resources, should be given priority. The Brazilian Workers' Party has given the name the participatory budget to this process, where the people participate in deciding how to allocate municipal resources. PT local governments have the most experience with the participatory budget. 253/531 The novelty of the participatory budget lies in the fact that it is not simply the experts and those who govern who decide, behind closed doors, about revenues and public spending. It is the community which, through a process of debates and consultations, sets the amounts of revenues and expenditures and decides where to invest, what the priorities should be and which actions and public works the government will undertake. That is why the budget is participatory. 254 532 It is interesting to observe that the traditional logic of public resource allocation, that had always benefited the wealthier sectors, is transformed through this process of discussing the allocation of local government resources to public works with residents. By encouraging popular participation, especially that of the neediest sectors, the participatory budget emerges as a powerful tool for distributing the city's revenue more equitably. 533 The participatory budget also becomes an instrument for planning and for controlling the administration. 534 The problem of control is perhaps one of the most overlooked, but, at the same time, one of the most essential issues if things are to be done in a democratic way. It is pointless to decide on priorities and allocate resources to given works if people are not organized to follow up on those initiatives, to make sure that the resources are used for their designated purposes and not diverted to other things, and that the quality of public works carried out is high. 535 The lack of organized control by the community is what leads not only to corruption and the misuse of funds, but also to members of the community not doing what they need to do to further the collective interest. 536 The Coroni municipal government talked of giving democratic backup to public works. The people who use a sports field do not only participate in repairing or building it, they also organize to maintain and look after it, and to ensure that the rules they themselves have established to prevent its deterioration are respected. 537 The participatory budget is also a very effective tool in the struggle. 127 Against clientism and favor swapping. Since the community itself chooses the public projects, the opinions of top bureaucrats, council members, and local bosses over the distribution of resources is neutralized. 538 It is, moreover, an effective way of oiling the wheels of the machinery of administration, making it more competent and reducing the bureaucracy. It also increases the level of satisfaction when the public works are completed, minimizing the demand for more works while simultaneously improving the quality of life. And then, when people see efficiency and transparency in the way their taxes are used, they are more willing to pay them and less likely to engage in tax evasion. Finally, perhaps the most significant achievement is that citizens have been successfully motivated to participate in the tasks of municipal government. The fact that the residents in a community learn about and decide on public issues is a concrete way for people to govern. It makes them grow as human beings, it dignifies them, people no longer feel like beggars, and it politicizes them in the broadest sense of that word, allowing them to have their own opinions which can no longer be manipulated. Increasingly, it makes them the subject of their own destiny. 539 According to Tarso Genro, this process makes it possible to break with the traditional alienation of the community leaders, who think that their problem is one that affects their street and neighborhood only. People begin to understand that their problems are related to the overall situation of the economy, the national social situation, and even to the international situation. This has nothing to do with the state co-opting popular organizations or dissolving them into itself. On the contrary, a concentration of power outside the state, outside the executive, and outside the legislature is created. That is why I believe the participatory budget is a highly positive and highly revolutionary experience. 540 It is reinforced, moreover, by the many other initiatives these municipal governments undertake, which are creating more and more spaces for popular participation. Nowadays, in Porto Alegre for example, there are dozens of fora apart from the Participatory Budget Council, the most famous because it mobilizes the most oppressed and exploited sectors of society. It shares the new participatory space with the Citizenship Council, the Councils Against Discrimination and Racism, the Municipal Culture Council, the Municipal Health Council, the Social Assistance 128/Council and the THIRD-WORLDISM Councils. Direct citizen participation is exercised through all of these. 541. In conclusion, I would like to state my conviction that, at a time when politics and politicians have been widely discredited, something which also affects left parties, local governments run by a transformative left can be a very potent weapon because they offer an example of something other than neoliberalism. They demonstrate to people that the left not only claims to be better but actually is better. 255. No less important, they can give us, as I said at the beginning of this chapter, a preview of an alternative route. 542. Their responsibility, therefore, is huge. What is at stake is not only the people's dreams, but also the political future of the left. 129. Has the left become reformist? 543. Does the fact that growing sectors of the Latin American left have concentrated their efforts on institutional spaces in the last few years mean that a majority of this left has become reformist? 544. In order to answer this question we must answer some other questions. Is a left which concentrates on things institutional necessarily reformist? Is a left which rejects things institutional and proposes very radical solutions necessarily revolutionary? Are those who today are in favor of advancing via reforms reformist? 545. In order to begin, it seems to me important to react upon something someone wrote decades ago: the greatest, perhaps the only danger to the genuine revolutionary is that of exaggerated revolutionism, of ignoring the limits and conditions in which revolutionary methods are appropriate and can be successfully employed. These are not the words of a social democrat, they are the words of a revolutionary, none other than Lenin himself. He went on to develop his idea in these words: true revolutionaries have mostly come a cropper when they began to write revolution with a capital R, to elevate revolution to something almost divine, to lose their heads, to lose the ability to react, weigh, and ascertain in the coolest and most dispassionate manner at what moment, under what circumstances and in which sphere of action you must act in a revolutionary manner, and at what moment under what circumstances and in which sphere you must turn to reformist action. 256. 130. Chapter 13. The Left and Reform. Distinction between revolution and reform. 546. The distinction between reformists and revolutionaries is not always clear, because, as Norberto Bobbio says, reform is not always advocated in order to avoid revolution, nor is revolution necessarily linked to the use of violence. 257. When these positions are developed to their logical conclusion, it is easier to distinguish between them. But in day-to-day political practice it is much harder to do so. 547. In fact, the founders of Marxism were always in favor of the battle for reforms, although they knew that reform is the name given to changes which leave the power in the country in the hands of the old ruling class. 258. 548. The problem is not saying yes or no to reform, but examining when it makes sense to GHT for reform and how a revolutionary fruit can be plucked from it. 259. 549. In conclusion, neither the use of violence, on the one hand, nor the use of institutions and the promotion of reform, on the other, can be used as the criteria for drawing a line of demarcation between revolution and reform. 550. What criteria should be used, then? 551. It seems to me that the best definition is one which pins the label reformist on those who wish to improve the existing order through reform, and that of revolutionary on those who, although pushing for reform, GHT at the same time to modify that order profoundly, to bring about a change that cannot happen without a break with the previously existing order. Conditions needed if the institutional struggle is to achieve revolutionary ends. 552. How is it possible to detect if a political practice that uses reform and takes the institutional route is reformist or revolutionary, especially when self-proclaimed objectives mean less and less in politics? 553. I propose the following criteria to determine just how revolutionary a political practice is. 554. First, if the reforms advocated are accompanied by a parallel effort to strengthen the popular movement, in such a way that growing sectors of the people organize and join the struggle. 555 Second, if lessons can be learned and taught when the left works within the left and reform. 131. Existing institutional framework. An electoral campaign, for example, can be an excellent space for popular education, provided that the campaign is expressly geared to increasing the people's awareness of the most important political questions. However, a campaign can also be reduced to a simple exercise in marketing which, instead of raising consciousness, disorients the people or simply does not add anything to their political maturity. 556 Third, if the political practice is different, one that makes it impossible to confuse the left's behavior and that of traditional political parties. It should also wreak an effort to expose the limits of existing institutions and the need to change them, but without raising hopes about the path of reform being able to solve problems that demand revolutionary solutions. 557 I agree with Carlos Vilas that the challenge faced by organizations which in the past resorted to armed struggle or intense political confrontations is related to their ability and willingness to remain true to the proposals for profound change in the new institutional scenario. A scenario which demands that adjustments be made in style, rhythm, and strategy, but should not, in principle, involve changes in substantive concepts or in the scope of alternative proposals. 260. Varieties of reformism. 558 On the other hand, the following could be used as indications of reformist deviations. 559 First, a tendency to moderate programs and initiatives without offering alternative political proposals to the existing order. 261 Justifying this with the argument, analyzed above, that politics is the art of the possible. 562 Instead of investing time and effort in fomenting rebellion and acting spirit, constantly calling on leaders of unions and the workers' movement to conduct themselves responsibly and with maturity. 262 This includes trying to channel their efforts towards negotiations and shady deals at the top and to avoid combative demonstrations under the pretext of not wanting to put a spanner in the works of the state apparatus or to jeopardize the hard-won rebirth of democracy. 561 The opportunistic slogan "Don't make waves" clearly expresses the situation. And, as Carlos Vilas says, far from encouraging a creative search for alternatives, this slogan instead works to block all projects for change. 132/ And adapt their content and scope to spaces tolerated by the institutional system. 263 562 Third, the tendency to work in existing institutions passively, without needing to change them or to change the rules of the game. 563 How many times have we heard the left complain about the adverse conditions in which it had to GHT the elections after discovering that it had not achieved the results it expected at the polls? However, this same left has very rarely denounced the rules of the game during the election campaign or included electoral reform in their platform. Quite the reverse, what often happens is that in its hunt for votes the left, instead of waging an educational, instructive campaign that helps the people grow in organization and consciousness, uses the same methods to sell its candidates as the ruling classes do. 564 This means that when the left suffers an electoral defeat, the campaign leaves behind not only frustration, burnout, and debt, the election effort fails to lead to political growth for those who worked for and supported the campaign, but leaves only a bitter feeling that everything was in vain. The situation would be very different if the campaign were planned from a fundamentally educational instructional perspective, using it to strengthen consciousness and popular organization. In that case, even if the results of the election were far from satisfactory, the time and effort invested in the campaign would not be lost. 565 The tendency to adapt to the given milieu not only puts constraints on action, according to Carlos Vilas, it also produces internal changes in one's ideological orientation, in the program proposals, and in the scope of its action. 264. General challenges facing the institutional left. 566 The undeniable institutional progress of the left must not make us forget that the existing set of democratic institutions offers advantages, but also imposes restrictions. As Enrico Rubio says, the biggest challenge we face is to discover how to maximize the former and minimize the latter. We must also discover how to bring together forces that want change and don't want the existing order, particularly when just by participating in bourgeois institutions we legitimize them to a certain extent, and how to build an alternative set of institutions through the actions of the various social and political actors. 265. The Left and Reform. 133. 567. Therefore, there are more than a few challenges facing the left before it can, through the use of existing institutions, successfully accumulate support for change and not for the preservation of the status quo. How to avoid slipping into traditional political practices. 568. One of these challenges is that a big effort must be made to avoid slipping into traditional political practices. This can be done by developing new practices that clearly show the difference between the way popular parties and other political parties operate. This is the only way to win over a public increasingly skeptical of politics and politicians. 569. Second, the left should avoid slipping into the usual deformations of bourgeois political practice. 571 of these deformations is political careerism, which is the idea that one should always be rising through the ranks, that going back to being a simple rank-and-file party member is a demotion. Often the organization itself justifies this attitude by arguing that the investment it has made in training cadres should not be wasted. 571 on that subject, the cadre policies implemented in Porto Alegre are interesting. The PT has now been in office there for 3 consecutive terms. They have rotated cadres between the administrative apparatus, the party, and the popular movement. In this way, the experience acquired in one of these spheres is transferred to the others. This is especially useful in the case of cadres who have acquired administrative experience. 572 Another harmful attitude is that of a preference for court circles over work with the rank-and-file. As Lula 266 said, several years after having been elected president of Brazil, there are cadres who are seduced by the perfume of the elite and now can't stand the smell of the people. They often rely on bureaucratic barriers to avoid direct contact with the people and tend to receive their information from groups of advisors, losing the opportunity to take the people's pulse. They seem to be unaware that the strongest cordon of disinformation is created by those who should keep them informed. These advisors have the habit of accentuating the positive and eliminating the negative, either from the noble motive of not wanting to overburden those they advise with worries or from the selfish desire to be congratulated for being the bearers of good news. Another deformation is that of using the party as a trampoline for personal 134 advancement and the press as a means of self-enhancement and self-promotion, whereas party and press should be tools for ideological struggle against those who oppress the people. 573 Another challenge to cadres is to avoid being co-opted by a system which spreads thousands of nets to catch the unwary. These range from salaries, which are much higher than any representatives of the popular movement can earn from their work, to the series of perks that go with the job, air travel, hotels, expenses, paid advisors, and even housing, as well as the social status that such a position brings. Specific challenges to local government. 574 There are a number of specific challenges to local government. 575 Avoid what one leftist Italian politician called state cretinism. 267 The belief that the state is a neutral body, that it is like an empty bottle that can be LED with any liquid, that it can be used equally to benefit one class or another because its function is merely technical. 576 It is not about governing for the sake of governing, nor about only administrating a crisis. It is about governing in a different way, showing on a local level what the left could do nationally. As I said, a good local government is, at a time when there is so much skepticism, the best visiting card the left has. 577 I agree with Carlos Vilas 268 that one of the greatest challenges the left faces is how to endow democratic institutions with transformative potential, how to strengthen the value of democracy without legitimizing capitalism or abandoning a project of transformation. 578 If, at the municipal level, the left aspires to be something more than a good administrator of macroeconomic policies that are set at other levels of government, then it should be capable of coordinating these local or regional levels with national problems in order to show the population the limits of neoliberalism. 579 It is not easy for the Latin American left, accustomed to being the opposition, to suddenly become the government. One of its greatest challenges, according to Tarso Genro, 269 is how to succeed in becoming a governing party without ceasing to be a party of struggle. 580 I agree with Massimo Gorla that the presence of a political group in institutions only has a raison d'etre as long as it is a reaction of another much more energetic and mass-based opposition, an opposition. The Left and Reform. 135. Of hundreds of thousands of workers who oppose the regime in the streets, who GHT it and who, through their struggles, forge an alternative for change. This is the true opposition, the struggle of the masses. 270 581 It is necessary to be true to one's democratic beliefs, which means really bestowing decision-making power on the people. 582 The participatory budget in the PTRUN in Brazil, especially in Porto Alegre, provide a notable example of how the power of deliberation was granted to an organized community. Similar experiments have been made in the Montevideo town government, run by the Frente Amplio of Uruguay, and in the municipalities governed by La Causa in Venezuela. 583 The people's governments should be completely transparent and willing to submit to public control over their finances, over the use of state resources and over their employment practices. 584 The autonomy of popular organizations must be respected, accepting as normal any tensions and contradictions between the government and the popular movement. That means, among other things, avoiding the tendency to draft leaders from popular movements into the administrative apparatus. It also means accepting and promoting the autonomy of popular movements even if they have positions that conflict with those of the government. Specific challenges in the election arena. 585 The greatest challenge to the left in this arena is to be capable of beating any electoralist deviation, which manifests itself in the following traits: the tendency to make getting elected an end in itself rather than a means to work on a project of social transformation, linking up with popular movements only during elections and for electoral reasons, individualism during the campaign, seeking funds and support for themselves and not for the party, internal conflicts over the elections, as if the other members of the party were their main enemies, and so on. 586 The left must GHT against the individualist mandates typical of bourgeois politics, which is characterized by the voters' lack of control over the representatives they elect. A mandate should be sacred, it must. 136/ Respect the will of the voters. Therefore, if for any reason elected representatives leave the political organization they belong to when elected, they should resign their seats. 587 An example of the correct attitude in this sense, which was nevertheless described as quixotic, was that of Hugo Cors, leader of the Uruguayan Partido por la Victoria del Pueblo, who was elected deputy from the list of the Movimiento de Participación Popular coalition. When he left the coalition he resigned from his post as a member of parliament. 588 For this very reason, one of the political organization's jobs, which is of equal or perhaps greater importance than that of nominating candidates, is the control it exercises over them once they have been elected. 589 One reason the left has always had for agreeing to work in bourgeois institutions is that they provide a space from which to circulate the ideas of the left to more people and reach even the most backward sectors. In other words, to turn parliament into a sounding board, a platform from which to denounce the outrages, abuses, and injustices of a regime based upon oppression. Today, however, the monopolistic control that the ruling classes often exercise over the media creates a veritable barrier of silence which gets in the way of this goal and is very difficult to overcome if the left is not well represented in parliament. 590 Another great challenge facing the left is how to get the media to report on what the left does. This challenge can only be confronted successfully with great creativity, as the Zapatistas and Greenpeace did, or by creating political events that are impossible to ignore, like the important march of the MST to the Brazilian capital in 1997, or children painting murals with democratic messages in Caracas, as they did when Aristobulo Isturiz was mayor. 591. Also of great interest is the successful way the FMLN in El Salvador let the people know what they were doing in parliament by holding open sessions in public squares. 592. The left must struggle to overcome the enormous onions of the audiovisual media monopolized by the right. Their messages permeate all of society, especially the poorest and most downtrodden sectors which, as we saw previously, are incapable of establishing a critical distance from them. Many concede defeat, thinking that this battle can only be waged in an arena that is overwhelmingly unfavorable to the left. The Left and Reform. 137. A creative approach to the illegal. 593. Finally, as we've already seen, besides the area of the legal arena and its opposite, the illegal arena, there is a whole other arena that we have suggested could be called the illegal, that arena which is neither legal nor illegal. The left often lacks the creativity to use this space. 594. By moving ahead in the institutional realm, aware of the challenges this presents and creatively taking over the illegal spaces, the Latin American left can accumulate forces for change and help bring about people's cultural transformation, making sure that they take more and more responsibility for their own destiny. In doing so, the left lays the foundations of the new society we want to build, a society where the people are the active subjects at every level. 138/595. In what follows, and to end this book, we shall look at how the questions raised above have been approached in Venezuela. 596. Hugo Chavez, an ex-soldier who was elected president of Venezuela at the end of 1998 after winning the elections by an ample majority, believes he is building a new history. He is trying to make a real revolution by making structural changes in the political, social, moral, and economic spheres, but is trying to do this peacefully and democratically in order to make the far-reaching, necessary changes viable. 7.5 years after these goals were set, 271. Can we say that there is a revolutionary process in Venezuela, when the bourgeois state apparatus has not been violently destroyed and there have been no far-reaching economic reforms? Isn't it really a reformist process? The state takes the initiative in changing the rules of the game and creating spaces for participation. 597. Unlike other left governments in the region, President Chavez was certain before his election victory that unless the rules of the institutional game were changed, he could not carry out the far-reaching socio-economic transformations that the country urgently needed. Therefore his RST revolutionary initiative was to convene a constituent assembly to write a new constitution which would make it possible to create the legal framework of the new, humanist, solidarity society that they had set out to build. 139. Chapter 14. The Bolivarian Revolution. Is it a revolution? Participation and human development in the Bolivarian Constitution. 598. The most striking thing about the Bolivarian Constitution is the emphasis it places on popular participation in public affairs and how it is this protagonism that will ensure the complete development of both individuals and the collective. In Article 20 it states that all men and women have the right to the free development of their personality. In Article 102 it refers to the need to develop the creative potential of each human being and the full enjoyment of his or her personality in a democratic society, and in Article 299 it speaks of ensuring overall human development. Article 62 indicates the way this development will be achieved. That article says that the participation of the people in forming, carrying out and controlling the management of public affairs is the necessary way of achieving the involvement which ensures their complete development, both individual and collective. It then goes on to say that it is the obligation of the state and the duty of society to facilitate the creation of the conditions most favorable to putting this into practice. 272. Article 70 lists other ways which allow the people to develop their abilities and skills. These are self-management, cooperatives of all kinds, democratic planning and participatory budgets at all levels of society. 599 President Chavez and his government have taken the Constitution's mandate very seriously and have made every effort to encourage participation at all levels. It is probable that Venezuela is the only country which has a ministry devoted to participation, the Ministry of Popular Participation and Social Development, which was created in mid-2005. One of its principal objectives is to remove obstacles and make it easier for there to be popular participation from below throughout the country. The communal councils, local spaces ideal for allowing everyone to participate. 600 In the sphere of local, where you live participation, emphasis has been put on participatory diagnoses, the participatory budget, and social auditing. Initially, local public planning councils were created at the municipal level to carry out these tasks with representatives from 140 existing institutions 273 and community representatives. It is important to point out that representation is weighted in favor of the communities, a clear reaction of the political will to encourage community participation. Practice showed, however, that true people's protagonism could only emerge if participation was encouraged in much smaller spaces. This is how the idea of the communal councils arose. 601 The RST question to be resolved was, what was the ideal space for participation when it came to local power? Families which make up the community. 602 A great deal of debate ensued, focused on successful community organizing experiences such as the urban land committees, each consisting of about 200 families who organize in their struggle to bring some order to land ownership, and the health committees, each of which brings about 150 families together with the aim of supporting the doctors in the worst-off communities. The conclusion was reached that a community had to be understood as a group of families living in a specific geographic area who know each other and can relate easily, who can meet without having to depend on transport, and who have a common history, use the same public services and share similar economic, social, and urban development problems. The idea was that there would be 200 to 400 families in an urban community area and 20 to 50 in a rural area. 603 The number of people in a community varies greatly from one place to another. The conclusion reached was that in a densely populated urban area, where there are housing developments and boroughs with tens of thousands of inhabitants, the number of people in a community can vary from 1 to 2,000 people, whereas in an isolated rural area, where communities are small hamlets, the number ranges from 100 and 250 people. 604 Making an approximate calculation, in Venezuela, which has around 26 million inhabitants, there could be about 52,000 communities. 605 Each of these communities has to elect a body which will act as the community government. This body is called the Communal Council. 141 Coordinating all community efforts into a single plan. 606 When the communal councils are set up, the specific characteristics of each community must be taken into account. There are some communities that have strong traditions of organizing and struggle and therefore already have different sorts of community organizations within their borders. There are others that may have one or two and yet others with none. The organizations that might be found in a community in Venezuela include the Urban Land Committee, the Protection Committee, the Health Committee and the Community Health Organization, cultural groups, the Sports Club, the Residents Association, the Educational Missions, the Technical Water Board, the Energy Board, the Bolivarian Circle, environmental groups, food committees, the OPS Club, the Community Housing Organization, the Popular Defense Unit, cooperatives, micro-companies, and the People's Economy Council, and more. Each of these organizations has a tendency to do its own thing. 607 The tasks of each specific area must be taken on collectively by the various organizations that are identified with this particular matter. The overall social development collective, let's say, must bring together, for example, the Social Protection Committee, the Health Committee, and the food organizations that exist in the community and other types of organization that can work with them in the struggle to ensure the health, and quality of life of everyone and especially of those who live in extreme poverty. 608 It is not a case, therefore, of wiping the slate clean in those places where the community is already organized. On the contrary, what needs to be done is to coordinate all existing initiatives into a single work plan. Working as a whole and not in different areas, as was done before, makes it possible to obtain much better results and to avoid duplicating efforts. 609 Drawing up this single plan is another of the communal council's tasks. It must be based on a participative diagnosis through which the community makes the problems that it can solve with its own material and human resources a priority. Setting goals that are possible to achieve with the active help of as many members of the community as possible means that results are seen very quickly, and this increases the community's self-esteem and makes them even more motivated to participate. If the diagnosis is not made using a participative diagnosis, what usually happens? 142 is that instead of encouraging participation, the community stands around doing nothing, waiting for the state to solve the problems identified. 610 If it happens that the amount of money needed or the complexity of the problem is beyond the community's means, the communal council must draw up projects to present to the participatory budget or to other financing bodies and make certain all necessary arrangements have been made for receiving the funding that may be allocated. The participatory budget process became innately richer once the communal councils were in existence because it is they who set the priorities in much smaller assemblies where citizen participation is more complete. The idea is that the spokespersons for the communal councils and the residents of these communities should take an active part in the participatory budget. 611 Finally, and mentioning only their most important functions, the communal councils must encourage the collective to act as a financial watchdog over all activities undertaken in the community, whether these are carried out by the state, the community, or by private companies. It also manages the monies given to it or which it obtains through its own initiative. Vossarus and the Citizens' Assembly 612 So that these the communal councils could carry out their mandate, it was thought that they should have an executive subcommittee, an auditing subcommittee and a finance subcommittee. 613 Once problems are identified and work areas deemed, the community has to elect those residents who, because of their leadership, knowledge of the eld, community work spirit, willingness to work collectively, honor and dynamism, are the best people to represent them on the communal council. 614 Spokespersons for each work area, for the Social Financial Watchdog Subcommittee and for the finance Subcommittee must be elected. 615 Those who analyze, discuss, decide, and elect their spokespersons in a citizens' assembly are the people who live in that geographic area. An effort must be made to see that at least one member of every family comes to these meetings. The Communal Councils Act, passed on April 9, 2006 after a national debate, set quorums at 10% of the population of any community over the age of 15. There were many who suggested /143. Lowering the minimum age to 12, since children of around that age are often the most willing to cooperate in community-type work. They are not burdened down by the apathy that previous broken promises have engendered in those older than they. Moreover, filling their leisure time with this kind of activity might be a good antidote to the danger of drugs and bad company. 616 The Citizens' Assembly is the highest authority in the community. Its decisions are binding on the communal council. It is there that the people's sovereignty and power reside. 617 Those elected to be part of the communal council are called Vossarus because they are the community's voice. Therefore, when their fellow residents lose confidence in them because they have ceased to transmit what the community thinks and decides to the communal council, these people have to be recalled. They can no longer be the community's voice. Venezuelan militants refuse to use the word representative because of the negative connotations that this word has acquired in the bourgeois representative system. Candidates only come to the communities at election time, promise everything under the sun, and then are never seen again after the elections. Respecting the community's maturation process 618 In addition, it should be made clear that setting up a communal council is not something that happens overnight. It requires a process of community maturation. Therefore the proposal was made to form a provisional organizing team elected by the community in an assembly. This team's most important job would be to prepare the way for the residents to elect the members of the communal council with full knowledge of the issues at hand. This team would have to make a socio-economic study of the community by visiting the families house by house, and would have to arrange for a community participatory diagnosis to identify the main problems. The hope is that by making this team responsible for these jobs, the potential future members of the communal council get a good foundation, that they learn all about the problems in their community after their dedication to that community and their reliability has been tested in practice. According to how they perform, all the members of the organizing team, or maybe just some of them, will be elected spokespersons for the communal council. 144/619 It has been stressed repeatedly that any type of manipulation, political or other, must be avoided when setting up the communal councils. This means councils do not have to be Chavist communal councils. These community institutions are open to all citizens, no matter what their political stripe. It would not be surprising if, after getting to solve community problems and when they see how much support they receive from the government, many of these people who have had the wool pulled over their eyes by the media discover what the true Bolivarian revolutionary project is. 620 I have absolutely no doubt that the communal councils are one of the spaces that will make a huge contribution to the full development of human beings and are a solid basis on which socialism for the 21st century can be built. Encouraging worker participation. 621 The role of the Bolivarian government has been crucial both for developing local participation and for the participatory process that is taking place in the production sphere. People have been encouraged to form cooperatives. In March 2004 an ambitious program, Misión Voluntaria, was set in motion. It began by recruiting 1 million people from the educational missions. The idea was not just to give them a job but to bring about Venezuela's economic, political, and cultural transformation by focusing on endogenous development. 622 Voluntarias not only offered credit but also gave emphasis to preparing people for the new relations of production by giving classes in cooperation and self-management. There were only 762 cooperatives when Chavez was elected for the RST time in 1998, but by 2005 there were already almost 84,000, and almost 1 million cooperative members. 623 More recently there has been a move towards creating social production companies which are guided not by the logic of capital but by a humanist, solidarity-based logic. And there have been attempts, although in my opinion somewhat timid ones, to implement self-management in some strategic state companies. 624 Whenever I think about an economy that is an alternative to capitalism, I remember that once, a number of years ago, I heard Fidel Castro say in the National Assembly of People's Power that socialism still had not /145 managed to end a way to motivate production that replaced the capitalist whip. 625 Dario Machado, a Cuban researcher, has suggested that in the experience of socialism in Eastern Europe the workers never reached the point of feeling that they were the owners of the means of production and services. They were the de jure owners, but there was no participatory management to match this. Whereas they did the work, others above decided what to produce and how to do it. 274 626 When I read over what he said, I wonder if the answer to the question President Castro asked isn't contained therein. 627 In Venezuela, long before Chavez suggested that the Bolivarian Revolution had to go down the road to socialism, and before anyone had been legally given ownership of any company, a group of workers in a strategic area of the economy had begun to feel that they were the owners of their company. It was at the time of the oil strike and sabotage. The opposition thought that if around 18,000 managers and specialist workers from the state-owned company PSA withdrew their labor, the productive lungs of the country would collapse, causing chaos, and this would allow them to get rid of Chavez. However, the Rancanli Oil Company workers turned up en masse to work, and many retired technicians offered their services to the company. They worked tirelessly, often with no boss, motivated by their patriotic consciousness. they felt proud of and responsible for what went on. They used the knowledge they had obtained through daily practice and they invented innovative solutions. At that point, work collectives began to form in which all strata of company workers took part, from the chief engineer and the foreman down to the shop floor workers. Their aim, once production had been normalized, was to rethink the company, restructure it, and eliminate nests of corruption, to eliminate privileges and give subcontracted work to cooperatives instead of private companies. 628 The electricity workers also began to feel that same sense of ownership. Aware that the electricity company KEDAF was one of the opposition's targets, they organized to prevent any attempt to sabotage it. Before the military coup and as a way of struggling to put the company back on its feet, it had been practically dismantled by management in order to provide a justification for privatization. The KEDAF workers had begun to raise the question of co-management. This was the outcome. 146 of a long struggle against the privatization of the company, which had been proposed by previous governments. 629 As a way of giving recognition to the workers' noble, patriotic attitude during the attempted opposition strike, President Chavez decreed that 2 union leaders be made members of the boards of directors of both companies. This measure was taken without consulting the workers of the aforementioned companies. 630 Unfortunately, some of those union leaders stuck to practices from past eras, self-interested behavior, charging people a commission for giving them a job, and so on. This, plus the fact that many managers felt threatened when they had to face a group of organized workers demanding transparency and questioning their management, provided the arguments which began to convince some government members, including President Chavez, that there could be no co-management in strategic companies. The risk could not be taken that the workers might, because of their lack of political maturity, run the company to satisfy their group interests while forgetting about the rest of society. 631 At RST site This seems like a convincing argument. Nevertheless, the argument put forward by Carlos Sanchez, the president of Cadila, a KEDAF affiliate in the Andean region, seems to us to be even more convincing. He said that in order for co-management in a company as strategically important as the electricity company to meet the noble aims of serving the country, and not be deterred into serving petty personal interests, or the interests of political parties, social or union groups, it is essential that the actors of co-management include the organized community as well as the company's workers because, when all is said and done, the electricity company does not belong to the electricity workers, it belongs to all Venezuelans, and the voice of these Venezuelans must be transmitted to the company through the communities which receive its services, and they should have a voice so they can point out the deficiencies in those services, suggest solutions, and collaborate in their implementation. 275 632 In Merida State this type of co-management has been implemented with excellent results. Services have improved markedly. The electricity workers, who were previously given the cold shoulder by the community because of the poor service the company provided, are today welcomed with affection. Payment of bills has increased enormously and the number /147 of home stealing electricity has been greatly reduced. The explanation for these results can be found in a zone manager proposed by the workers, a general manager who was capable of backing this decision, a union leader who got on really well with the workers and worked in harmony with the manager, and meetings with workers and communities to discuss how to do things better. 633 What it comes down to is that responsibility is shared between all the parties. However, in order for this to be viable, the workers have to trust those who manage the company because, as the president of the Federación Eléctrica Angel Navas said, if this trust is not there, workers will not commit themselves. How are we going to agree to share the responsibility if we see that we have no means to avoid all the bad stuff that happens? 634 Navas then explained what co-management means for the workers. It allows them to end things out, to be able to participate. In 19 years they never once came down here to ask me what my opinion was on how the work should be done. The company executives would send me some memos saying, look, you should do this and this and this. If workers' opinions start to be taken into account, workers grow, they develop through their work. People are creators, they are transformers. If people are overlooked at work, they die. If workers feel useless, if they are not allowed to express their creativity, if they are constantly told no, you can't do that, if all there is an antagonistic clash all the time, at the end all you have is a bunch of frustrated people. It is different when the workers feel that their opinions are being listened to, when there is communication. That's the crux of co-management. 635 When we talk of co-management, we are talking about a cohesion between everyone to make the company more efficient and more productive, to socialize the company to the country. 636 We have to GHT for that, and it is the state itself that should be the most interested in this, because what we workers do with this mechanism, if we stop to take stock, is that we self-exploit ourselves more, don't we? Yes, but now we enjoy it. For years now I have been working 3 or sometimes 4 times as much as I did before. But now I am saddest doing so. Before I used to work for the goods they paid me for something I did, now I do it with all my heart. That is the transformation that takes place in the workers, they change spiritually, they are less bothered about 148/ material things than about feeling useful. Their satisfaction is feeling that they are doing something for their community. 276 637 Angel Navis's testimony shows the fundamental part that co-management can play in strategic state industries. It not only benefits the workers but also benefits the society. It lets us see how the fact of being listened to, of being able to take part in taking the decisions about what has to be done in the company, is the most important incentive the workers have to put the best of themselves into their work. It liberates productive forces. Work ceases to be alienating. It transforms the workers spiritually, makes them feel useful and part of a much bigger family than their own company. It allows them to reach a higher level of self-development. The state from a revolutionary perspective. 638 The above information and thoughts show us how important it is that left forces struggle to take over state power so they can direct the state apparatus from a revolutionary perspective. Although it may seem contradictory to some, it is possible, from above, to encourage people to build democratic power from below. What cannot be done is to decree democracy from above, because democracy requires that a cultural transformation take place in people. But it is possible to create more and more spaces, and these must be created, where the people can participate as active subjects in the practice which produces the required cultural transformation. 639 Fighting for a democracy from below in communities and where people work should be the task of those who are committed to the struggle for an alternative, socialist society. If we clearly understand that, as Michael Lebowitz says, socialism is the path, the aim is the full development of human beings. 277. On the political instrument that could move these ideas forward. 640 But what kind of political instrument could move these ideas forward? Perhaps some lessons can be drawn from the kind of organization that resulted in the categorical triumph of the no vote in the August 2005/149 referendum, which the opposition had called to try to end President Chávez's term in office. Some people advised Chávez to refuse to allow the referendum on the grounds of fraud. But Chávez decided to defeat the opposition through democracy, protagonistic democracy. A leap forward in things. Organizational 641 Since he was well aware of the weaknesses of the political parties that supported him, Chávez could not rely on them to provide the leadership that would win this decisive electoral battle in which the future of the revolutionary project was at stake. The president decided to invent a mechanism to organize the electoral campaign through direct reliance on his followers. He recognized that people wanted to support him but did not have an appropriate mechanism. That is how the idea arose of creating small groups of activists or electoral patrols throughout the country. These units were formed of groups of 10 political or social activists, and their most important job was to work 10 more people each by going door to door, trying to get as many of these people as possible to commit to voting against the recall, in other words, to commit to voting no. Each patrol, therefore, was responsible for working 100 electors, and if the constituency had 2,000 registered voters, for example, 20 patrols had to be created, that is, 200 patrol members had to be organized and they had to divide the work on 2,000 electors between them. Chávez's original idea was that no family would be left unvisited. Chávez called upon the people to organize themselves, and the people responded with incredible enthusiasm and energy. 642. Although many of them did not meet all the requirements set forth by Chávez, this type of organization meant that hundreds of thousands of sympathizers were able to work on a concrete political task, whether there was or was not any party campaigning in their geographical area. Many people who were emotionally committed to the Bolivarian Revolution, but who had been inactive until then, had their political, organizing experience. Many anonymous people did their bit, as did those government members who were able to put aside their personal and departmental projects and who decided to work closely with the rank and Lee with just one aim in mind, that the nose should win. 643. The Venezuelan people came out of this practical experience greatly strengthened. Their self-esteem grew, and they grew as human beings. 150. More than an electoral victory, quantitative, it was a moral victory, qualitative. 644. This experience showed that it was possible to overcome the organic dispersal of the immense activist potential that existed in the country by creating a meeting space for all those willing to GHT for a common aim, keeping their president at the helm of the nation, whether or not they were or were not members of a given political or social organization. A type of organization which went far beyond the sum of political parties and popular social organizations was created. This made it possible to undertake a wide variety of initiatives to achieve the goal. Some people worked when they got home from work, others during the day, some took campaign literature, for others the best campaign literature was their own personal history, the joy of learning to read, a child saved by a Cuban doctor. 645. Returning to my initial question, can we say that there is no revolutionary process in Venezuela when the popular sectors are transforming themselves into the true protagonists of history in that process and the government is creating the foundations for a new state that is built from below? 646. In an era of neoliberal globalization, this is the best way of contributing to the struggle against powerful enemies who oppose the humanist, solidarityled, socialist world we want to build.